Pokemon Ninjutsu Master Chapter 251-300. Chapter 251. Although this is a long description, everything happened in the blink of an eye. The wrestling eagle lost consciousness, and the leader frog won. The referee observed the state of the wrestling eagle, and then announced the result. Kearney and Ka-Lunai stared blankly at the wrestling eagle, who fell unconscious on the ground, especially Ka-Luna. Her whole mind is now dazed. 1 second the wrestling eagle is still a big advantage, the next second it will be like this. Lost. She turned her head to look at the leader frog and frowned. The leader frog was one of Carlos' 3 imperial families, and she naturally knew it well. This water shuriken is not a skill that can only be learned after the leader frog evolved into a ninja frog. What? Moreover, she could see that the level of the leader frog is actually a lot lower than that of the wrestling eagle. There is no restraint in the water system, fighting, and flying, so there is no attribute suppression, such as this kind of battle without attribute restraint. Under normal circumstances, the higher ranked one will win, but she did not expect that the leader frog would actually win the wrestling eagle, which really surprised her. At this time, she saw that Sharona was silent and looked at her with a smile, but the pride in the other party's eyes did not hide at all. Hey, don't be complacent, this is just the first round. He is lucky, he didn't expect the leader frog to use the water shuriken, and it happened to break the lore blow of the wrestling eagle man. The next round will not be so simple. It's over. Karuna saw the elation in Zyrna's eyes. She said to Kearney, "Kearney, don't let the water get serious." On the arena, Kearney looked at Luokan with solemn eyes. She never released water just now. She still underestimated the opponent. I didn't expect his leader frog to be so strong, and the opponent's insight and judgment were terrifying. To be able to reverse the situation, the opponent's strength is very strong. Be careful next, the wrestling eagle man is the weakest of my main elves, and now I will use one of my trump cards. Kearney said to Luo Chen. It's all right, you can come. Luo Chen said. Korn took off a pokeball from her waist. After she knew the opponent's strength, she no longer held it. She threw the pokeball, and a white light flashed. An upright, dog-like elf appeared on the field. Most of its hair was blue and black, its torso was pale yellow, and its front paws had short spines on the back and chest, making it look incomparable. Handsome, giving people a sense of loneliness. Lucario. Luokan looked at Lucario and meditated in his heart. System, the Eye of Exploration. Name, Lucario. Level 70 Tianwang Peak. Attributes, Fighting, Steel. Qualification, Tianqing. Evaluation, Lucario, the Wizard of the Waveguide, can use the power of the waveguide to perceive an attack. It is very smart, can understand human language, and can communicate with humans through telepathy. At the same time, Lucario is also very proud. Generally, it does not approach humans, lives in the mountains far away from humans, and sharpens its skills, but once it accepts humans, it will be very loyal and can even die in place of its master. Ellipsis. Looking at Lucario, Luokan rubbed his chin and had a choice in his mind. He put his hand on the ground and used a psychic technique, but when using it, he also threw a pokeball under him for cover. A cloud of smoke exploded, and an elf very similar to Lucario appeared, but it was more than half shorter than Lucario. This is the original form of Lucario, Riolu. When she saw that the elf used by Luokan was actually Leoru, Kearney was stunned, but she didn't expect that Luokan actually had Leoru. Looking at Leolu's side, Karuna smiled and dared to use her initial form to play the final form. In her opinion, Kearney has won this round. Seeing that both sides were ready, the referee waved his flag again. The game begins. On the field, Lucario looked at Riolu and said something to the latter. It was persuading Riolu to admit defeat, it didn't want to hurt Riolu. This is also the habit of Lucario and Leoru. Although Lucario is not a gregarious elf, but a solitary elf, they are unusually united. When in danger, Lucario or Leo Luhui use the power of the waveguide to ask for help, and nearby Lucario and Riolu felt the help and the waveguide would rush over immediately. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Riolu shook his head at Lucario. Seeing this, Lucario didn't say anything more. Lucario, the lightning flashes. At this time, Korn gave an order. Lucario's figure flashed, turned into a blue phantom and charged towards Riolu, and instantly came behind Riolu, Metal Claw. 0. Its hand was photographed towards Leo Road with a metallic luster. Leo Lu, use imitation. Leo Lu nodded and used the skills that imitated the opponent. The top of his right hand was also glowing with metallic luster, and he turned around and raised his claws to greet him. Chong. The sound of metal colliding came out, and sparks were blazing at the place where the two clashed. Lucario and Riolu immediately separated from each other with a single blow. However, Luokan knew that Lucario had the upper hand. When the metal claws shot down, Lucario might be afraid of hurting Riolu, so he temporarily collected a lot of power. Otherwise, Riolu would be here. In a pair of fights, you will be at a disadvantage. Lucario, bird. XXX. Lucario let out a low roar, and a powerful wave of waveguide power burst out, turning into a beam of light that rose into the sky. The power of the waveguide could not only be used to attack, but also to improve Lucario's observation and reaction. Ability. Leo Lu also knew that Lucario had released the water just now, and it muttered at Lucario with some dissatisfaction, and then it clenched its fists and roared up to the sky. Shoo shoo tilde. Leo Lu's whole body was windy, and then the situation changed suddenly. Boom. A gigantic blue beam of light soared into the sky, soaring upwards, very terrifying. Sichuan. Chapter 252. This is the power of the waveguide. The powerful power of the waveguide emerged from Leo Lu's body, and the huge blue light beam formed directly compared Lucario's waveguide beam, and the two waveguides were completely different. It is not of the same level. The gap between the two waveguide beams is like the gap between an infant and an adult, and there is no comparison at all. This terrifying waveguide beam made Corny and Karuna startled. The power of the waveguide is too scary. As we all know, Lucario's waveguide is definitely stronger than Riolu's waveguide. The power is several times stronger, but why is the scene in front of me reversed? Riolu's waveguide power is actually so much stronger than Lucario's, which is unscientific. Although the power of the waveguide cannot be used as a measure of strength, it is relatively easy for the wizard to improve the strength, but it is the most difficult to improve the power of the waveguide. How is this possible? Karuna looked at Leo Lu's waveguide beam, a little absent-minded. Kearney's Lucario has been cultivated very well. It also belongs to the top batch, but now the power of a Leo Lu's waveguide has surpassed it, and it is still the kind of crushing, which is simply beyond common sense. But the scene in front of her made her have to believe it. Lucario opened his mouth wide when he felt Leolu's waveguide beam. As a kin, of course, he knew what Leolu's wave-guiding power represented. This wave-guiding power was something he could never achieve in his entire life. Riolu's waveguide power is a natural moat to Lucario. Looking at Leo Lu's waveguide power, Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction. Leo Lu's own waveguide power is very powerful. Since training with Mewtwo, his waveguide power has improved beyond the table. In the audience, Karuna is the champion after all. She has seen many big scenes, and she quickly recovered. The strength of this waveguide does not mean depending on the strength. The power of Leo Lu's waveguide can only show that it has unlimited potential in the future. But now it is a Leorio after all, and it is impossible to beat its evolutionary form Lucario, just like a baby can't beat an adult, but thinking so, she is still vaguely worried. In the arena, Kearney also came back to her senses. Although she was also frightened by Leoru's waveguide power, she also knew that the waveguide power did not represent the strength of her strength, and she also had a countermeasure in her heart. The opponent's waveguide is stronger than her own Lucario, and waveguide skills such as wave missiles have no effect on the opponent. As soon as she thought about it, she immediately issued an order, Lucario, speed. Lucario withdrew the power of the waveguide, forming a hazy blue light on the surface of his body. His feet kicked on the ground with a bang, and the speed was so fast that it left an afterimage on the spot. Huh! It appeared on the left side of Liu Lu, and the bone spikes on the back of his hand blasted directly towards Liu Lu. Luokan watched calmly, and Liuru was also very calm. When Lucario was about to succeed, Luokan's words came over. Liuru, the teleportation technique. Liu Lu's eyes flashed, and with a bang, his figure disappeared from Lucario's sight and came to its back. The hunter and the prey suddenly switched roles. Metal claws. Liu Lu's claws glowed with metallic luster and padded towards Lucario's back heart. Not good. Kearney felt nervous, but she didn't panic. She hurriedly said, "The power of the waveguide, feel it." Lucario's waveguide power was released immediately. It sensed Riolu's attack route, and then its eyes flashed, and it lifted its foot and whipped it. Liu Lu couldn't dodge in time, and was immediately drawn by Lucario, and flew out backwards. Liu Lu holds steady. Liu Lu stabilized his body in midair, landed on the ground, and slid far with his feet on the ground. All these things happened in an instant, and everyone was dizzy. On the side, Karuna was even more relieved when she saw this scene. It seemed that her worries were unnecessary. "Is Liuru all right?" Luokan asked. Liu Lu patted his chest and said it was okay. Luokan nodded and looked at Lucario. It seemed that he still underestimated Lucario. Lucario, speed. When the dust fell silently, Kearney chose to pursue the victory. Lucario left an afterimage on the spot again, his entire body charged towards Liulu, and he punched out. Luokan no longer hesitated. Liu Lu, the 8 doors of Dunjia, open the door, close the door, live the door, hurt the door, open. Liu Lu clenched his hands and roared, and suddenly an incomparably powerful aura burst out from his body, and a green energy shot up into the sky with the hair on his body. Korn and Karuna shrank their eyes. What is this? When they were horrified, Liu Lu moved and looked at Lucario, who was rushing towards him. He didn't have the slightest fear, rushed up to meet him, and punched it out. Boom! The 2 fists collided, making a loud bang like a bell. Huh! As soon as the 2 fists collided, a figure flew out like a broken wing. After seeing the figure that flew out, Kearney and Karuna were even more horrified. It was Lucario. In the competition of power, Lucario actually lost. But what they didn't expect was still behind. Luo Chen said lightly, "Liu Lu, do men, open." Liu Lu squeezed his fist again and roared lowly. Blue veins burst out on his forehead and arms, and his momentum skyrocketed again. Boom! Liu Lu slammed on the ground made an overwhelmed sound, and the field cracked, forming a large circular pit. Feeling that he was extremely powerful, Liu Lu felt as if he could destroy the world. He looked at Lucario, who had stabilized his body on the other side of the arena, closed his fist, and smashed it out. Boom! The fist hit the air. The fist was as strong as the wind, forming an air shock wave. Where the shock wave passed, the cement on the ground shattered, and the soil under the cement rolled toward both sides. Boom! In the end, the air shock wave passed through the field and hit the wall of the gym, knocking the entire wall down. Ellipsis. Chapter 253. During a rumbling, dust was flying inside the gym's competition venue, and the sun shone in from outside the collapsed walls, shining on the faces of everyone with disbelief. Hush! When she came back to her senses, Kearney took a deep breath. At this moment, a fan-shaped ruin appeared in front of Liu Lu. Most of the stadium seemed to have been plowed in half, but this terrifying scene was just at Liu Lu's hand. Just one hit. Lucario looked at the terrifying ravine on the ground that was less than 10 centimeters away from him, and he swallowed. Just now, Liu Lu deliberately controlled the direction, and did not aim at Lucario to fight. Otherwise, how could Lucario stand here? Because when Lucario attacked Liu Lu for the first time, he was also closed. After all, Riolu and the Lucario family were originally a very united race, and Riolu didn't want to hurt Lucario. Riolu yelled at Lucario. It was trying to persuade Lucario to admit defeat. I surrender. Korn didn't hesitate. She put away Lucario. It was impossible to fight at all. Karuna was a little lost looking at the scene on the field. Riolu really won Lucario, and this Riolu, she is not sure of winning. She turned her head to look at Sharona, who was not surprised at all, but Karuna suddenly felt she seemed to be tricked. You already knew, Karuna said to Sharona. Sharona nodded undeniably and said with a smile, that's right. You set me up. Thinking of Sharona's performance before, Karuna almost broke her silver teeth. What do you mean I'll set you up? The bet was clearly proposed by you. Sharona spread her hands, with a helpless expression on her face. Karuna was at a loss for words. Indeed, everything was brought up by herself. Right, nothing to say. Sharona showed a victorious smile on her face. HMPH, don't be too happy, there's one more game to come. After finishing speaking, Karuna said to Corny, cheer up, there's one more game, and the other side Leoru won't be able to maintain this state for long. But that's what Karuna said. I also know that my chances of winning are very slim. Even if the opponent's Leolu can't maintain this state, don't they have other or stronger elves? Kearney's eyes lit up when she heard Karuna's words. Yes, the more powerful the skill, the greater the side effects, so Leoru definitely won't be able to maintain this state for long. Luo Chen nodded secretly. The champion deserves to be the champion. The judgment is sharp, indeed. Leolu's body is too young and his body strength is too weak. After all, for a group like Leolu is only in his childhood. They are only considered adults when they evolve to Lucario. Right now, Riolu can't stand the 6th door at most, and even if it reaches the 6th door, Duman, it can only last for 1 minute, but when it evolves to Lucario, then the problem is no longer a problem. Come back, Leolu. Luo Chen put away Leolu and said to them, yes, Leolu's state has too many side effects, and he can't fight the next game. Sure enough, let's go on to the third game. Korn breathed a sigh of relief. If Leolu could still win another game, then she could only admit defeat. Compared to Corny, Karuna's mentality is not so optimistic. She doesn't think that without Leolu, the other party has no other strong elves. She sighed and knew that this bet was far away. She felt extremely depressed. Why did she owe so much? What kind of bet did she make? And this seemed to be a trainer who just went out. How could she just go out? So smart. On the unrecognizable field of competition, the referee said, please choose to play Pokemon. Korn took out her last Pokeball. She took a deep breath and threw it. It's up to you, Rogue Panda. A white light flashed, and a mighty and majestic giant panda with black and white hair appeared on the field. It held a bamboo branch in its mouth and looked fierce. System, Eye of Probing. Name, Rogue Panda. Level 65. Attributes, Fighting, Evil. Qualification, King of Heaven. Comments, as the name suggests, the Rogue Panda is savage and powerful. It has very strong muscles, and its fists can crack mountains and rocks. At the same time, its bottom plate is also very stable. Ellipsis. Looking at the Rogue Panda, Luo Chen also threw his Pokeball. White light flashed, and an elf with orange flames burning on its tail appeared. This is a fire-breathing dragon. Seeing that both sides were ready, the referee waved the flag in his hand. The game begins. Rogue Panda, Bullet Fist. The Rogue Panda strode toward Meteor, and the speed of his punches was extremely fast, like a bullet popping out of his chamber, and he punched the fire-breathing dragon powerfully and quickly. Dragon Claw. The fire-breathing dragon raised its claws to meet it. Boom. A crash sound came. In one blow, the fire-breathing dragon and the Rogue Panda each took a few steps back, and they were evenly matched. Looking at this scene, Karuna's eyes lit up. The Rogue Panda and the fire-breathing dragon were evenly matched, and it seemed that she still had a chance to win. But the next second, her face suddenly darkened. I saw Luokan spoke lightly. He wanted to quickly end the battle. Fire-breathing dragon, Mega Evolution. Ellipsis. Chapter 254. Suddenly, countless colored thin lines erupted from the bodies of fire-breathing dragon and Luokan. These thin lines were connected to each other in the air, and the bodies of fire-breathing dragon flashed brightly with the light of evolution. In the white light, the fire-breathing dragon's body kept rising and growing. Looking at this scene, Karuna's face turned dark. They were still able to mega-evolve. 1 second she expected the rogue panda to be able to defeat the fire-breathing dragon, but she didn't expect to do it for herself the next second. XXX. She also has an elf that can evolve into a mega. Naturally, she knows that there is no difference between a mega and a mega evolution. It is simply a world of difference. She was a little depressed. She was about to lose to Sharona. Kearney is also a bit ignorant. Mega evolution. The other party can still be 9 to 40 enough for mega evolution. She looked enviously at the fire-breathing dragon in the white light. In fact, she evolved because of mega evolution. It was because of this that Karuna came here. The white light dissipated, and the figure of the fire-breathing dragon reappeared. At this time, the fire-breathing dragon had changed a lot. The whole body was dark and black, the wings were white and ferocious, and the tail flame was no longer orange, but turned into a ghostly light blue, and at the same time, 2 clusters of light blue flames were burning at the corners of its mouth. It's actually a Megax form. Karuna's face was even more surprised. It is true that there are 2 mega forms of fire-breathing dragons, namely X and Y forms, but most of the fire-breathing dragons capable of mega are in Y form. As for X form, 10 can evolve mega. It is extremely rare to see one of the fire-breathing dragons. No reason, it is because X mega evolution stones are very rare, and most of the fire-breathing dragon mega stones found are Y stones. Rogue Panda uses arm hammer. Korn looked at the amazing fire-breathing dragon. She chose to strike first. The rogue panda Teng Teng rushed over, and smashed his sturdy arms towards the fire-breathing dragon. Shadow Claw. The fire-breathing dragon spread its wings and flew over, and a giant black energy claw condensed in its hand to meet it. Boom! A muffled sound came. The arm hammer and the shadow claw collided together, and the rogue panda was like the mantis with the mantis arm as a car. It could not block the shadow claw for half a minute. With a boom, it was directly blasted out by the shadow claw and smashed into the gym. The walls are covered with cracks like spider webs. Rogue Panda, are you alright? This power shocked Corny. Rogue Panda is famous for its strength, and the bottom plate is also famous for being rock solid, but now it has been directly blasted out. It's not a level of combat power. The rogue panda slid from the wall and fell to the ground. It struggled to stand up from the ground, and just after it stood firm, it fell directly to the ground with a thud, and its eyes rolled in circles, and it had already lost consciousness. The rogue panda lost consciousness. The 3 elves of the gym owner have all failed, and the gym challenger has successfully challenged the gym. The referee announced the result of the match. Kearney put away the rogue panda, walked over and handed Luo Chen a badge. Congratulations, you are really amazing, my 3 main battle elves can't beat you. Luo Chen took it and said with a smile, thank you, you are also very strong. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a badge and a green lottery ticket. Ellipsis. Aside. Okay, bring it here, it's time to fulfill your bet. Sharona stretched out her hand and looked at Karuna with a smile. Looking at the smug Sharona, Karuna felt depressed in her heart. She had nothing to do when she had nothing to do, so why would she bet with the other party? It would be a big loss if she lost her wife and lost her army. You won't default on your bills. How could I fail my debt? Give it to you. Karuna snorted coldly, took out 2 transparent glass ball-like stones from her bag and handed them to Sharona. The Mega Evolution Stone and the Mega Evolution Key were nothing to her. Anyway, this Shinado's Mega Evolution Stone and the Mega Evolution Key is also redundant. She was upset that she actually lost to Sharona. Ellipsis. On the arena, Kearney looked enviously at the Mega Fire-breathing dragon beside Luo Chen. I really envy you for having a Mega Fire-breathing dragon. Don't be envious, you will have it soon. Let's go, it's time for us to try the grotto. Karuna walked over and said. Trial Cave. Luo Chen was a little curious when he heard this. Well, the Trial Grotto is rumored to have Lucario's Mega Evolution Stone there. Last time I went to see it, there was indeed a Mega Evolution Stone there, but I don't know if it was Lucario's Mega Evolution Stone. Aren't you going to pick it up and confirm it? Kearney shook her head. I can't get close. There is a very powerful flaming chicken in the Trial Grotto. It is the guardian of the Mega Stone in the Trial Grotto. Only after defeating it can the Mega Stone be taken away. The strength is very strong. Lucario can't last 3 rounds in front of it, so I will trouble Karuna and let her accompany me to try the grotto. Luokan was also a little surprised to hear this. Luokan had also felt Lucario's strength just now. He didn't expect that he would be defeated by the flaming chicken in 3 rounds. Luokan became interested in the Trial Grotto. Can we go to try the grotto together? No. Before Kearney could speak, Karuna immediately refused. Why should we take you there? Just because there is one more clause in the bet, the loser must unconditionally agree to a condition for the winner. Sharona looked at Karuna with a smile and said, now my condition is to take us to try the grotto. Karuna's face darkened again. Then let's get ready to go. Kearney said. Korn closed the gym, and the group took the flying elf and left the city of Sora. After a long time, they stopped over a small town. Looking at this small town, Luokan was a little surprised. He didn't expect to come back again. This town is exactly Shilan Town. Luokan just destroyed the base of the Flare group in Shilan Town not long ago, and he didn't expect to come back again. The group landed in a dense mountain not far from Shilan Town. This mountain is rarely visited, the trees are towering, and the weeds are as high as one person. They finally stopped in a valley. The Trial Grotto is right there. Korn pointed to a dark hole not far away. What are you waiting for? Let's go in. A group of people walked in. Chapter 255. I did an internship. I got off work late today because of something in the company. I didn't come back until 23 o'clock. I sat in front of the computer and wrote a few hundred words. No, sorry, feel sorry, I owe you a chapter, and I will repay it tomorrow. Feel sorry, and, thanks for your support. Chapter 256. The entrance of the grotto is not round, but a large crack, and only one person can enter at a time. Walking into the cave, the stone walls in the cave are rugged, but the top of the cave is smooth, with many shiny stones. These stones exude a faint light like starlight, and the hazy light illuminates the entire cave. Looking at the star-like luminous stones above their heads, everyone just felt that they were in outer space, which made people feel happy. It's pretty, Kearney said with a straight chest looking at the performance of the girls. Pretty, how did you find this place, Kearney? Karuna asked. I also knew this place by accident. The group walked towards the inside of the cave. Compared with the narrow entrance, the passage inside the cave was much wider, allowing Luokan and the others to walk side by side. The luminous stone on the top of the head is like a galaxy guiding everyone to the cave. After a while, they came to a downward stone stair. Stepping on the stone steps are not long, and soon came to the end of the stone steps. At the end of the stone steps appeared a vintage wooden door with 2 copper knockers on it. Looking at the wooden door, Korn took a deep breath. It's almost there. She stepped forward, grabbed one of the knockers and tapped the door twice, then took a step back, with no other movement. Just when everyone was puzzled. Crunch. Suddenly, the wooden door opened automatically. Seeing this strange scene, Lily quickly hugged Luokan's hand, and even Sharona and Karuna shrank their necks. Shit, there shouldn't be ghosts, Lily said a little scared. Hearing Lily's words, Karuna and Sharona unconsciously leaned on Luokan's side. Girls are always afraid of these ghostly things. Don't worry, it's alright. Looking at the 3 of them, Lily and the others, Kearney laughed and said, Kearney's character is a bit like Ash, and they are all hot-blooded idiots with big nerves. That's right, don't worry. Luo Chen comforted. He looked at the wooden door in front of him, and his eyes were full of light, because just now he felt a spiritual force brushing past him. He is very sensitive to spiritual power. Come on, let's go in. Korn and Luo Chen walked in first. Inside the wooden door is another world. Inside is a huge underground lake. At this time, the lake is exuding a light blue light. This is not the lake itself glowing, but the lake bottom has a dazzling array of glowing stones. Under the refraction of the lake, the huge underground space is reflected in a dreamy and beautiful way. There is also a long aisle in this space that divides the lake into two halves. The aisle extends from the foot of the dust to the center of the lake. There is a high platform in the center of the lake. There are 20 stone steps on the high platform. What is more eye-catching is that there is a stone on the high platform. However, if you look closely, you will find that this is not actually a stone, but a crystal wrapped in a stone coat. The clothes had come off, revealing the bright crystals inside. It can be seen that this crystal is amber-like earthy yellow, and there is a helical pattern like a DNA strand in the center of the crystal. Looking at the crystal covered by the stone coat, Luokan has seen this thing many times. This is the Mega Evolution Stone. Looking at the Mega Evolution Stone above, Kearney's face also showed a look of impatience. This is the Lucario Mega Evolution Stone she has been searching for a long time. Let's go over there, Karuna said. Everyone nodded, walked up the aisle in the lake, and walked towards the high platform in the middle of the lake. Ooh, bang! Just when they were halfway there, an orange-yellow vigorous figure suddenly jumped out of nowhere, fell from the sky, and landed on the ground with a thud, blocking Luokan and them, blocking their way. The color of this elf is orange and yellow. The body is very strong, with white feathers and red eyes, like burning and two flames. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. This elf is the flame chicken. Is that the flame chicken? Karuna asked. That's right, it's this one. Kearney looked at the flaming chicken. Although the flaming chicken was wearing a cape last time, she was sure it was this one. Luokan looked at the flaming chicken with half-squinted eyes. Was it the flaming chicken that defeated Kearney's Lucario in 3 rounds? System, Eye of Probing. Name, Flame Chicken. Level 72 Championship. Attributes, Fighting, Fire. Qualification, Champion. Rating, Flaming Chicken, Fierce Fire Pokemon, has very powerful strength, excellent boxing and kicking skills, has the ability to jump over tall buildings, and can release very hot flames with both hands when attacking, which can scorch the opponent. Flaming Chicken every few times years burn off old feathers to grow new bright feathers again. Ellipsis. Looking at the information about the flaming chicken in his mind, Luokan was a little confused. This flaming chicken is not strong, it is only level 72, the strength of a first-time champion, and Kearney's Lucario is a level 70 King Peak. It stands to reason that even if Lucario can't beat it, it is impossible for 3 the round is lost. Luo Chen's thoughts turned rapidly, thinking of the mental power from before. The Samsara Eye appeared, mental power poured out, he opened his eyes, and half-squinted his eyes. Come on, Corny. Luo Chen looked at Corny and said. Carney was taken aback. I can't beat it. It's alright, let's play around and see. Luokan said. This flaming chicken is supposed to test the challenger, just like challenging the gym, except that if you win the gym, you will get the badge, and you will get the Mega Evolution Stone if you win. You also want to pass it with your own hands. Test. XXX. Listening to Luokan's words, Kearney couldn't help but think of the time when she challenged the gym before. She said, okay. After speaking, she threw a Pokeball, and Lucario appeared. Sichuan. Chapter 257. Everyone stepped back, freeing up a large space for Lucario and the flaming chicken to let go of their hands and feet to fight. Lucario appeared, and the flaming chicken also knew that it was its opponent, and it roared like a turkey at Lucario. The two elves were waiting in battle, and Lucario looked at the flaming chicken with a serious face. After all, it was defeated by the opponent last time. Whoosh! The first to attack was the flaming chicken. I saw the flaming chicken's strong legs kicked on the ground, and the body was like a long spear coming out of the air. The punch was as strong as the wind, as fast as lightning, and the punch was aimed at Lucario's face. Smash the door. Lucario dodge. Lucario didn't dare to underestimate the opponent in the slightest, and he was very energetic. The moment the opponent attacked, Lucario jumped to the right to avoid the opponent's attack. The flaming chicken's fist was empty and smashed towards the ground, but at the moment when it was about to hit the ground, it suddenly turned its fist into a palm, propped its palm on the ground, and quickly chased after it, with its right foot towards the road. Calio swept away, his movements coherent without a trace of stagnation. Lucario, the 22 forces of the waveguide, sense, dodge. Lucario used the power of the waveguide to detect the opponent's attack route. It jumped back on the ground again, dodging the opponent's attack again. The flaming chicken landed on the ground, kicking a large rock on the ground to smithereens. Next, Lucario has been passively defending, fleeing east and west, not daring to confront the flaming chicken. Ellipsis. Looking at Lucario, who has been defending and daring to attack, Luokan shook his head. It seems that the fight against Lucario in the previous 3 rounds gave Corny a lot of psychological shadows. She has never dared to attack. Afraid of being hit by the opponent. Luo Chen said to Kearney, there's no need to be afraid. If you lose, isn't Karuna still there? Let go and fight. At this moment when Luo Chen spoke, the flaming chicken stomped on the ground again, its figure flashed, and flames burned on its fist. It rushed over and punched Lucario. Hearing what Luo Chen said just now, Kearney gritted her teeth, but she didn't choose to dodge anymore. Lucario, strengthen your fist. Lucario clenched his fist with his right hand, and the white light attached to its hand. It took a step forward. After a step, its speed exploded. It rushed over, and the boosting fist greeted it like a shock wave. A loud bang. Lucario's boosting fist and flaming chicken's flaming fist collided together. The air was buzzing and vibrating, and the powerful force made Lucario's body keep sliding backwards, and his feet slipped 2 feet on the ground. There were very obvious traces, but Lucario still blocked the blow. But this scene made Lucario and Korn stunned for a moment. Did they stop him? Did it stop? They are unbelievable. The previous battle, Korn remembered clearly. Lucario couldn't get up for a long time with a casual blow from the flaming chicken. This scene gave Kearney great confidence. Her eyes shone brightly. Lucario, we can win. Lucario responded, and there was war in his eyes. Lucario, bone stick. Lucario's hands surged with energy, and 2 long bone rods condensed from energy appeared in the palms of his palms. He held this bone rod for the first time to actively attack. It kicked its feet, jumped up, and smashed the flaming chicken with a bone stick. Of course, the flaming chicken would not be cowardly either. It roared, bounced up, and smashed it with a punch. The flames in its hands skyrocketed and burned rapidly. Bang 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 bang. The 2 little elves in the air were fighting each other at such a speed that it was impossible for them to punch or kick at all. They hit the ground all the way from midair. Boom. After landing, the 2 elves fought each other and then backed away. Roar. The flaming chicken opened its mouth, and a scorching hot, the flame almost condensed into a substantial jet flame sprayed out of its mouth. Get out of the way. Lucario flipped several times in the air, dodging the attack again. Look at Lucario dodge the flaming chicken's attack again. At this time, Kearney was surging in her heart. She felt that she could win if she could win. Bow missiles. Lucario blasted out with a wave of missiles. The flaming chicken shattered the bow missile with 1 punch. Lightning flash. Close combat. Lucario charged up again, sticking to the body of the flaming chicken and started attacking with punch after punch. However, the flaming chicken is also very experienced in fighting. Looking at the flaming chicken rushing over, it chirped, and suddenly countless flames emerged from its body, covering its whole body, and the flames forced Lucario. Return. At this time, the two elves were standing on one side. After the anxious battle just now, the two elves did not dare to attack rashly. They were thinking about countermeasures. Corn looked at the flaming chicken, her mind was spinning rapidly. Suddenly, her eyes flashed. Sword dance. The light blue light on Lucario's body flashed away, and sword dance increased its attack power. Lucario, metallic sound. Lucario slammed his hands against each other, and the two bone-like spikes on the back of his hands collided together, and suddenly a harsh and headache-inducing sound came out, which turned into sound waves that impacted the flaming chicken. Go. The flaming chicken couldn't take it anymore and covered his ears. Good chance. Lucario strengthens his fist. Lucario clenched his fist violently, white light flashed above his fist, and the power of the enhanced fist was greatly improved under the action of the sword dance. Lucario suddenly rushed out like an arrow from a string, and his right fist flashed with dazzling light, turning into a shock wave and hitting the belly of the flaming chicken with a punch. The flaming chicken was suddenly smashed and flew out and fell to the ground in the distance. It struggled to get up. But how could Corn give it a chance? She issued an order, Lucario, use a bone rod to block its movements. Lucario condensed several bone rods and threw them out. These bone rods were nailed to the ground, and the flaming chicken was blocked and unable to move. Seeing this, the flaming chicken made a cry at Carney, and it conceded defeat. Hearing the meaning of flaming chicken's words, Corn and Lucario jumped up excitedly. Win. Ka-Luna, we won. She turned around and hugged Ka-Luna. Well, go get your booty. Yeah. Kearney looked at the spar on the high platform wrapped in the stone coat. Her eyes flashed with excitement. Lucario, let's go, let's get the Mega Evolution Stone. Just when they were about to go to the high platform. Wait a minute. Luo Chen stopped them. Everyone looked at Luochen with some doubts. Luo Chen didn't explain, but looked at the corner of the high platform and said lightly, when are you going to hide, why don't you come out? Chapter 258. The moment Luo Chen's voice fell, a figure came out from the corner of the high platform. This is an old man with a bald head, thick and slender white eyebrows, in the reverse shape. He walked out and looked at Luochen with surprise in his eyes. How did you find me? Luo Chen pointed to the lake beside the high platform. Reflection. The old man's eyes shrank. He didn't expect the most inconspicuous reflection to reveal his existence. This young man's keen observation skills can detect such subtle things. If Luo Chen knew what the old man was thinking, he would definitely laugh out loud. He didn't have any keen observation. The reflections in the lake were all his faults. He was able to find out that the old man was discovered by his own samsara eyes. If it wasn't for samsara eyes, the ghost knows that there are people hiding behind the high platform. Grandfather. At this time, Kearney looked at the old man with a face full of disbelief. Why did her grandfather appear here? The old man took out a pokeball, and the flaming chicken on the ground turned into a red light, which he put into the pokeball. Corn was startled. Grandpa, is this flaming chicken your elf? The old man nodded. What the hell is going on? The old man did not reply, but walked up the stone steps of the high platform and took down the Mega Evolution Stone on the high platform. He walked up to Kearney and said with a gentle smile, Congratulations, Kearney, you passed the test. Corn was still confused. She still couldn't figure out what was going on. Seeing the doubts in Kearney's eyes, the old man smiled and said, Do you remember how you knew about this trial grotto? I accidentally got a piece of news that there is Lucario's Mega Evolution Stone in Shilan Town, so I found it here. That's right, the news was actually released by me. He looked around the underground space. This place is the trial ground of our family. The signature elf of our family is Lucario. I was here once. I got a Lucario Mega Evolution Stone, and my opponent at that time was the fighter under the curtain, the elf of your grandfather. So congratulations, you also passed my test. This Mega Evolution Stone is yours. The old man handed over the Mega Evolution Stone wrapped in the stone coat. Korn suddenly realized, so she took the Mega Evolution Stone and jumped excitedly. I got Lucario's Mega Evolution Stone. Finally, she also has her own Mega Evolution Stone. Looking at Kearney, who was extremely excited, the old man smiled, turned to look at Luokan and the others, and patted himself. Yo-Yo's head, a little embarrassed. Look at my brain, I'm old, I forgot to introduce myself, I'm Kearney's grandfather, Kekbol. Hello. Luo Chen and others introduced themselves. But at this time, Kearney suddenly seemed to think of something. No, Grandpa, are you showing mercy to me and not using all your strength? Kokobol was a little puzzled. Last time, your flaming chicken defeated my Lucario in 3 rounds, but this time Lucario was able to defeat your flaming chicken, you must have let the water go. This is the first time I've played against you. Kokobol was a little confused. This is the second time, didn't you forget that we played a game 2 days ago? Wait, you said 2 days ago. Kokobol raised his head suddenly and asked, what date is it now? It's number 5 now. Kokobol's eyes narrowed. Number 5. Didn't you take pictures at a photo studio in Shilantown 2 hours ago, and then the owner of the photo studio told you about this place? No, Grandpa, I took a photo at a photo studio, but it wasn't 2 hours ago, it was 2 days ago. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. Kearney took out a photo with a photo on it. The time above is impressively on the 3rd, which is 2 days ago. Looking at this photo, Kokobol felt a little astonished at this moment. It was actually 2 days later. The owner of the photo studio was actually Kokobol's friend. At that time, the owner of the photo studio sent a message to Kokobol that Kearney was here, and Kokobol came to the trial grotto 2 hours in advance to wait for the arrival of Kearney, and he clearly remembered that the time was the 3rd, but now the correct time is the 5th. You said that you fought against me 2 days ago, but I don't have the memory of fighting against you in my mind. So, I have spent 2 days of blank memory. Kokobol's words made everyone shudder. What the hell is going on? Why does Kokobol have no memory for 2 days? Lily, Sharona, and Karuna were so frightened that they had goosebumps at this strange scene. It was inexplicably lost for 2 days. Corny, are you sure you fought the flaming chicken 2 days ago? I'm sure. Lucario is also sure. It's because I can't beat the flaming chicken, so I asked Karuna to help me, right? Kearney suddenly said. That day the flaming chicken was still wearing a black cape. The flaming chicken is wearing a black cape. Kokobol seemed to have remembered something, and said very seriously, let's go out and talk about it. XXX. Chapter 259. The group quickly walked back, left the trial grotto, and came to the outside of the cave. Leaving the trial grotto, Korn asked. Grandpa, what do you remember? Kokobol looked back at the entrance of the deep trial grotto, his eyes extremely solemn. There was a legend recorded in our family's genealogy. It was a legend a long time ago. In fact, this trial grotto was not our family at the beginning. Trial place. Our ancestors once discovered this place by accident. According to the legend, there is a very mysterious elf in this trial grotto. This elf has very powerful power, but she has been sleeping on the ground. This little elf likes to sleep very much, and doesn't like being disturbed by others. It is said that many years ago, there was a battle between Risikuzu and Giratina over this mountain. The reason why the terrain of this stone forest town is a low-lying basin is because the mountain between them abruptly collapsed the ground. When they went down, our ancestors happened to be on this mountain when they fought, just in front of the entrance of this trial grotto. At that time, our ancestors were taking his little elf Lucario for special training. The battle between Kaikongzu and Giratina was shattered, the sun and the moon were dark, but just when their battle was about to spread to this mountain, suddenly, a dark shadow jumped out from the trial grotto, directly it merged into the body of our ancestor's elf, which is Lucario, and after the black shadow merged, I saw that Lucario was radiating a dark light all over his body, and a black cloak was condensed behind him. Then, this road Callio rose into the sky to stop the battle between Sky Ripper and Giratina, and finally it successfully quelled the battle. Since then, our family was chosen by that mysterious elf to protect the Trial Grotto from outside interference for generations. After listening to Kokobol's story, Kearney quickly asked, "What kind of elf is that mysterious elf?" Kokobol shook his head. "I don't know. No one in our ancestors has really seen what it looks like. I used to think it was a fabricated legend, but now it looks like it really exists. Let's go. According to legend, it likes to sleep very much and doesn't like being disturbed by others. So it seems that the reason why it can control the flaming chicken is because we disturb its sweet dream." The group nodded. Korn said, "Well, it just so happens that I'm going back to let Lucario get acquainted with something, under the power of Mega Evolution Stone. Then let's part with it. We have to move on to the next city. There are still many gymnasiums that have not yet been played." Luo Chen looked at Kearney and said, "Well, goodbye, I look forward to seeing your performance on the Carlos Alliance." "Okay, bye." The group separated. Kearney, Kokobol, and Karuna moved towards the city of Sora, while the three of them moved towards the target city of the next gym. Of course, this was impossible. After dozens of minutes, directly above the Trial Grotto, the fire-breathing dragon fell down, and it was Luo Chen and the others who were carrying them on their backs. "Are we really going in?" Lily asked. "Go in, aren't you curious about that mysterious elf?" Luokan and the others jumped off the backs of the fire-breathing dragon. Luokan looked at the Trial Grotto and raised his brows. In fact, he had discovered before that, besides Kearney's grandfather Kokobol, there was indeed a very powerful spirit. Strength. "Let me see what you are." The three Luo Chen entered the Trial Grotto again. Ellipsis. He was familiar with it, and came to the space below the high platform. In the space, the lake is still glowing with a faint light. "Come out." Luo Chen looked around and said lightly, but there was still no response. "Don't hide, I know you are here." Still no response. "Xanaduo, can you feel its existence?" He looked at Shinado next to him. Shanduo closed his eyes, spread out his mental power to feel it, and withdrew his mental power. He shook his head at Luo Chen. "Can't you feel it?" Luo Chen nodded. He found that the ability of the other party to hide his breath was too strong. Even with the eyes of reincarnation, he could only feel a faint mental fluctuation. "Since you don't come out." Luo Chen's hand moved towards the lake on the right half of the time. "Zanaido, use the shadow ball at that place." The black energy surging on Shinado's body condensed a black energy light ball in the palm of his hand. When he was about to smash the shadow ball out of his hand, there was a sudden change in the space. The glowing stones at the bottom of the lake suddenly changed color, turning into a hazy dark light, as if the entire space was covered with a black veil. A figure jumped out of the lake and came to the ground. The three of them were stunned when they looked at the figure. The figure was actually a group of black flames the size of a baby's head. The flame had facial features, its eyes were extremely agile, and there were small wings entirely composed of flames behind it. Fluttering small wings floating in the air. Luokan was puzzled. What kind of elf is this? Even he saw this elf for the first time, and he was a little curious about what kind of elf it was. System, Eye of Probing. He looked at the black flame in front of him and meditated in his heart. Soon, the specific information of this flame appeared in Luo Chen's mind. Looking at the information in his mind, Luo Chen suddenly widened his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. Damn it. Ellipsis. Chapter 260. Luokan used the probing eye on the flame-like unknown elf, but he did not expect the result of the probing eye's investigation. Name, unknown. Rank, unknown. Property, unknown. Race, unknown. Qualification, unknown. Rating, unknown. Ellipsis. Luokan's eyes widened. This was the first time he had seen this. He didn't expect that even the system couldn't detect the opponent's heals. System, what's going on? The cold voice of the system sounded. As you can see, all its information is unknown, but if you play against it, I can collect its information during the battle. Luo Chen nodded. Fighting. He said to Shinado on the side. Xanaduo. Sa tilde. Shinado nodded and walked forward. At this time, the mysterious flame elf also felt Luokan's fighting intent. It looked at Shinado with its smart eyes, looked up and down Shinado, and then made a nice sound from its mouth, just like some kind of small beast. Oh ow ow sound. Then, a ray of light flashed in its eyes, and a pokeball on Luokan's waist suddenly opened. Liu Lu appeared in front of Luo Chen. Liu Lu came out and looked at Luo Chen with some puzzlement. He didn't know why Luo Chen asked him to come out. Right now. Huh. The flame elf rushed over quickly and jumped straight into Liu Lu's body. Suddenly, the skin color of Liu Lu's whole body began to turn black, and a black flame emerged from it, forming a black flame coat attached to the surface of Liu Lu's body. Liu Lu bent his legs and jumped, and came not far away. Liu Lu. Luokan frowned. He knew that the Liu Lu at this time was no longer his Liu Lu, and his mind was now controlled by the mysterious flame elf. Sure enough, just like the legend Kobo said, this elf has the ability to possess the body of other elf. Shinado, teleportation, shadow ball tilde tilde. Shu tilde. Shinado used teleportation to come behind Liu Lu, holding a black energy ball in his hand and pressed it towards its back. But Liu Lu's reaction was beyond Luokan's expectations. He seemed to have expected that Shinado would come. He turned around and stretched out his hand to directly take the shadow ball in Shinado's hand, and then squeezed it. Boom! The shadow ball exploded directly in its hands, and it was unscathed. Then, it clenched its fists and appeared as fast as lightning. Shinado didn't even have time to react, and was directly smashed out by a punch. Like a kite with a broken string, it smashed towards the wall beside it. Shinado, teleport. But he couldn't use it. The power of that punch was very powerful, and Shinado couldn't stabilize his body, so he couldn't use the skill. Shinado's body was about to hit the wall. In an emergency, Luokan's eyes narrowed, and Samsara's eyes appeared. He stretched out his palm and said solemnly to Shinado, Wanxiang Tianian. Suddenly, an incomparably powerful suction directly acted on Shinado's body, directly removing the huge force that was knocked out, and Shinado flew towards Luo Chen. Shinado was sucked in front of Luo Chen, and Luo Chen scattered away from Vientian Tianian. Shinado, what's the matter? Sa tilde. Shinado's face was a little pale. As a superpower elf, he was a mage. He was punched so close by someone, and he was seriously injured. Looking at Liu Lu, who was controlled by the flame elf, Luokan was a little puzzled. How could he think Liu Lu seemed to have become a lot stronger? Now that Shinado's level is the 3rd level divine beast, Liu Lu is absolutely not. It would be Shinado's opponent, but it turned out that Liu Lu avoided Shinado's skills and caused damage to Shinado. System, Eye of Probing. Name, Liu Lu Controlled State. Level, Secondary Divine Beast Primary. Attribute, Fighting, Super, Fire. Qualification, Champion. Ellipsis. I rely on it. Looking at the specific information of Liu Lu at this time, Luo Chen opened his mouth wide. This Liu Lu has actually become a 2nd level divine beast, and it has 2 more familiars with superpower and fire element. He was also terrified at this time. What the hell is a flame elf? Even if it is possessed, it can actually change the level and attributes of the elf. It's no wonder that Shinado can't beat the opponent. It turns out that the opponent is the pinnacle of the 2nd level divine beast. This joke is a bit big. Since the opponent is a 2nd level divine beast, Luokan can only use the human sea tactics. He threw a few pokeballs, white light flashed, and the nightmare god Dakurdo, the fire-breathing dragon, and the 9 tails also came out of his backpack. Jumped out. Diaresis Sigurd, you are coming too. Luokan patted the backpack. Zygarde ran out, merged with the power of cells, and became Zygarde's 25% form. The many elves that fell into the dust were pressing towards Leoru. Leolu looked at the many powerful elves, and his eyes were slightly solemn. His legs were slightly bent, his hands were clenched and fists were placed on the sides of his abdomen, and he let out a low growl. Looking at this familiar action, Luo Chen snorted, it shouldn't be possible. But then, Leolu's momentum skyrocketed, and a green energy burst out from him. Noli how? I rely on it. Luokan's eyes widened. 8-door Dunjia, still able to use 8-door Dunjia. What the hell is this little elf? This little elf is out. The other party can still use Leoru's own 8-door Dunjia. Now the other party should have opened the 6th door, and his strength should be at the peak of the 2nd level Divine Beast. It should be impossible to enter the 1st level Divine Beast. After all, the 1st level Divine Beast has to be understood. The power of law. Luokan is a little speechless. The crowd tactics are useless. He has seen the power of the 2nd level Divine Beasts, and the fire-breathing dragons can't beat them all together. If that's the case, then there's nothing you can do. Luokan put his right hand on the ground and said solemnly, spirituality. A puff of smoke erupted, and a pink and white human-shaped elf appeared in front of Luokan. XXX. Chapter 261. This pink and white elf is the Mewtwo that I haven't seen for a long time. Cheomung didn't have any momentum at this time, just like a newly hatched elf, but when it stood there, it naturally attracted everyone's attention, and people couldn't ignore its existence. At this moment, it's like being the center of the world. What's the matter? Xiaomeng asked with some doubts after he came out. Did you encounter something difficult? Yeah, Luo Chen was a little helpless, and pointed to Liu Ludao on the opposite side. That's it. Oh. Cheomung is also a little curious, and Luokan's strength is also very understanding. It is very curious about what kind of elf forced him to need to channel himself. But when it saw Liu Lu, it was stunned. Liu Lu. It was stunned. Is this Leoru not aware of your elf? Why did you fight? But when it saw and felt the aura of the 2nd level Divine Beast on Liu Lu, it frowned. No, this is not Liu Lu. What exactly is going on? Luokan recounted what happened just now. After listening, Xiaomeng nodded, its eyes narrowed, and it looked at Liu Lu, and said lightly, so you controlled Liu Lu's body. While speaking, Mewtwo also exuded the aura of her own first-class Divine Beast and pressed her towards the opponent. Feel the super dream imposing. Liu Lu was shocked, his eyes were extremely solemn. Huh. Liu Lu chose to strike first. He kicked his foot, and the ground collapsed. On his right hand, there was a ball of thunder light, and the thunder light made a sizzling sound. This is what Luo Chen used to draw a lottery ticket before, and then gave the profit. The skill that Olu learned, thunder and lightning. The speed of Liu Lu, who has entered the 6th door of the 8 gates of Dunjia, is almost like a teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he came to Cheomung. Super dream goes. Mewtwo's face was calm, and at the critical moment, its hand moved out like a spirit snake and directly took Liu Lu's fist. When Rachel on Liu Lu's fist touched Mewtwo's fist, it all dissipated. With the failed hand, Liu Lu jumped back, and a wave of missiles was thrown towards Mewtwo. Mewtwo reached out and grabbed it, and the wave missile was directly wiped out in its hands. Then Mewtwo's figure disappeared from Riolu's sight. Leoru's heart tightened, he was extremely vigilant, and looked around. Where are you looking? Mewtwo appeared silently behind Liu Lu. Leoru was horrified, just wanted to distance himself from Mewtwo, but it found that his body couldn't move. Mewtwo restrained Leoru with his power of thought. It came to Leoru's body, stretched out his index finger and pointed at Leoru's eyebrows, exuding a dazzling light, and shouted, "Come out." The voice also contains its spiritual power. With a puff, a black flame was directly shaken out of Liu Lu's body. The black flame floated in the air, and it quickly made a cry at Luokan. Luokan understood, and it surrendered. Luokan looked at the little guy, just when he was about to detect the flame elf's heels. At this time, the black flame was looking at Luokan, and then at Cheomung, and it called out to Luokan. "You want to take me to a place?" Luo Chen asked curiously. Black flame nodded. It flew to the ground beside the high platform and drilled directly towards the ground. A pitch-black black hole like a vortex suddenly appeared on the ground, and the black flame jumped directly into the black hole and disappeared. Looking at this scene, Luo Chen and the others were taken aback for a moment. What is going on? But before I could think about it, I saw that the black hole was starting to shrink. Let's follow. With Mewtwo around, Luokan was considered a daring artist, so he quickly put away Liolu and his other elves, and jumped in together with Mewtwo. The endless sense of weightlessness came. Luokan and the others only felt that they had been falling, but it lasted for about 10 seconds. This feeling disappeared. There was a heavy feeling under their feet, and they had already stood on the ground again. Where is this? Luokan looked around. This should be a space underground. We should be underground in that hole. Everyone looked around. The space was not big, with a radius of 100 meters. What is that? Lily pointed to a glowing white ball on the far wall at this time. The white ball was directly embedded in the wall, like a hole, and there was a faint arc of lightning in the hole. It's like a time tunnel. This light group also caught the eyes of Luokan and the others. At this time, the flame elf beside Luokan urged Luokan again. It led the way in front and walked with Luokan towards the distance. Judging from this position, it should be to take Luokan to the glowing white ball. When he followed behind the flame elf, Luokan was also looking at it, and now the system should be able to detect its information. He said, "System, the Eye of Exploration." Sure enough, the information about this guy appeared in Luo Chen's mind. Name: Fire Element Artificial Elf. Level 100. Attributes: Fire, Super Power. Qualification: Unknown. Evaluation: Artificial Elf, which has assembled countless elf genes, but contains more genes of Flame Chicken and Lucario, so it can integrate into the bodies of these two kinds of elf to control them. The elf guards the ultimate hole to prevent the ultimate alien beasts in the ultimate space from coming out. Ellipsis. Looking at the information in his mind, Luokan looked at the flame elf in front of him in surprise. It was actually an artificial elf fire element. No wonder he had never heard of such an elf. Moreover, Luokan also came up with a very important piece of information. This fire element suppresses the ultimate hole and prevents the ultimate alien beasts in the ultimate space from coming out through the ultimate hole. According to the memory of the previous life, Luokan also knows what the ultimate alien beast is. These are elves located in different dimensions or other dimensions. They are extremely cruel by nature and will pose a great threat to humans and elves. The terrifying creatures, their strength is still very strong. Each one is as powerful as a beast. At this time, Luokan and the others also came to the glowing white ball. Looking at the glowing white ball in front of him, Luokan knew that this should be the ultimate hole leading to the ultimate space. Ellipsis. Chapter 262. Fire Elemental, have you been guarding this ultimate cave? Luo Chen said to Fire Elemental. Fire Elemental nodded. Just when Luo Chen and the others were carefully looking at the ultimate hole that could lead to other dimensions, the fire element called out to Luokan twice, and pointed his short fingers towards the inside of the ultimate strange hole. You told me to go to the ultimate space through the ultimate cave. The fire element nodded, and then the mental power on its body moved, and the fire element pointed to the investigation. Jizhidong, a young voice came intermittently, like a child who had just learned to speak. Run, hit, you can't kill. It first pointed to Luokan, and then to Cheomung. You, and you, but, can help. The fire element may not know how long it has been in this place since birth, and has never communicated with the outside world, so the meaning of the expression is somewhat unclear. However, Luokan also understood that the fire element wanted to use the hands of Luokan and Cheomung to completely solve the problem of the extreme beasts in the ultimate space. It may be that there is an ultimate alien beast running over through the ultimate hole, and the fire element can only push it back and return it to the ultimate space. It has no strength to kill the ultimate alien beast, so it wants to use the help of the hands of Luokan and Cheomung completely solve the ultimate alien beast in the ultimate space. Luokan lowered his head and pondered for a while. With Super Dream there, his wheel-writing eyes evolved into Samsara eyes. There shouldn't be any major problems, and he was also a little curious about the difference between the ultimate space and the space where he lived. However, I have to ask Lily and Hyrna what it means to have a dream. Luokan explained the current situation to the three of them. The ultimate alien beast, the ultimate hole that can lead to other dimensions. Super Dream is not bad. After Lilia and Sharona heard about the ultimate monster, their mouths grew big. This is the first time they heard about the ultimate monster, even if they were the champions of the Shanao League. Sharona had never heard of such a thing before. After a short period of surprise, the two of them came back to their senses and were eager to try. They also wanted to see the elves in this other dimension world. Go and see. After making up his mind, he nodded to the fire element. Okay, I promise you, I'll go to the ultimate space to have a look. The fire element's voice was filled with excitement. It pointed to the ultimate hole, urging Luo Chen and his party to hurry over. Let's go and see. Luokan and his group strode into the ultimate cave, and in an instant, a colorful light radiated from the ultimate cave. This ultimate hole is actually similar to a wormhole. The moment they walked in, Luokan only felt a pulling force, and they were instantly pulled into the dimensional hole. There was no time, and the concept of space, even consciousness, is stagnant. Luokan didn't know how long it had passed. It could be a few months, or it could be just a few seconds. Soon, they walked out of the ultimate cave, and their consciousness regained their consciousness. At this time, they were already at the other end of the ultimate cave, which is where the ultimate space is located. Ellipsis. After walking out, the world in front of Luokan and the others has changed, and they have come to the ultimate space. There is no sun, no stars, and no moon in this ultimate space sky. Everything here is gray and bleak, just like the light of stars in the sky falling on the ground. Everything is covered with a hazy light, and there are strange plants growing in the whole space. Because of the lack of sunlight, these plants do not grow high, and the tallest ones know that at the knees of Luokan, under the light of this strange space, these plants also reflect the crystal light, which is very beautiful. However, being beautiful is beautiful, and there is still a sense of chill in this space. Luo Chen carefully looked at this ultimate space, but didn't know what kind of ultimate alien beast existed in this ultimate space. That's right, this kind of extreme beast exists in every extreme space. Luokan only knew that there were a total of 7 known extreme beasts, and these 7 extreme beasts were all of different species. Although he did not know whether the 7 extreme beasts had any species, he knew that the 7 extreme beasts were of different species. Extreme beasts have their own ultimate space, and they all come from different ultimate spaces. Diaresis, there is a situation. Suddenly, Mewtwo looked up at the sky. I saw a jellyfish of almost 3 meters swimming in the sky, with an elegant figure like a Nuo Li Hao girl, and a faintly beautiful singing voice came out, which was very charming under the light of the light. Looking at the jellyfish in the sky, the fire element bared its teeth towards it, and the flame on his body rose and rose. This jellyfish is the ultimate beast that exists in this ultimate space. System: Eye of Probing. Name: Zulu-eyed Ancient. Level: 2nd level Divine Beast. Attributes: Rock, Poison. Qualification: None. Evaluation: the false-eyed cell creature is extremely difficult to kill. It can be reborn as long as it has 1 cell, and it is almost immortal. However, as a price, the false Wu-eyed has no emotion and consciousness, and only has the instinct of survival. Chapter 263. False ID, one of the 7 known extreme beasts. Luokan looked up at the translucent jellyfish dancing in the sky like a girl dancing in the wind. In fact, although there are only 7 known extreme beasts, there are actually more than 7. The patron gods of the Alola region, the sun god and the moon god, and their initial form, the small nebula, were also discovered a long, long time ago. The ultimate monster from another world. It's just that the sun god and the moon god are not as brutal and bloody as the 7 known alien beasts, and will cause devastating damage to humans and elves, so they are not classified as the ultimate alien beasts. Let's go, we'll meet it, Luo Chen said. Cheomung's thought force moved, and Luokan and the others suddenly floated off the ground with their feet, and came to the middle of the air, in front of Zuwu-eyed. This false eye is really just like the probed, there is no autonomous consciousness, everything is based on instinct. For Luokan and his group who suddenly blocked their way, it paused. The translucent bubble-like head was decorated with a starfish-like decoration. It stopped in front of Luokan. Although Zuwu-eyed had no eyes and facial features, but Luo Chen and the others could feel that the other party was looking at them and everyone else. The virtual ID, who only has survival instinct, may not have felt the dangerous aura on Luokan and the others, nor did he choose to do it, but turned his body and prepared to avoid Luokan. But at this moment, Zuwu-eyed saw the fire element behind Luokan. Zuwu-eyed, who was about to leave, froze again, turned his head to look at the fire element, and it expressed a feeling of extreme anger. The virtual id has been wandering in the ultimate space for countless years, and during this period, he has accidentally drifted into the ultimate cave several times, and went directly to the underground space on the Pokemon side through the ultimate cave, but every time only one emerges. The extremely cold attack of the fire element will follow, and then directly smash the Void ID back into the ultimate space. XXX. The existence of the fire element poses a great threat to the Void ID, who survives by instinct. But because it has no consciousness, it also accidentally went through the ultimate hole to the underground space at the other end when it was floating around, so it has no way to destroy the fire element that is a great threat to itself. Find. But now, it has finally found this thing that is extremely threatening to itself. According to the survival instinct deeply imprinted in its mind, once it finds something that is threatening to itself, it must immediately destroy it. Everything is based on its own survival. First priority. Suddenly, Zuwu-eyed attacked violently, and its tentacles were as fast as lightning, blasting towards the fire element. However, fire element is not a vegetarian. At the moment when the tentacles hit it, it chirped, and its body became larger, about 2 meters, and it raised its fist to meet it. Slap! The fire elemental punch interrupted one of the tentacles of the Void-eyed, and then the fire element flapped its wings and rushed over, with black flames on the fist, and punched the head of the Void-eyed. And go. A huge squeezing force came, and the head of Zuwu-eyed was like a plate of balloons subjected to great squeezing force, and it exploded with a bang. The fire element returned to Luokan's side again, but it was not happy to see the headless virtual-eyed. A second later, I saw that the head parts blasted out by Zuwu-eyed were quickly reorganizing and returned to its neck, as were its broken tentacles. In just 1 second, it recovered again. It turned out to be intact. Looking at this scene, Luokan was a little surprised. He was really immortal, and the speed of regeneration was astonishing. The Void ID recovered again, it let out a harsh scream, and then a green liquid sprayed out from its mouth overwhelmingly towards Luo Chen and them. Chao Meng quickly put up a protective cover. The green liquid was all sprinkled on the protective cover, and the protective cover immediately blew white smoke. This green liquid was extremely corrosive. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Then, Chao Meng sent out an energy ball, and the energy ball slammed into the past, and the Zuwu-eyed suddenly burst open, exploded into countless pieces, and fell to the ground. Go down and have a look. Fallen dust and they flew down. Sure enough, they still couldn't kill Zuwu-eyed. When they came to the ground, Zuluide's body had already reconstituted most of them, and in half a minute, it became a complete appearance again. Go and try again. Zuluide had just finished recovering. Cheomung rushed over again with a bang, punched it, and the body that Zuluide had just assembled exploded again, and the ground was broken. Use fire to burn its body tissue. The fire element flew out and burned the body fragments of Zuluide completely, and the body fragments of Zuluide could not be found in front of him. But it's still useless. As long as there is one cell alive in ID, it can always be reborn. Although Luo Chen and the others burned their body tissues, after all, there are some body cells that they cannot find. Try it with ice. The illusory Ide recovered, and Cheomung froze its entire body, which was also useless. The opponent's body did not know what combination it was made of. Once it was frozen, its body surface would secrete a kind of a liquid that quickly dissolves ice. Ellipsis. After that, Luokan and Cheomung used many methods, but they were unable to kill each other. Can you kill it with all your strength? Luo Chen asked Chao Meng. You don't have to use all your strength to kill it. You can kill it with the power of the law. With the power of the law, Luokan frowned. These extreme beasts are all monsters. Only the power of the law can kill Zuluide, which means that only a first-level divine beast can kill it. Do I need to destroy it? Mewtwo asked. Wait first, I'll try if I can subdue it. Luokan took out a Pokeball and threw it towards Zuluide. Sichuan. Chapter 264. Luo Chen took an ordinary Pokeball and threw it towards Zuluide. The Pokeball drew a parabola, hitting Ide's body, and with a bang, the Pokeball exploded. Luokan frowned, and then threw the high-level ball. The same is true for the high-level ball. As soon as it touched its body, it exploded. Then he tried other balls, and the results were all the same, and he couldn't put them into the Pokeball. Forget it, destroy it. Luo Chen said helplessly to Chao Meng. Cheomung didn't answer, but stared at Yudaman for a while. I seem to have felt this strange energy on it before. It frowned and fell into deep thought. After a while, Cheomung looked up at Luokan. Give me that black Pokeball. Black Pokeball. Luo Chen was a little confused. It was the black Pokeball that you told me to open last time, and I couldn't destroy it with the power of the law. Hearing Chao Meng's words, Luo Chen was slightly startled. After a long delay, he remembered that he did have this Pokeball. He rummaged in his backpack for a while and found the Pokeball mentioned by Chao Meng. Looking at this incomparably dark, whole-body texture that is as smooth as an ink gemstone, the entire sphere has no gaps, it is one whole body, and it feels very heavy in the hand, as if it is a naturally generated elf ball. There are 7 star-shaped grooves on the surface of the Pokeball surrounding the Pokeball. These 7 star grooves are just connected end-to-end and circle around. Luokan recalled for a long time that this elf ball seemed to be something that he had opened from the Gene Jade box of Shalufu Company before. There were 3 things obtained from the Gene Jade box. Gene technology data, the last one is this black Pokeball. This Pokeball is also the most mysterious of the 3 things. At that time, Luo Chen was still curious about whether there were Pokemon in it and what the Pokeball was used for. Later, he tried a lot of methods to be unable to open the Pokeball. In the end, after finding Mewtwo can't open or destroy it with the power of law. Wuj Luokan just threw it away in the bag and didn't pay attention anymore. After a long time, he almost forgot that he had this Pokeball. Give it to me, I'll make sure. Mewtwo took the black Pokeball from Luokan. Are you sure? Could this Pokeball be used to conquer Eidolon? Mewtwo didn't answer. It held the Pokeball and closed its eyes to feel it carefully. After a long time, it opened its eyes. Sure enough, the aura on this Pokeball is a bit similar to the aura on Void-Eyed. Try to see if the Pokeball is useful to it. If it doesn't work, it can only be destroyed. Luokan took the black Pokeball and threw it away. The black Pokeball formed a perfect parabola and smashed it towards the Void-Eyed. Just as it was about to hit, the black elf ball stopped in the air, and floated strangely in front of Zhu Ai's forehead. Looking at this scene, Luo Chen's eyes lit up. There is a drama. The black elf ball was spinning faintly in midair, and suddenly, the dim light on its body flashed, and the black elf ball actually turned into a black hole the size of a sphere. An incomparably powerful suction passed over. However, I am very angry. This suction seems to be only for Zhu Ai. The suction is very strong, but the sand and dust on the ground are not moving at all, and Zhu Ai's body is being pulled into the black hole little by little. The scene is like a vacuum cleaner facing a cloud of smoke, being swallowed continuously. This scene lasted about half a minute, and soon, Zhu Ai was completely sucked into the black hole. After absorbing void-eyed, the black hole disappeared, turned into a pokeball again, and fell to the ground with a slap. Ellipsis. Luokan walked over and picked up the pokeball. He didn't expect that the pokeball could actually conquer Zhu Ai. What? When he picked it up and took a look, he found that the appearance of the pokeball had changed. The pokeball used to be incomparably dark before, but now it has turned into a translucent texture like suet jade, just like the skin of Zhu Ai. There is still no gap on the pokeball. Moreover, after looking carefully at the translucent pokeball, he also found that there are 7 star patterned grooves on the outside of the pokeball, in which a golden star is inlaid, while the other 6 are still empty grooves. Luo Chen stared at the transformed pokeball and frowned. Why did the pokeball change its appearance after subduing an ultimate alien beast? And one of the 7 star grooves is also inlaid with a gold star. Looking at the remaining 6 star grooves, Luo Chen was thoughtful. There are a total of 7 known extreme beasts, and there are also a total of 7 star grooves on the pokeball. After that, one of the grooves was filled, so it seems that this pokeball is not only able to subdue one ultra beast, it is estimated that it can subdue all ultra beasts into this pokeball. At this moment, Luokan was full of doubts. If all 7 extreme beasts were captured into this pokeball, when the 7 star grooves on the outside of the pokeball were filled, what would happen after that? After that, he also tried to see if he could the void-eyed in the spirit ball was released, but the result was that it couldn't. There was no gap in the whole body of the spirit ball, and it was one whole body. The void-eyed couldn't be released at all, as if it was sealed inside. Helpless, Luokan had no choice but to put the pokeball away again. At this moment, he fell into deep thought. This Shilufu company is really mysterious. Why did they have this pokeball that specializes in catching the ultimate alien beast? Are they trying to capture the ultimate alien beast? What did they want to capture the ultimate alien beast? And where did this mysterious pokeball come from? At this moment, Luokan's heart was full of 100,000 reasons, but he couldn't figure it out and he didn't go into it. He believed that one day he would solve the mystery. Ellipsis. Chapter 265. Putting the pokeball in place, Luo Chen stood up. Let's go, let's see if there are other things in this ultimate space. Then Luokan and his group left the place and started to wander in the ultimate space. This ultimate space is not very big, it is probably only half the size of Nashi Island. Soon, they visited the entire ultimate space, but they found nothing, and did not gain anything. It seems that there is really nothing else in this place except Zhu Ai. Let's go out. There is nothing to do in this place. Luokan and his party came to the ultimate cave, just when they were about to leave through the ultimate cave. Suddenly, the entire ultimate space dimmed for a while, and the scene was as if the voltage of the light bulb was unstable, but it lasted for a short time, only about 1 second, and then, the plants in the entire ultimate space suddenly burst. Countless light spots floated out. These colorful spots of light emerged from the plant like fireflies, and floated in the air. In an instant, the entire ultimate space was filled with these colorful spots of light, and when they fell, they seemed to be in like the ocean of these light spots. It is very dreamy. Luo Chen and the others were stunned for a moment. What's going on? A spot of light floated in front of Lily's eyes. Lily couldn't help but stretch out her hand and touch it with her finger, but her finger went through. These things have no substance. they are really just a spot of light. Looking at these light spots, Luo Chen frowned. What the hell is going on? Why are these things appearing on plants? They all seem to be gathering towards a certain place in the sky. Chao Meng raised his head and stared at the sky. Luokan looked up and saw that these light spots really converged towards a certain place in the sky. He stared at the sky. There was originally no luminous source such as the sun and the moon in the sky of this ultimate space, but I don't know when a luminous source like the moon appeared in the sky. Falling dust can guarantee that this luminous source is the same as before. None, and these points of light are converging towards this moon-like luminous source. At this time, the light source is constantly absorbing these light spots. Let's go up and have a look, Luo Chen said to Chao Meng. Chao Meng nodded, and with a movement of his thoughts, he wrapped the crowd and flew towards the sky. Ellipsis. However, when they were halfway through the flight, the light source in the sky suddenly flew away with a bang, and then disappeared without a trace. Luokan and the others were stunned for a moment. If it wasn't for the light spot in the sky, they all thought they had hallucinations, and that light source really disappeared. This thing still has consciousness. Is it a living body? Luo Chen couldn't help being interested in this light source. He said to Chao Meng, let's see if we can find it. Chao Meng closed his eyes, and his mental power spread out, searching for the whereabouts of the light source. After half a minute, he shook his head. No, I can't detect it. Can't you? Luokan nodded, then his eyes widened, and samsara eyes appeared. Luokan's gaze swept inch by inch in the air, and soon it found something unusual. In the sky 50 meters away from them, there was something there. The light source actually changed its skin color like a chameleon and merged with the sky. If it wasn't for Luokan's reincarnation eyes, they wouldn't necessarily find it if they were blind. Arrive. Super Dream is ready, Luo Chen whispered to Super Dream, and then immediately said to Shane Duo, Duo, use teleportation towards that place. With a bang, Shanado used teleportation, and the group instantly appeared in the hiding place of the light source. Grab it. Chao Meng's thought force moved and wanted to imprison the luminous body. But then it discovered that its own mind power did not have any effect on it, and it was like sinking into the sea when it acted on it. It was immune to its own mind power, so it was no wonder that its own mental power could not scan it. No mental power. Chao Meng copied it with a big hand and grabbed it. At the moment when Chao Meng grabbed it, the light source was also very flexibly dodged, and the sound of breaking the air came, and it continued to flee into the distance, at an extremely fast speed. Diaresis, he is actually conscious. Luokan and the others can now confirm that this thing is indeed conscious. Where are you going? XXX. Luokan stretched out his hand to face this luminous source, Vientiantianian. Suddenly, a huge attraction came from his palm, as if it turned into a black hole. The speed of the light source stagnated, and then flew upside down towards the falling dust. Soon it was caught in Luo Chen's hand, unable to escape Luo Chen's palm. It also kept struggling, Nuo Lihao, in Luokan's hands. It's not a living body, but a stone. He looked at the light source in his hand and found that it was not a living body, but a rhomboid diamond version of a crystal-like stone. What is this? Do you know each other? Luo Chen asked. But Mewtwo and Lily shook their heads. They had never seen this thing before. At this moment, Luokan's backpack was opened, and a figure made of purple crystals jumped onto Luokan's arm. This is the shimmering green caterpillar, which is also known as the hollow worm. The sky-splitting insect stared at the crystal in Luokan's hand with scarlet eyes. As if stunned by a demon, it looked at Luokan, and there was an expression of extreme longing in its eyes. Ellipsis. Chapter 266. Looking at the performance of the air-splitting worm, Luokan was a little stunned, and a thought faintly rose in his mind. Isn't this just a coincidence? What's going on with the hollow insect? Why do you want this spar? Luo Chen asked at the hollow insect. The air-cracking worm was screaming at Luo Chen, followed by physical movements. Luo Chen stared at it for a long time and didn't understand what the other party wanted to express. If only you could speak, Luokan was a little helpless. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead violently. Look at my brain. He said to Shinado who was beside him. Xanaduo, telepathy, connect me and the sky insect. Through Shinaduo's telepathy, the words of the air-splitting insect rang directly in Luokan's heart. I don't know, I just feel that this spar is very important to me. Looking at this spar, all the cells in my body are in eager. It looked at the spar in Luokan's hand, and there was a feeling of extreme longing in its eyes. It looked like a ghost in color, seeing a beautiful beauty who was all picked by you. Luo Chen knew it in his heart. It seems that this thing is probably something that can make the crack-empty worm evolve. Then he lowered his head and carefully looked at the spar in his hand. The appearance of this spar was a diamond-like rhombus. It was a little warm in his hand, like a jade to the touch, but the inside of this spar was like a starry sky. Filled with several 5-color light spots, it is like 5 stars of different colors dotted in the night sky. These 5 light spots will be dark and bright regularly, which is very extraordinary. At this time, it was shaking non-stop in Luokan's hand, trying to break free of Luokan's hand and escape. Hey, can you understand me? Luo Chen said to the crystal in his hand. He suspected that this thing was conscious. But the crystal didn't respond at all, and was still struggling in Luokan's hands. Then Luokan used his mental power to communicate with it again, and also asked Shinado to conduct telepathy on it. After using many methods, the other party did not respond at all. Fallen Chen can also figure it out. This thing is unconscious. Its existence is very similar to Zuwu-eyed. It is just an instinct. The reason why it was hidden before was also driven by the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm, not a possessor. Self-conscious beings. Master, give it to me quickly. Watching Luokan keep playing with the spar he needed, the sky splitter couldn't wait, and kept urging. Seeing the other party's unbearable appearance, Luokan laughed dumbly. He grabbed the crystal and moved in front of the skycracker. Okay, here it is. Looking at the diamond-shaped spar that was close at hand, making all the cells in his whole body cheer, the space splinter didn't want to delay for a second. It jumped up, and the whole body lay on the crystal. Just when the space splitter touched the crystal seemed to sense something. It suddenly stopped resisting and became quiet, and obediently stayed in Luokan's hands. Then, the starry sky in the crystal suddenly flashed, and the 5 multicolored light spots were also like this. From Luokan's line of sight, it seemed that there was a starry sky in the crystal. Luokan only felt a repulsive force coming. His hand was bounced away, the crystal began to spin faintly, and then floated up with the sky splitter, came to the air, and finally stagnated in the air. The speed of its rotation is getting faster and faster, and what follows is a mist dotted with countless sparkling stars that continuously emanates from the crystal. It didn't take long for this mist dotted with countless crystal starlights to replace the sky of the ultimate space, filling the entire sky of the ultimate space, and these starlights were very bright. After the starlight mist, 5 multicolored light spots also jumped out from the crystal. At the moment when they jumped out, the entire body turned into ashes and dissipated, but the body of the space worm was still stagnant in the air. These 5 multicolored light spots are like 5 suns hanging above the sky, and the 5 rays of light that shine down light up the entire ultimate space. At this time, the air-splitting worm floating in the sky suddenly raised up to the sky and uttered a loud, sharp and harsh sound. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Then, these starlight mists seemed to be summoned by something. All of them converged towards the air-splitting worm, and finally all poured into its body, and the 5 multicolored light spots moved after the mist. With a thud, they drilled in from the center of the air-splitting worm's eyebrows. At this time, the body of the air-splitting worm has also undergone tremendous changes. When everything poured into its body, it screamed again up to the sky, and a dazzling white light suddenly erupted from its body. This is evolved white light. Looking at the evolving white light, Luokan's face burst with joy. It really is the item that the space splinter needs to evolve. Is this space splinter finally going to evolve into a sky splinter? 0. In the white light, the body of the worm is constantly getting bigger, pulling, and pulling up. At the same time, as its body continued to change in the light of evolution, a coercion rose between the heavens and the earth, and it kept getting stronger, and the whole world suddenly became dignified. In the white light, the body of the worm is still changing. After half an hour, the white light dissipated. Hold head high. A dragon's roar was earth-shattering, resounding through the sky. A dragon-shaped creature soars freely in the air. Evolution succeeded. Luo Chen was overjoyed. He raised his head, just as he was about to see the sky-splitting insect that evolved into the sky-splitting seat. He was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes burst into joy again, which was actually different from the sky-splitting seat in his impression. In his eyes, a whole body is purple, with 2 slender and ferocious dragon horns on the top of its head, red edges on the shoulders and the lower part of the body, and sharp flanks like a rudder, and the tail end has the domineering of thorn-like fins. Dragon-shaped creatures soar between heaven and earth. And what is even more eye-catching is that there are actually 5 color energy balls surrounding it, like a guard. This is different from the void seat that everyone knows. This void seat of Fallen Chen is a kind of void seat that has never appeared in the world. Sichuan. Chapter 267. His crack is a flash crack. After the skycracker evolved into the skycrawler, it flew freely between the heavens and the earth. When it soared, a faint starlight mist would be released from its tail, and a splendid aurora-like thing was drawn behind it. There were bursts of excited roars from its mouth. The dragon roared to the sky, and its body was like a wandering dragon. After dancing in the sky for a long time, Kaikongzu swooped down and stagnated in front of Luokan. It called out to Luokan with a trembling voice, and the excitement in its eyes were so intense that it couldn't be dissipated. Its eyes looking at Luokan were also full of gratitude. It really didn't think that one day it would be able to evolve into Rift Seat. This was something that it never dared to think about before. Before encountering Luokan, it had already accepting his fate. He intends to live as a green caterpillar until the end of his life since 960. Later, even if he encounters Luokan who calls out his identity, even if Luokan promises that he will evolve into an empty seat in the future, it will not seriously. After all, it knows that the probability that it wants to evolve into a Rift Seat is pitifully small. But it really didn't think that it would actually be able to evolve Rift Seat. This is something it never thought of, so it is extremely grateful to Luokan. If there is no Luokan, it would not be today. Fortunately, I am glad that I chose to travel with Luokan. Looking at Luokan in front of him, he has already made up his mind that no matter who wants to hurt Luokan in the future, he has to step over its corpse. Ellipsis. Of course, Luo Chen didn't know what was going on in his heart at this time, and he was also carefully looking at the cracking seat in front of him. He is very familiar with Rifted Seat, and he has seen it several times in Daklido's dreams, but this is the first time he has seen this Rifted Seat in front of him, whether in his previous life or this life. System, Eye of Probing, he said silently in his heart. The information of Rikongza floated in his mind. Name, Risakuza Flash. Level 100, Second Class Divine Beast. Attributes, Flying, Ghost, Dragon. Qualification, First Class Divine Beast. Evaluation, Flashing Risora, the worm evolved from an unknown energy evolution stone. It is different from the known Rikras, which has a special organ called the Emperor Organ. The Emperor Organ. It can store the energy in the meteorites that Kongza devoured by instinct in the atmosphere. This energy is very powerful. Using this energy, Rikongza can use the ultimate trick of destroying the world, and this flashing Rikongza has some advantages. Different, its Emperor Organ is not located in the body. The 5 colored light balls suspended around it are its Emperor Organ. Ellipsis. Looking at the information and materials of the crackling seat in his mind, Luokan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that in addition to the flight type and the dragon type, there was a ghost type in his own crackling seat, but when he saw the Emperor organ, his eyes widened. The meteorite energy stored in the Emperor organ is the most powerful attack energy of Rikakusa, and his own Emperor organ is not located in the body, and the 5 colored light balls are its Emperor organ. So, doesn't it mean that you have 5 Emperor organs? In other words, at the same level, your own flash rift is 5 times more powerful than the one in the ozone layer. Luokan swallowed his saliva, feeling a little too excited in his heart. At the same time, Lily and Sharona looked at Rikongza with great excitement. They didn't expect to be fortunate enough to see Rikongza's birth process. The 3 of them slowed down for a long time before they came back to their senses. Luo Chen took a deep breath. Let's go out. Luo Chen said, there is nothing to stay in this ultimate space. Korakuza, you just evolved, take a rest first. He put the rift seat back into the Pokeball, and then came to the ultimate cave. The sense of involvement came again. People were pulled into the ultimate cave. When they opened their eyes again, they had come to the underground cavity of the previous trial grotto. This ultimate hole also shrank rapidly after everyone came out, and soon disappeared from the wall without a trace. It seems that after Luokan and the others conquered the Void-Eyed and the mysterious Spar, the ultimate cave also disintegrated and disappeared automatically. Let's go up. With the help of the fire element, they came to the trial grotto again. Walk out of the trial grotto and come to the outside of the cave entrance. Okay, we're going to travel. Luokan looked at the black flame floating in front of him and said, Fire element, now there is no ultimate hole, I have also caught the virtual eyed in the ultimate space, you don't need to be here anymore. You can do your own thing and see all kinds of scenery in this world. The fire element's eyes are a little confused. It has been guarding here for countless years since it was born, and has never left this cave for half a step. Now that the task has been completed, it really doesn't know what to do. Perhaps seeing the confusion in Huo Elemental's eyes, Luo Chen said, since you have no plans for the time being, do you want to follow me? He smiled and stretched out his hand to the fire element. You can leave at any time when you find what you want to do or where you want to go in the future. Huo Elemental looked up at Luokan's warm eyes, a little stunned, and then nodded heavily. Luokan is the only human it has come into contact with for so many years, and Luokan helped it solve the illusory eyed in the ultimate space and let it be liberated. It is also full of goodwill and gratitude to Luokan. Luokan smiled and said, welcome to join. Lily, Sharona, and Chao Meng who were on the side also said, welcome to join. Let's go. He released the fire-breathing dragon, and the group took the fire-breathing dragon and left the trial grotto. Ellipsis. They had just flown for a while, just as they were heading towards their next destination. In the sky, Luokan's communicator rang. Seeing that the caller was from an unknown number, Luokan was a little puzzled. Who could it be? When Luokan was connected, Junsha's slightly resentful voice came over. It's so hard for me to find what you want, and now that I finally found it, are you not going to reward me? At the end of her speech, Junsha squeaked a little. Airway. Luokan automatically ignored her last sentence. His eyes lit up. Is there any news? There is. Okay, I'll go right there. He hung up the phone and patted the fire-breathing dragon. Go to Sora City. He was a little overjoyed, and finally there was news. Sure enough, the information of the Junsha family was strong. Ellipsis. XXX. Chapter 268. The fire-breathing dragon galloped all the way towards the direction of Sora City. An hour later, he came to the sky above Sora City and landed on the roof of a building where the helicopter was parked. This building is extremely towering, with a height of 100 stories. Not to mention the interior, the exterior decoration is very luxurious. This is the tallest building in Soluo City, and it can be said to be a landmark. At the same time, it is also the most luxurious and extravagant high-end hotel in Soluo City. It is said that food from all regions of the world can be eaten here. However, there are a lot of rules here. Only those below the 20th floor are open to ordinary people, and those above the 20th floor are only open to those who are distinguished and have a certain social status. As soon as Luokan and the others jumped off the fire-breathing dragon, 2 waiters in suits and white gloves immediately greeted them and respectfully said to Luokan, "Hello, I was sent by Miss Junsha to pick you up." "Well, trouble you," Luo Chen replied with a smile. "No trouble, this is what I should do, please come with me." The waiter made a gesture of invitation. "Miss Junsha is waiting for you on the 88th floor." Luokan took back the fire-breathing dragon, and a few people followed behind the waiter into the hotel. They boarded the hotel's sightseeing elevator, which went down smoothly and slowly. Standing in the tallest building in the city, standing in the sightseeing elevator, you can have a panoramic view of the whole city of Solo, and it is quite a feeling of being at a high place and seeing the mountains and small mountains. Ding! Soon, the elevator arrived, and the waiter brought Luo Chen and the others to the door of a room. "Mr. Luokan, Miss Junsha is waiting for you inside." Luo Chen nodded, opened the door and walked in. It's not so much a room, but an incomparably wide hall, as big as 1 or 2 basketball courts. The decoration is very high-end, luxurious and connotative, and this room is also a panoramic room with no walls around it. All are floor-to-ceiling glass. Coming. There is a crystal table in the middle of the room, and there are several maids beside the round table. Junsha sat on Ru's soft chair with long hair in a shawl. Today, she was wearing casual clothes with a loose top and a pair of denim shorts. You could clearly see by Wawa's big legs. Junsha saw that Luokan was coming. She put down the red wine glass in her hand, stretched out, showing the arrogant curve in front of her. Her voice was like a lazy kitten. "Finally here, I've been waiting for you for a long time, come here, sit down." Luokan and the others walked over and sat on the chairs, and the maid beside them quickly poured them red wine. Sitting on a chair, the whole view of Borneo City can be seen under the eyes. Looking down at the mountains, looking down, there will be a feeling in the heart that everything is under control. "How's it going? Isn't my hotel pretty good?" Junsha said with a sip of red wine. Luokan was not surprised when he heard the words. How could ordinary people have the capital and courage to build such a landmark building? He nodded. Yes, as expected of the Junsha family, the capital is strong. "No, it's not our family's property, it's my own." "Yours?" Luo Chen was taken aback. "That's right, it's mine." Junsha shook the glass, looking at Luokan with her beautiful eyes. She smiled sweetly. "Would you like to think about it again, marry me, etc.? My people are yours, and everything I have is yours." The moment she spoke, 2 murderous gazes stared at her, and then these 2 gazes fiercely looked towards Luokan. Cough cough. Luo Chen smiled bitterly. "Stop joking." "I'm not joking," Junsha muttered with some resentment. Luokan quickly changed the topic. "By the way, I'm asking you to find something, any news?" Hearing about the business, Junsha was also sitting up. "Yes, I have to say that you and the Flare team seem to be fighting each other." "What happened?" "See for yourself." Junsha opened the laptop. There was some information on it. She handed the computer to Luokan. Luokan carefully checked the information on the computer. After a while, he raised his head and frowned. Is he actually taken away by the people of the Flare group? That's right, Amrado, one of the 3 legendary lake elves in the Shanao area, came to Carlos and was captured by the Flare group not long after, and is now locked in a secret experiment in the Flare group. In the base. That's right, what Luokan asked the Junsha family to look for was Amrado, one of the 3 holy mushrooms who escaped to the Carlos area under the pursuit of the Galaxy group. Joey looked at Luokan and said, "You are looking for Amrado, and the other 2 elves in the lake should also be in your hands, right?" Although this is an interrogative sentence, Junsha's tone is an affirmative sentence. "There's nothing to hide," Luo Chen nodded. "That's right." Junsha nodded and didn't ask anything. There is news of Amrado so soon, and Luokan is also very satisfied. Sure enough, the Junsha family is strong. If it were him, he would not be able to find it. The ghost knows that Emeraldo will be given by the Flare Squad. Grab it. By the way, isn't there any specific news about another matter? Luokan asked. No, but some clues have been found, and there should be news soon. Well, let me know as soon as you find out. Clear. Luokan nodded. He squinted at the information on the computer screen, and took down the address of the secret experimental base of the Flare group in his heart. It's time to gather the 3 holy mushrooms, and then see the god of time and the god of space. Ellipsis. Chapter 269. Okay, it's time for us to have dinner after talking about business. Junsha clapped her hands, and many waiters filed in with exquisite desserts, placing the dessert plates on the dining table. These desserts are exquisitely crafted one by one, and they are beautiful and delicious, just like a piece of art. Girls have no resistance to sweets and delicacies. Since these desserts were served, Lily and Sharona's eyes were glued to the table. Try it, these are the specialties of each region. Luokan happened to be wandering around in the ultimate space for a long time, and his stomach was hungry, so he was not polite to her right now. As for Sharona and Lily, when Junsha's voice just fell, they couldn't bear it any longer. They picked up their chopsticks and started to move. Ellipsis. After a long time, after tasting all the desserts, Zyrna and Lilia reluctantly put down their chopsticks, mainly because they knew that eating too many desserts and these high-calorie foods would make them fat. They still choose between food and body. After all, no matter how delicious the food is, it's important to keep in shape. Finished? Asked Luo Chen, who had eaten well for a while. Luo Chen nodded and said to Junsha, "Thank you for the hospitality, we will say goodbye first." "So soon? Don't you sit for a while? Don't you just want to stay with me?" Junsha pouted and looked at Luokan with a resentful expression, and the resentful eyes made Luokan get goosebumps all over. No, it's time to do exercise after dinner." Luo Chen looked at the computer screen beside him, his eyes flashing dangerously. "Exercise after dinner," Junsha said to Lily and Sharona, "You guys should step back first." Then she pushed the strands of hair floating in front of her back behind her ears, and said to Luo Chen, "There is a restroom here, let's go to post-dinner exercise." After she finished speaking, she leaned forward and blew a sigh of relief towards Luokan's face. Her lips were rosy and glittering. "I can also play temptation in a police uniform." Cough cough. Luo Chen almost choked on his own saliva. "Go away." Seeing this scene, Lilia and Sharona suddenly exploded like a cat that had invaded the territory. They stretched out their hands and pulled Luokan over, protecting them like a calf behind their backs, and then stared viciously. Junsha. Seeing this, Junsha scratched her eyelids with her index finger and made a grimace. She stuck out her tongue. "Don't be angry, you're done laughing." Humph. The two girls snorted coldly. Okay, no joke." Junsha instantly returned to her previous appearance. Luokan stared blankly. As expected of a woman, her face could change as soon as she said it, and she didn't know which one was her real appearance. "Are you going to the secret research base of the Flare Corps to capture Emeraldo?" she said. "There's nothing to hide," Luo Chen nodded. "That's right. I just have nothing to do today, so I'm going to." "Yes, but it may be very dangerous." "It's all right, with you here, there is something that can hurt me." Junsha glanced at Cheomong, who had stayed by the window and watched the scenery outside the window as soon as she came in. "Since you are not afraid, then I have nothing against it." Ellipsis. "Let's go, Cheomong," Luokan greeted. The group returned to the top of the building. Luokan released a fire-breathing dragon, and the three of them rode on it. Junsha also wanted to jump up, but Lily and Sharona quickly stopped her. "It's too crowded, there's no room left." Junsha smiled and threw a pokeball. There was a flash of white light in the sky. One was ferocious. The color of the body was mainly blue. The body was covered with black hair and had 3 pairs of black wings on the back. The elves appeared in the sky. But the most striking thing is that this elf actually has 3 extremely ferocious heads. The eyes in the 3 heads are extremely red, and the whole body exudes a cold evil spirit. This elf and Junsha are standing together. Coupled with Junsha's temperament, it gives people an extremely contradictory feeling. 3-headed dragon. The 3-headed dragon, like the fast dragon, belongs to the quasi-god elf, and it is the quasi-god of the Hajong area. The 3-headed dragon's temper was also extremely violent. As soon as it came out and saw the fire-breathing dragon beside it, it roared at the fire-breathing dragon. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Quiet. Junsha went over and slapped it. This Junsha has cultivated the 3-headed dragon well. As soon as she made a sound, the 3-headed dragon really stopped. Looking at the 3-headed dragon, Luokan was a little surprised. Does this beautiful girl like to use the elf with a hideous appearance so much? Sharona is also, the first main battle elf is the fierce biting land shark that is not much more than a 3-headed dragon in appearance. Okay, let's go. Junsha jumped onto the 3-headed dragon's back. The fire-breathing dragon and the 3-headed dragon cut through the sky and flew into the distance. Ellipsis. They galloped all the way, and after a while, they came to the sky above Shailan Town. This is the 3rd time that Luokan has come to Shailan Town. He just left from Shailan Town a few hours ago, but he didn't expect to come back now. Flying over Shailan Town, they came to the sky above a large lake on the outskirts of Shailan Town. According to the information of the Junsha family, the secret research base of the Flare Group is under the lake. I didn't expect Shailan Town to have 2 bases of flaming flames. Luokan stared at the lake. He had to say that this was something he hadn't even thought of. If it wasn't for the information from the Junsha family, Luokan really couldn't think of it. The Flare Group actually has 2 bases in Shailan Town. I have to say that the Flare Group's trick is well used. This is entirely based on the principle of waiting for the next black. Yes, this happens to be the use of psychology. You destroyed another base in Shailan Town. In your mind, this base in Shailan Town has been destroyed by you. In the future, even if you want to find the Flare Group, you will also automatically ignore Shailan Town, because in your opinion, the base in Shailan Town has been destroyed by yourself. However, no matter how cunning the Flare team is, they can't escape the information of your Junsha family. Luokan looked at the calm lake under his feet, and an icy gleam flashed in his eyes. Fire-breathing dragon, say hello, use jet flame. The fire-breathing dragon let out a low roar, the flames on the tail flame burned fiercely, and an extremely hot, magma-like jet flame erupted fiercely from its mouth. Sichuan. Chapter 270. The flame that almost condensed into a substance suddenly sprayed into the lake. Good tilde. The jet flame fell into the lake water, and in an instant, the lake was dyed blood red, and countless water vapors rose from the contact between the flame and the lake water, and then the lake was bubbling like boiling water. The water level of the lake is dropping at a rate visible to the naked eye. At the same time, under the lake, there is an underground space extending in all directions. All the passages are made of cold steel. Walking in it is like being in a spaceship, full of science fiction. XXX. At this time, there are several large computers in the control room of the underground base, and there are dense data on the computer screen. There are many people sitting in front of the computer monitoring the data. Suddenly, the room was reminded of an extremely urgent alarm sound, and these computer screens also flashed a dangerous red light. What happened? Someone immediately operated the keys on the computer. In an instant, a 3D virtual stereoscopic picture appeared on the computer screen. The 3D stereoscopic picture was exactly the 3D stereoscopic picture of the lake above their base. However, the water level of the lake is dropping rapidly, and the temperature of the lake water has exceeded 100 degrees Celsius, and the lake water is boiling. How so? Someone invaded. Report the matter to Lord Kusalowski. Yes. In an instant, on the screen of the monitoring room, an image of a middle-aged man with a pot belly with a tuft of red hair on his head appeared on the screen. What's going on? Report, sir, someone is attacking the lake above us, and looking at him, it seems that he is coming for us. Hearing this, the middle-aged man with a pot belly was instantly annoyed. How dare you come to trouble our flare corps? Notify the fighters at the base, and go out to fight. I want to see who is so bold. Clear. One of them took a photo of a red button on the wall. Suddenly, the entire underground base of the flare corps sounded an extremely harsh alarm. As soon as they heard the siren, the fighters in the underground base moved one after another and were well trained. Ellipsis. On the lake, Luokan saw that he had made such a big noise, and the people at the base of the flame group under the lake had not moved for so long. He was a little impatient, wondering if he should call Cheomung to blow up the entire lake directly. But at this moment, swoosh tilde. At the bottom of the lake, suddenly two green light beams shot towards Luo Chen and them at a very fast speed. Be careful. The fire-breathing dragon and the three-headed dragon also reacted extremely quickly. They flapped their wings and ducked to one side. Two green beams passed by them and penetrated to a large mountain in the distance. Boom. Immediately, a big explosion occurred on the mountain, and a large forest fell. Then, countless gray and huge things like tree roots jumped up from the ground, turning the explosion place into a place of nothingness. Looking at this familiar scene, Luokan smiled. This is indeed the base of the Flaming Flame group. At this time, there was another movement from the bottom of the lake. This time, it was not an energy beam, but an elevator rising from the bottom of the lake. Seeing this, Luo Chen squinted his eyes and smiled lightly. The Lord has finally come out. Soon, the people of the flare corps came out of the elevator. The leader was a middle-aged man with a straight belly and a bunch of red hair on his head. He also wore a red goggles, but the most eye-catching the only thing was his zombie-like complexion because he hadn't seen the sun for too long. Kusalaski, the second figure of the flare corps, a famous scientist and elf cell researcher. The moment he appeared, Luokan's specific information appeared in Luokan's mind, which was recorded in great detail in the information of the flaming group given by Junsha. Kusalaski looked at Luokan blankly. Who are you? Why do you dare to attack our flare group? Would you believe me if I said that I was giving the elf special training to improve the fire skills of the fire-breathing dragon so that it could attack the lake? Luo Chen said. Whether it's true or not, you can't get out of here today. If you attack our base on purpose, it can only be said that you are daring. Your life is not good. There was a cold glow in Kusaluoki's eyes, and they would never let the people who knew their secret base leave. Really, I'm so scared. Junsha on the side pretended to be very scared. Kusalos looked at Junsha and felt a little familiar, because Junsha was wearing casual clothes today, so he didn't recognize it immediately, but he recognized it quickly. He was stunned for a moment. Miss Junsha, why are you here? Here. When talking to Junsha, his tone was not as arrogant as before. It would be fine if he could kill the other party directly, but if one of these people escaped, the entire Flash group would be over. After all, facing Junsha is this huge. Even if you put the entire Flash group on it, it is not enough to look at. Didn't you just kill us to silence us? Junsha said. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Kusalos was a little embarrassed. I don't know what Ms. Junsha has ordered when she arrives. If you need something, we will serve it immediately. Kusalos had already made up his mind. He quickly sent Junsha away, and immediately moved to the base. This base could no longer stay there. Luo Chen said lightly, Emrado should be in your hands, right? Hand over Emrado. Kursalok's eyes narrowed. How did they know about this? He is currently experimenting with Emrador, and this experiment is at an important juncture. If the experiment is successful, then Emrador will be more important than Zygarde, so he must not hand over Emrador. He took a deep breath, looked at Junsha and said, I don't understand what you're talking about. How could Emrado be in our hands? Isn't it one of the 3 lake gods in the Shanao region? Shouldn't it be in the gods? The Austrian area. Are you underestimating the intelligence capabilities of our Junsha family? Or are you underestimating our Junsha family? Junsha said with a smile. Kusalo's eyes flickered. The other party wanted Emrado, and he couldn't hand Emrador out, so there was only one way to go. His eyes flashed fiercely. As long as they were left, who would know who? Did you do it yourself? Do it. Leave it all. As soon as the voice fell, in an instant, white light flashed on the scene, and everyone in the flaming group released their little elves. Also, a row of laser emitters rose from the bottom of the lake. Bang bang bang. The laser transmitters in this row took the lead in launching the attack, and several green energy beams came towards Luo Chen and them. The beam has blocked all their retreats. No matter where they hide, there will be a hit. But Luo Chen and the others didn't even hide. Luo Chen said, "Super Dream." Cheomeng nodded. It took a step forward, clenched its fists and looked at the incoming energy beams calmly, and then punched together. These beams were all scattered by it, turning into green spots of light in the sky. Everyone in the flare group was horrified, and Kusalok's face changed dramatically. As the person who developed the Z-energy weapon, he naturally understood the power of the Z-energy weapon, but how could this be possible? Smashed. Attack, attack, give it all to me. He said to the flame group behind him. Yes. The people in the flaming group responded, and immediately commanded their little elves to rush towards Luokan and them, overwhelming the sky like locusts. Let's solve it quickly, Chao Meng. Luo Chen said. The abuse of vegetables is quite boring, so let's end it early. Cheomeng's thought power moved, and the incomparably powerful thought power of the first-level divine beast swept past. All the elves' bodies stiffened, and then fell down like a sieve. All of them were shocked. How could it be possible? Kusalok's eyes widened when he saw this scene. He smashed the Z-energy beam with one punch, and defeated more than 100 elite elves with a single thought. How is this possible? Who are you? Luokan chuckled. Didn't Fratally tell you? I destroyed the other base of your flare group in Stone Forest Town. Ellipsis. Chapter 271. Hearing Luo Chen's words, Kusalok's pupils shrunk to a point in an instant. You are the trainer who owned several legendary elves, destroyed a base of our flare group, and destroyed the final flower. At this time, he also knew Luo Chen's identity. As the number 2 leader of the Flare Corps, of course he also knew about the destruction of the base in Shilin Town not long ago, and because of this incident, Flalita was furious for several days, because the core of the final weapon was the final one. The flowers were also destroyed together. So that crystal flower is called the final flower. Luokan now finally knows the name of the crystal flower that made him write the Eye of Reincarnation and evolve into the Eye of Reincarnation. Why are you attacking our flare group's base over and over again? Even if our flare group offended you before, you have already destroyed one of our bases and a very important thing, and you've already lost your temper. Why are you going to attack our base again? Kuseros snapped. Because you have what I want in your hand. Luo Chen looked at him with his lower eyelids. Okay, you don't need to delay anymore. That's what you're after now. His hand pointed to a grass beside the lake shore, where a large fort was quietly raised from the ground at some point in time. At this time, the muzzle of the fort was forming a force of suction, like a particle. The substance is being continuously inhaled. Launch. Seeing that his plan had been seen through, Cyrus made a decisive decision and immediately issued an order. Boom. A translucent energy light ball full of unknown energy shot out from the muzzle towards Luo Chen and them. The energy light ball was very small, only the size of a baby's head, and it was still light and fluttering, and it didn't seem to have any lethality. Looking at this light and translucent energy light ball, Luo Chen felt a threat on it for some reason, and Cheomeng also felt it. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon, and it can be used as the backhand of Kausaros. This energy light ball is definitely not. As it looks on the surface, there is no trace of lethality. Dodge. Luo Chen and Chao Meng said at the same time. The fire-breathing dragon and the 3-headed dragon flapped their wings and ducked. Seeing this, Kusalo's face was a little ugly, but he didn't expect them to choose to avoid it. The translucent energy hit the air, hitting the air straight. Boom. But an unexpected scene appeared. I saw that the air was actually hit by a hole in the energy light ball. No, it was not air, it was space. This translucent energy ball smashed the space into a dark hole. It was as if a mirror had been smashed through a hole. The power of space. Luokan was extremely surprised. Isn't there only a god of space in this world who can manipulate the power of space? Let's solve Mewtwo quickly, stop playing. Chow Meng nodded, and threw out a light bullet to destroy the fort in the grass. Then he looked at the people on the ground in the flash group, and with a thought, everyone except Kausaros fainted. Go down. They went down. What was that attack just now? Luo Chen asked. Kausaros is a man, he snorted coldly and didn't answer. Where's Emrido? Luokan asked again. Cyrus still didn't answer. Luokan smiled. I just like you, I hope you can keep talking. He stared at Kursaloth, and instantly activated the moon reading. Ellipsis. After a few seconds, Fallen Dust cancelled the month reading. Puff. Kusalos sat on the ground, his whole body trembling, his eyes looking at Luokan were full of fear, his body was dripping with cold sweat as if he didn't want money, and the whole person seemed to be fished out of the water. Can you say it now? If it still doesn't work, you can go in and enjoy more. Luokan looked at him with a smile, but this smile was the same in Kusaloth. Like the devil, he couldn't help shivering. I said. Kausaros said quickly, the energy cannon just now is a kind of energy that I researched from Emrido. It was researched on Emrido. No, that's right, because it is said that the three lake gods can summon the god of space and the god of time, then these three lake gods must have a certain connection with the god of time and the god of space, and then I really am in aim. The power of space, the god of space, was found in Lido. Luokan nodded secretly, so it is, I have to say, this Kusalos is really a scientific research genius, and he has researched all this. Where is Emrido? Not at our base. Luokan's eyes turned cold, huh? Feeling Luo Chen's icy gaze, he shuddered suddenly, his teeth shuddered. Really, after discovering the power of space, the leader wanted to combine the power of space with Zygarde's Z energy, and then developed an ultimate weapon, so he took Emrido, who was transferred yesterday. After having the experience in the monthly reading space, there should be no falsehood in what Kusaros said. Can you contact Fratali? Yes, there is a way to connect in the base. Lead the way. Under the leadership of Kursaloth, Luo Chen and his party entered the research base of the Flare Corps. They walked all the way in. On the way, they also encountered some people who could not see the situation clearly, but they were all caught by Mewtwo with a single thought. Fainted. Finally, they walked to the innermost room. This is a holographic image communicator. Kursaloth pressed a button and dialed Flalida's photo. Soon, the phone was connected, and there was a ripple in the air. Flalida was projected in the air, as if standing in front of Luo Chen. This was holographic technology. As soon as the call was connected, Fratali asked, "What's the matter, Kusser?" In the middle of his speech, he suddenly couldn't speak anymore, his eyes fixed on Luokan standing in front of him. Yo, we finally meet. Luo Chen waved his hand in greeting. XXX. Flalida was furious, and he shouted, "It's you. Why are you in our base?" No reason, it just destroyed another base of your Flare Corps. Hearing this, Flalida was not as violent as he imagined, but calmed down his emotions. He stared at Luokan and said word by word, "What do you want?" Ellipsis. Chapter 272. What do I want? Hearing Fratali's words, Luo Chen smiled, looked up at him and said, "Is Amri in your hands? Give it to me." Hearing Luo Chen's words, Flalida's face sank, and he glanced at Kusalos, who had no need to think to know that this news was exposed by Kusalos. Fratali looked at Luokan. Emlido is in my hands, but this is the elf that belongs to our Flare group, and we captured it ourselves. It's a little bit like you want to rob our flaming group's elf. Isn't it kind? According to the law of the Elf Alliance, whoever catches the elf will own it personally. Luokan sneered. As the most powerful underground evil organization in the Carlos region, you actually said that according to the laws of the Alliance. Don't you think this joke is funny? 963 inches and you said robbing. Didn't you also like the Zygarde Z2 on me before? Why didn't you think of the Alliance law when you were thinking of me? He squinted at each other. You should know better than me that the weak eat the strong, and now I'm better than you. Also, I didn't say I wanted to snatch Emrido. I'll make you willing to offer Emrido in person. Do you think it's possible to serve Emrido in person? Isn't it impossible? Luokan asked back, and he chuckled lightly. Mier City, a small village in the suburbs, from left to right, the third private house. This series of addresses sounds confusing to others, but Fratellini's face changed greatly after hearing it, and he turned pale after swiping, because the address mentioned by the other party was his private research base, which was absolutely confidential. The entire Flash group is only known to him. All the things placed in his private research base are top secret information at the core of the Flare Core, which is what he realizes his ambitions, and it can be said that it is his life. But this most top secret place was revealed from the mouth of an outsider. How on earth did you know? Fratellini said. I told him. Junsha came out at this time. Junsha. Fratellini's eyes shrank. He had been focusing on Luokan before, and he only saw Junsha now. At this time, it was in shock in its heart, why Luokan would get together with Junsha. Before he could think about it, Luokan spoke again. How about it? Do you give it, or not? If you don't give it, I'll have to go and get it myself. By then, it won't be as simple as an Emridor. Luo Chen shrugged. Flalita was full of anger. For a long time, only the people of the Flare Core threatened others. How could anyone dare to threaten him? The dust will be wiped out in the past. But the moment this idea came up, he was smothered by him, because he didn't know the relationship between Luokan and Junsha, and he didn't dare to act rashly. Ordinary people may think that Junsha is no big deal, but when a person's position stands the higher the height, the more clearly he can see something, and only then will he realize his insignificance. Give you 10 seconds to think about it, or not. 10. 9. 8. 7. Hearing the countdown of falling dust, Fratellini clenched his fist tightly. The research on the fusion of space power and Z energy in Emrido has just made great progress. Leto handed over. But the situation forced the other party to know his private research base. Once he refused, the other party brought his few legendary elves to call, then he had no resistance at all. From Shailan Town to Mier City, if it won't take long to get on the flight type elf and rush over with all his strength. Moreover, there is Junsha beside Luokan. The Junsha family is a huge force that spreads all over the world. When there is no strength to fight against it, Fratellini does not want to fight against the Junsha family. 3. 2. The countdown of falling dust became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Fratellini's voice came over, accompanied by his heavy breathing. I'll give it to you. He almost gritted his teeth. Luokan smiled. Then let's make the next transaction. What else do you want to do? Fratellini almost growled. Don't be so angry. Do you still want this base and the people in it? If you don't want it, I will destroy it later. Speak your terms. I need Lucario's Mega Evolution Stone and Mega Evolution Key. I want 2 sets, remember, 2 sets. I think with your Flare team's power and financial resources, there should be a lot of Mega Stones in stock. Yes, Fratellini gritted his teeth. Luokan said again. Very good. Oh, there is one more thing. You should also prepare the ransom for the number 2 person of your Flare Core, Kausaros. Fratellini was stunned for a moment. Didn't you say that if you gave Lucario's Mega Evolution Stone, you'd spare someone in my base? Of course, I'm a very honest person. But I didn't say that I included Kausaros. He is the 2nd person of your Flare Core, and he is an expert on elf research. How could such a noble person compare it with ordinary people? The flare crew are all mixed up. Then what do you want? Fratally almost vomited blood. Give me all the information about the final flower. Luo Chen was a little curious about the final flower that allowed himself to write the evolution of the reincarnation I can. By the way, there is one more thing. Luo Chen just wanted to ask. Boom. Fratally just kicked out the holographic communicator. It's a violent temper. Fallen Chen is so good at being cheap. Okay, let's stroll around the base of the flare core, and then wait for him to deliver the things. Luo Chen said. Kuzuros, quickly lead the way and show me around your research base. Under the leadership of Kursalov, they wandered around the base of the flare core, but they didn't find anything. They were all research materials. In the end, they came to the research room of Kursalov. What is that? As soon as he entered the door, Luo Chen saw an elf egg in the cultivation tank. Ellipsis. Chapter 273. It's nothing, it's just an ordinary elf egg. Kausaros said nonchalantly, but panic flashed in his eyes. Of course, this fleeting panic did not escape Luo Chen's eyes, really. It just so happened that I was very interested in ordinary elf eggs. He walked forward. The elf egg was placed in the cultivation tank in the research room. The elf egg was filled with mysterious patterns, which were like fire, water, and white clouds. Luo Chen looked at the egg carefully, and he had never seen the pattern on the egg. At the same time, when Luo Chen was looking at the egg, Kusulos beside him was praying secretly in his heart, praying that Luo Chen would never find out the secret of this egg. But the next second, the elf egg suddenly trembled. Kursalov's face suddenly turned pale. Suddenly, under the illumination of the light, the pattern on the elf egg really seemed to come alive. It was projected directly from the egg into the air and turned into flames, water waves, and white clouds. It was so vivid that it was unbelievable. Luokan and the others were stunned by this sudden scene. They had never heard of this kind of elf egg, and it was accompanied by a vision. Luokan and the others couldn't help but walk forward, but when they moved their steps, the elf egg seemed to have self-consciousness. With a swipe, the projection in the air disappeared, which made Luokan and them even more stunned. What the hell is this egg? Luo Chen stared at Kusulos beside him with a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. Forget it just now. If you lie to me again, you will experience despair that is 10,000 times more painful than before. Thinking of the inhuman torment in the moon-redding space, Kusuros shuddered, and he quickly said, this elf egg was found in the ruins. After speaking, he added, it was found in the ruins of the base you destroyed. At that time, this egg was still a fossil egg. It was placed on the altar of the ruins. The altar. Is that the altar inlaid with diamond-shaped crystals? No, that's right. Kausaros didn't dare to neglect and explain the matter. It turned out that after they found the fossil egg placed on the altar, they brought it back together with the diamond-shaped gemstone. They wanted to know what kind of elf egg this fossil egg was, and why the ancient humans put it on the altar, so they resurrected the elf egg with a fossil resurrection device. After being resurrected, the vision just now also appeared on the egg, so Kusulos and the others also realized that the egg placed on the altar by the ancient humans was very unusual. You must know that even the egg of the beast will not appear like this. Phantom. What kind of elf egg is this elf egg? Luokan asked. Kurselos shook his head. It's not the elf egg that is known now, and all the instruments don't work on it, so it's impossible to detect what kind of egg it is. Hearing this, Luo Chen thought silently in his heart. System, the Eye of Exploration. The data of this egg appeared in Luokan's mind. Name, unknown elf egg. Attributes. Rank. Qualification. Comments, unknown elf egg, only know its specific information when it hatches. Ellipsis. Can't the system detect it? Interesting. Looking at the egg, Luo Chen smiled. I want this egg. Open the cultivation tank. Luo Chen's words carried a meaning that could not be rejected. Kusulos was a little helpless. He really didn't want to hand over this mysterious elf egg, otherwise he wouldn't have taken the risk to deceive Luokan into saying that it was an ordinary elf egg, but now it's not his turn to resist, so he left. When he went to the past, he opened the cultivation tank. Luokan stretched out his hand and hugged the elf egg directly. Let's go out, Vladali's things should be delivered soon. They had all visited the base under the lake, and there was nothing left to do. The group left the base of the flare core and returned to the shore of the lake. Ellipsis. Back on the shore of the lake. Not long after, a sound came from the sky. A small aircraft about 1 meter long fell from the sky. Luokan was a little puzzled. How could such a small aircraft sit on people? Junsha saw his doubts. Diaresis, this is a drone. Luokan suddenly realized, but he didn't expect that the flare core actually has a drone. A group of people walked over. At this time, the lights in front of the drone parked on the grass emitted 2 rays of light, and Fradali's holographic projection was projected on the grass. Yo, no wonder I kicked a holographic projector. It turned out to be rich and powerful, and there are 2 Nuo Wonghao projectors. HMPH. Fradali snorted coldly, and then said to Kausaros, turn on the drone. Kursaloth is no stranger to this drone. He used to press the fuselage on the side of the drone, and an abrupt virtual keyboard appeared. He entered the password on it, and with a snort, the small cabin behind the drone opened. Inside the cabin there is a Pokeball, 4 glass marbles, and a booklet. These are the Pokeball with Emrador, the 2 sets of Lucario's Mega Evolution Stones, and the information about the final flower. Ellipsis. P.S. I was so tired yesterday. I came back to take a bath and lay down and fell asleep. Chapter 274. The things have already been delivered to you, I hope you can keep your promise. He said to Kausaros again, give him Amrado and release him. Yes. Kusalos picked up the elf ball with Emlado, a white light flashed, and a pixie with a pink head and 2 slender tails appeared. This was Emlado, but at this time Emlado the spirit is very bad, a little sluggish, as if the blood loss is too much. XXX. Looking at Emrado's appearance, Luokan knew that it should be Fradali who knew he couldn't keep Emrado, so he drew its blood to continue his research. Don't worry, Emrado, it's okay, I won't hurt you. He touched Emrado's head. Emrado frowned, its eyes lit up, and it smelled the breath of a Norman Yuxi on Luokan, although the smell was very light. And it also felt that Luo Chen had no ill will towards itself, and it nodded to Luo Chen. Luokan smiled, and then he saw Kusaros who wanted to put away the Pokeball. Wait, Luo Chen stopped him. Give me the Pokeball too. You go back on your word. Fradali sullenly said, don't you just want Amrado Tilda? Why do you want a Pokeball? Luo Chen squinted at him. Of course, it's as a nutritional fee for you to draw so much blood from EMRI, and if EMRI lost so much blood, you don't need to buy nutritional supplements to make it up. Just right, this Master Ball is used as a camp. The maintenance fee is good. That's right, this Pokeball in Emlado is the well-known Big Master Ball. After finishing speaking, Mewtwo's eyes flashed, and the power of thought was activated, and the Master Ball in Kusaro's hand went directly to Mewtwo's hand in the next second. Fradali was furious. What nutritional fee needs to be exchanged for an extremely expensive Master Ball? Don't be angry, by the way, I forgot to tell you, Thesi will also take the egg. Luokan took the elf egg from Sharona's arms and raised it. Looking at this familiar elf egg, Vladali almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. His lungs were about to explode with anger. He was so angry that white smoke was coming from his head. This can be sacrificed by ancient humans on the altar. Bai's elf egg used his ass to know that this elf egg is not an ordinary thing. You must know that in ancient times, elves all possess the power to destroy the sky and the earth. At that time, the elf eggs that could be enshrined and worshipped by ancient humans, you don't need to think about them to know that they are not ordinary. But now it has been taken away by Luokan again. Fradali's eyes were bloodshot with anger. He lifted it up and kicked the holographic projector in front of him. Wait, Luo Chen suddenly stopped him. and Fratellie's feet stopped in midair. It's a grumpy temper. I knew you were going to kick the holographic projector again. I'll help you this time. Luo laughed. Shinado condensed a shadow ball in his hand and smashed it at it. Boom. The drone was bombed to pieces and turned into a pile of scrap metal. At this time, Frattellie looked at the screen that turned into snowflakes, and he finally came to his senses. His whole body was shaking with anger. Luokan. His face was hideous, and he roared hysterically. His voice was filled with this endless killing intent. This was the biggest loss in his life. Tisk tisk tisk, I'm so angry at you. I don't know when, the screen in front of Frattellie lit up, and a mysterious man in a black robe appeared on the screen. It's you. Frattellie stared at the man in black on the screen and punched the screen. If it wasn't for your information, how could I have suffered such a big loss? Yes, the information I provided last time was inaccurate, and I didn't expect that he would actually bring those few legendary elves with him. The man in black smiled. So I'm not. Are you here to make amends? Apologize. That's right. The man in black robe. You go to the Pokemon Center in Mier City. I left something for you in the locker number 9. I think when you see that thing, you will be very surprised. Thanks to me. Locker number 9. That's right, the password is, go ahead, I'll come back to you when you get your things back. After speaking, the screen went black again. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Looking at the black screen, Frattellie also calmed down again, and his mind fell into contemplation. Who is this man in black robe, who was able to intrude into his base network twice? You must know that they flashed all the senior members of the Flame Group or scientists, including himself, one of the top scientists in the Carlos region. The network security of their Flame Group should be unbreakable, but the other party broke in silently twice. This had to be taken seriously by Frattellie. But what makes him happy is that he doesn't like to save important research data in the computer, but likes to use a special memory card to save it, so even if the other party invades in, it can't take his own research data. I want to see what you have left for me. Frattellie went out the door, released his flying elf, came to the elf center, and entered the password given to him by the man in black robe. He got the things left by the man in black robe in locker number 9. Inside the locker lies a chip. Ellipsis. Back in the lab, Frattellie inserted the chip into the computer. Soon, he looked at the contents of the chip, and the more he saw, the more horrified he became, the more terrified he became. At the same time, there was indescribable excitement in his eyes. Z tilde. The big screen lit up again, and the man in black robe appeared again. How about it? Are you still satisfied with my apology? Frattellie didn't answer. He looked up at the man in black robe. His eyes were full of solemnity. Who the hell are you? The man in black robe smiled. It's not the time yet. Well, you got the things, so let's end our conversation. After speaking, the screen went black again, and the base of the research room fell silent, only the sound of Frattellie's heavy breathing. Ellipsis. P.S. Cough, 2 chapters in a row to apologize. In the 3rd chapter, if there are no special circumstances at night, it should be there. Anyway, I can't guarantee it. These guarantees have all kinds of accidents, which caused me to break my promise, because after all internships, interns are not as good as dogs, and interns do everything. Sichuan. Chapter 275. 2 flowers bloomed at one end. After Luokan received the 3 things that Frattellie promised, he also kept his word and did not destroy the base of the flare core. He also released Kusulos. After all, this base having been discovered by himself, Vladalikan agreed to Fallout's condition not because of this base, but because of the research materials in this base. When the people of the Flare Group transfer the research materials, the base will also be destroyed humanely by the Flare Group itself. Not only this base, it is estimated that Frattellie will also bring the secret research base of Mier City together. It has also been relocated. After all, Luokan has already discovered it, so his secret research base is no longer a secret. After getting what they wanted, Luokan didn't stay long, and the group left the lake on the outskirts of Shilan town. They returned to Sora City. Then there's nothing we'll do. I'm leaving, Luokan said to Junsha. He wanted to go to the next destination while it was still early. Wait, Junsha stopped Luokan and the others. You took Lucario's Mega Evolution Stone because you wanted Lucario 22 to learn Mega Evolution, right? Fallen Dust nodded. Junsha smiled. Then you should stay in Solo City. Luokan was a little puzzled. Why? Don't you think it's easy to let the elves learn Mega Evolution? Junsha explained. It's not an easy thing to let the elves learn Mega Evolution. The unity of mind and spirit can only be achieved through repeated contact. Moreover, when the elves learn Mega Evolution, because it is the first time they come into contact with Mega Evolution, they may also be injured because they cannot control the powerful power of the Mega Stone. You, in serious cases, will be life-threatening. That's why I advise you to stay in Solo City. If you encounter any emergencies, you can solve it immediately. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. Mega Evolution is actually so complicated. Obviously, after he got the Mega Evolution Stone of the Fire-Breathing Dragon, he did not need to practice, and he could perfect the Mega Evolution for the first time. Why does he need such trouble? Just when he was stunned, the system noticed his thoughts and explained, Host, that is a Mega Evolution Stone drawn by the system by lottery. The system produced must be a high-quality product, so you can Mega Evolution without practice. Only then did Luo Chen suddenly realize. Okay, just stay here today. Junsha helped Luokan to make a choice. She took the three-headed dragon again and waved at them. Go, I'll take you to a place. Where are you going? It's right to follow. The three of Luokan were a little helpless, so they had to ride the fire-breathing dragon and follow behind Junsha. Soon, they came to a building in the downtown area of Sora City, and the group fell. Looking at the very familiar building in front of him, Luo Chen was a little stunned, the center of the elf. Follow. Junsha urged. She took Luokan and the others directly into the elf center. When Joey Elf at the front desk of the elf center saw Junsha coming, he was a little overjoyed. Sister Junsha, why are you here? There's something. Junsha smiled. Where's your sister? On the 6th floor. Well, I have something to look for her. You were busy. After she finished speaking, she acted resolutely and took Luo Chen and the others to the elevator and went upstairs. Ellipsis. When she came to the 6th floor, Junsha didn't knock on the door. She pushed the door open and said carelessly, Little Nizi, I'm here to see you. There was a Joey in casual clothes in the room. She was sitting in the room drinking tea. Seeing that it was Junsha who pushed open the door, she said angrily, Every time you come, it's not good. Tell me, is there anything else you need help with? Our collaborators are here. Junsha pointed to the door. Joey was a little stunned, but she quickly recovered. She bowed to Luokan. Hello, I'm the general manager of the Joey family in the Carlos area. Thank you very much for cooperating with our family. You're welcome. Luo Chen quickly waved his hand. After a group of people introduced themselves. Okay, don't say these polite words. Junsha and Joey's relationship was obviously very good. She interrupted Joey's words. He wants to let Lucario carry out Mega Evolution. You are the Mega Evolution expert, so we're here to find you. Mega Evolution. Joey nodded. Then let's go downstairs and go to the private training ground at the Elf Center. There are 2 training grounds in the Elf Center. One is open to the public and the other is private. They went downstairs again and came to the private training ground. Then, Joey and his elf also brought in some instruments. After a while, he said, Okay, let's start. Go, Hyerna. Luokan took out a set of Lucario's Mega Evolution Stones and handed it to Hyerna. Sharona was startled. Don't you need it? Yes, that's why I extorted Vladali for 2 sets of Mega Evolution Stones, one for you, and one for me. Luokan smiled and threw a Pokeball. Leo Lu appeared on the ground. He pointed to Leo Lu. Besides, my Leo Lu has not evolved to Lucario. It's just like practicing Mega Evolution can't do that either, so go for it. While they were talking, Joey took out an instrument and measured it between Leo Lu and Luo Chen. No, your Leo Lu has been nurtured very well, and your intimacy is enough. Logically, it should have evolved into Lucari continent. Why is it still Leo Lu? Luoken was stunned for a moment. His Leo Lu can already evolve into Lucario. What's going on? Luo Chen asked. Wait, I'll test its waveguide. Junsha took another instrument and pointed it at Leo Lu, and she pressed the start switch. Drop 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 drop. In an instant, the entire instrument sent out a harsh alarm, and a value on the computer connected to the instrument was soaring wildly. ZZ tilde. In the end, even the instrument couldn't withstand Leo Lu's waveguide. There was a soft bang, and the smoke was sizzling. Joey's face was startled, and he was able to destroy the waveguide instrument. How powerful is Leo Lu's waveguide? She looked up at Luoken. I finally know why Leo Lu didn't evolve to Lucario. She said, its frighteningly strong waveguide power restricts it and prevents it from evolving. Then what should I do? Luo Chen was a little nervous. It's difficult. Joey frowned. In general, Leoru evolution, you only need to have enough intimacy with the trainer. But your Leoru is a bit difficult to handle. Beyond the intimacy at enough, it also requires the trainer to have the power of the waveguide, and then use the waveguide to connect and guide the waveguide of Leolu, and the two will resonate before they can evolve. But, as far as I know, you shouldn't have the power of waveguide, so it's very difficult. Hearing this, Luoken breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it was a big deal. It turned out to be the power of the waveguide, which was easy to handle. Ellipsis. Chapter 276. Luoken turned to Joey and said, it's okay, I have the power of waveguide. Are you sure you have? Joey was obviously stunned, but as far as I know, you should not have the power of the waveguide, and the waveguide induction instrument has not tested the power of the waveguide on you. Should have it. Luoken said with some uncertainty, should this waveguide power be a kind of spiritual ability or soul energy? Then he has the Eye of Reincarnation, and he should be able to use it as the power of the waveguide. He is also a little less confident now. Should. Joey choked. XXX. Cough, try it. What should I do now to make Leoru evolve? Joey sighed helplessly, took out 2 mats and put them on the ground. You and Leo Lu face each other, sitting cross-legged on the mat. Luoken and Leo Lu sat cross-legged on the mat. Close your eyes. The two did so. Stay calm, and feel the power of each other's waveguide with your heart. If you feel the power of Leo Lu's waveguide, try to connect with it and synchronize. After finishing speaking, Joey led the crowd to a place 5 meters away, giving Luoken and Leo Lu a relatively wide field. Would you mind to feel Leoru's waveguide? Luoken closed his eyes and calmed down. His eyes condensed, the Samsara Eye appeared, and an incomparably powerful spiritual energy was released from him. Although he closed his eyes, everything around him appeared very clearly in his mind. All this made Luoken feel amazing. His eyes have just evolved into reincarnation eyes not long ago. There are many things about eyes that he himself knows. I didn't understand it, and he didn't use the Eye of Reincarnation often, and he didn't think that mental power would have such a use. It was the first time he experienced this feeling. Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a little magical. When his thoughts moved, his spiritual power suddenly radiated from it in all directions. Soon, the spiritual power wrapped the entire center of the elf, and then radiated into the distance. In the end, half of the city was full. In the shroud of falling dust mental power. Everything covered by his mental power clearly appeared in his mind, and it could zoom in and out, like a satellite. Luoken felt a little amused. He withdrew his mental power and let it fill his surroundings. He looked at Lily and the others not far away, and then his thoughts moved again, and the scene presented by the spiritual world suddenly changed. Luoken's face turned red, pink and white. At this time, Lily and Sharona only felt a little cold in their thighs, legs, as if there was a cool wind blowing, causing them to shiver. However, Chao Meng thoughtfully turned towards Luo Chen and forgot a glance. "Master, what are you doing? Don't hurry up and let Liuru evolve." At this time, a nice female voice with the slightest dissatisfaction sounded directly in Luokan's heart, almost not frightening Luokan to jump up, only to find out that it was Shinedo's voice. "Sanaduo, what are you doing? What do you think? Scared me to death." "What am I doing? It's obviously the master. What are you doing?" Cough cough. Luo Chen felt a little guilty to withdraw his mental power. He felt the next 4 weeks and found that only Shine Duo could discover his spiritual power, and even Cheomung couldn't find himself. "Found mine. Have you forgotten that we can bond and evolve? Every time we bond and evolve, our spiritual powers are connected, so I can feel your spiritual power as soon as it comes out." Luo Chen nodded. It turned out to be so. He enveloped his mental power in a range of about 1 meter around his body. Only then did Luo Chen realize that Liu Lu, who was sitting opposite him, was exuding blue light in his spiritual world. This should be its wave-guiding power. Feeling the power of Liu Lu's waveguide, Luo Chen condensed his spiritual power into a line and touched Liu Lu. Afterwards, Liu Lu also noticed that the power of the waveguide on his body also condensed into a light blue thin line, and then connected with the spiritual thin line of Luokan. The interconnected thin line was abruptly it trembled and turned into a thin line as pure as snow. It was as if Luokan's spiritual power and Liuru's waveguide power were assimilated, and they were no longer separated from each other. In an instant. Boom. An incomparably powerful waveguide shot up from Liu Lu directly into the sky. Straight into the sky, the thick clouds above the head penetrated directly, revealing the blue sky. What followed was an endless white light emitting from Liuru, and his entire body was submerged in the white light. Light of evolution. Not far away, Joey was stunned. Luokan actually has the power of waveguide. In the white light, Liu Lu's body kept rising, and soon Liu Lu had changed a lot, from Liu Lu to Lucario. The white light dissipated, and Lucario's body was revealed, tall and straight, and his eyes were shining brightly. Luca tilde. Ellipsis. It called out to Luokan, and then stretched out its hand. Luo Chen understood, took something out of his pocket and threw it over. "No, Luokan, Mega Evolution cannot be carried out without practice. Otherwise, once Lucario can't control Mega Energy, it will be dangerous." Joey said quickly. "It's alright, just now, we can control the evolution of Mega, right, Lucario?" Lucario took the Mega Evolution Stone and nodded firmly. Luokan also took out his Mega Keystone and put it in the Mega Bracelet that Joey had prepared, and put the bracelet on his hand. Looking at Lucario, he said solemnly, "Let's start, Lucario." After speaking, Luo Chen stretched out his index and middle fingers and pressed them into the Mega Bracelet, and said solemnly, "Lucario, Mega Evolution." Ellipsis. Chapter 277. In an instant, countless thin threads erupted from the Mega Keystone in Luo Chen's hand and the Mega Evolution Stone hung by Liuru around his neck. There is an attraction between these two thin wires, just like the relationship between a plug and a socket. They are connected to each other one by one in midair. Suddenly, when all the thin wires were connected, a dazzling white light erupted from Liu Lu's body again, the light of evolution. The white light drowned Liuru. Looking at this scene, Joey on the side hurriedly said to his elf. "Fat Ketting, help me get the Mega Energy instrument. The size of this instrument is about the size of a microphone. There is a palm-sized thing at the tip of the instrument, which is an energy-receiving harvester, and a computer is connected to its end." Joey took the instrument from Fat Ketting Juluki and turned it on. The moment the instrument was turned on, the computer connected to the instrument also lit up, and a 3D graphic of Lucario appeared in the computer. There was a fan graph on the side of the graph. It was very strange that there were 4 colors on the fan graph. Yellow, green in the middle, orange on the right, and dazzling red on the far right. However, these 4 colors are not evenly distributed. The yellow say on the left accounts for 3/7 of the histogram, while the green in the middle accounts for 1/7, the orange on the right accounts for 2/7, and the red on the far right accounts for 1/7. 1/7. This fan chart also has a pointer on it. Joey pointed the instrument in his hand at Lucario. The fan chart on the computer screen suddenly changed, and the pointer on the fan chart moved, and it came to the yellow first half of the fan chart. Not enough, Lucario Mega, you have too little Mega energy in your body. Continue to include it. Hearing this, in the next second, Lucario in the white light moved slightly. On the screen, the pointer of the fan chart moved again and came to the middle part of the yellow pattern. Not enough. Then, the pointer moved slightly forward again. Luo Chen squinted and looked at the fan chart on the screen. He already understood. Miss Joy, this pointer should just point to the green part, right? That's right, the pointer doesn't incorporate enough energy in the yellow Mega, and the Mega will fail. Even if it succeeds, this Mega evolution is not strong, even weaker than the original form. Moreover, if you often evolve in the yellow segment Mega, it's right. The elf causes an irreversible reduction in strength. And the orange part represents too much Mega energy. Saying that, Joey paused, then turned to look at Luoken. Do you know the principle of Mega evolution? Luoken shook his head. He only knew that Mega evolution would make the power of the elf skyrocket, but he really didn't know the principle of this evolution. Joey explained. Mega evolution, that is, elves rely on the Mega evolution stone and the Mega key to resonate to generate Mega energy, and then they incorporate the Mega energy into the cells of their own bodies, thereby changing their body shape. Joey continued. And yellow, you know, that is, the Mega energy incorporated into the cells is not enough. Even if the Mega evolution is forced, the strength of the elf will not be improved, but will be weaker than when there is no Mega, or even an irreversible reduction in the power of the elf. Orange, it means that the Mega energy incorporated into the cells is too saturated, just like if a person is overwhelmed, severe cells will rupture. It's okay if this happens once or twice. It needs to be treated. If not treated in time, it will cause permanent damage to the elf. And red, there is a limit to the Mega energy that the elf's body cells can take in, but once the Mega energy it takes in exceeds the limit of its own cells. Joey's face suddenly became serious. Then, the small elf's body is full of energy. The cells will all collapse, and the elf will become a waste at light, or lose life at worst. That's why I said don't recklessly carry out Mega evolution, because there have been many cases like this before. The trainer and the elf have undergone Mega evolution for the first time without training, and the elf is completely unfamiliar with Mega energy. It will happen the situation where he kept absorbing Mega energy into his body, and then tragedy happened. Hearing this, Luoken nodded. So only the green zone is safe. Not all. The safety value of this instrument is the average value based on the Mega experiments of countless elves. Some elves can absorb the Mega energy in orange because of their level and physical strength without any occurrence of any damage. Side effect. So the elf that is doing Mega evolution for the first time, it is best to perform Mega evolution according to this instrument, and when it can perfectly control the Mega energy, as the level and strength of the elf become stronger, let it gradually increase the incorporation of Mega energy and detect your own limit. When it reaches the limit of Mega energy injection, it is the time when its Mega evolution form is the strongest. Then the Mega energy that no one's elf incorporates is red without any side effects. Joey said solemnly. Impossible. Once the Mega energy incorporated reaches the red value, the cells of the elf will immediately collapse all over the body. This is no child's play. Luoken squinted his eyes. He had a faint feeling that his Lucario could withstand the Mega evolution in the red zone. At this time, Cheomung on the side also stood up and spoke. If you have nothing to do, put all the Mega energy into your body. It won't be so weak, and even this Mega energy can't be subdued. No, are you trying to kill it? If it absorbs all the Mega energy, it will reach the limit that the body can absorb, and its cells will collapse. Even if it is rescued, it will become an elf with no fighting power at all. So far, no elf can withstand the Mega energy of the red zone. No elf can withstand it. The limit. Qiao Meng shook his head, looking at the mega energy instrument on the side with disdain flashing in his eyes. It held both hands, and the colorful rays of light on its body flashed away. Qiao Meng's body suddenly became petite, and a long tail-like thing grew out of its head. It became a mega Y form. Qiao Meng looked at Joey and said, "Then where does the mega energy in me now belong on the instrument?" Joey was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously pointed the mega energy instrument at Mewtwo. Then his eyes instantly became round. Ellipsis. Chapter 278. Suddenly, on the computer screen, the pointer above the fan-shaped pattern didn't even stop, and instantly came to the end of the red pattern on the far right. In the blink of an eye. Boom! There was a crisp sound from the computer of the instrument, and then the entire computer went black, with thick black smoke rising from the top of the head. Obviously, the mega energy on Qiao Meng's body at this time exceeded the limit that this machine can detect. Even Joey vaguely felt that even if he took out the most advanced mega energy instrument in the family, he might end up with this machine and be directly bombed. "Then what am I?" Qiao Meng asked. Joey didn't answer, because she was too frightened to speak, but Joey is also a member of the big family. She soon recovered, looking at the scrapped mega energy instrument. She was still in her heart for a long time, unable to calm down. She took a deep breath. "This has no representative meaning. You are a first-level divine beast. Isn't it? Then do you have a second instrument of this kind?" "Yes," Joey said to Fat Kedding. "Fat Kedding, please bring another one." Soon, the new mega energy instrument was brought over. Qiao Meng said to Shinado, "Xanadu, try mega evolution." Shinado whispered, and then Luokan's body and it erupted with colored spiritual threads at the same time. The two spiritual threads were connected to each other, and then the black skirt on Shinado became more fluffy. It's already in mega form. Looking at the mega Shinado, Junsha took a deep breath and pointed the instrument at Shinado. Boom! Just like before, there was another crisp sound from the computer of the instrument, and black smoke rose. At this moment, Joey's face was shocked. It was really a ghost. She was an elf that exceeded the limit of mega energy. She opened her mouth and didn't know what to say. Today's scene is too challenging for her worldview. "Is this representative?" Qiao Meng said. "If one can't be representative, then there is another one here. Fallen dust will release the fire-breathing dragon." The latter sentence Qiao Meng said to Luo Chen. "No need." Joey smiled wryly and shook his head. "Okay, but I'm still not in favor of letting Lucario incorporate all the mega energy into his body. It's okay, don't worry." Cheomung smiled. This Kalio Cheomung had also taught it for a month before, and naturally understood its physical strength and the potential contained in its body. It said to Luokan, "The right way Cleo's order to bring all the mega energy into his body." Luo Chen nodded and said to Lucario, "Lucario, absorb all the mega energy into the body." After speaking, Lucario, who had been hanging on the side for a long time, finally stopped shyly absorbing the mega energy bit by bit, and after receiving the master's order, he let go of his hands and feet, no longer worried. Directly inhale the mega energy whale produced by the mega evolution stone and the mega key stone into his body. In an instant, it covered its entire body, and the mega energy that ordinary people could not see or feel was absorbed into its body. The speed of hesitant absorption was too terrifying, and a small whirlwind rose around it. XXX. Soon, all the mega energy was absorbed into the body by Lucario. What followed was that Lucario's body was constantly undergoing subtle changes in the white light. It didn't take long for the white light to dissipate, and Lucario's figure was revealed again. No, it should be called Mega Lucario at this time. At this time, Lucario's eyes were red, and his eyes were as sharp as eagle eyes, but just standing there gave people a very strong pressure. However, the biggest change was Lucario's body. Its body was 1 centimeter higher than before, and its limbs became stronger, especially the limbs. A pair of fists were as big as a casserole, and the white bone spurs on the back of the hands were extremely sharp. In addition, there were dark gray stripes on its body, But the most striking thing was that after the mega, 3 scarves-like things appeared on Lucario's neck, gray-black in color, and red at the end. These 3 scarves floated behind Lucario's head without wind. Very cool. Lucario is a very handsome elf in itself, and is the elf that countless people dream of. And now after the mega, Lucario has become even more cool and handsome, and taking it out is guaranteed to attract a lot of people's attention. Looking at the handsome and extraordinary Mega Lucario, Luo Chen also nodded with satisfaction. Is this the Mega Lucario? That's right, it should be said that this is Lucario's original posture. Joey said. The original posture. Luo Chen was a little puzzled. Joey looked at Luoken. Yes, its original posture. The current Lucario is the complete Lucario, otherwise what do you think Mega Evolution is? Looking at the suspicious eyes of Luo Chen and the others, Joey explained. Actually, our elves are incomplete. In the super ancient period, all the elves are extremely powerful, and they can destroy the sky and the earth one by one. Their size is also huge. At that time we humans can only hide deep underground to avoid disaster. With the passage of time, in the ancient era, the elves found that their bodies were too large, they were easy to starve, and the energy consumption was too large, so slowly, as the years passed, the elves began to gradually shrink in size. They found that the body size is small, and they can store energy, and the energy will not be consumed too much. Then, as time goes on, according to archaeological findings, after the Middle Ages, a huge disaster occurred in this world, and now we don't know what this disaster is, but after this disaster, a huge disaster occurred in the whole world. Change. The world has an energy that is constantly decreasing. Diaresis, this energy was an indispensable energy for elves at that time. As this energy decreased, a large number of elves died because of the exhaustion of this energy. Joey paused and then said, but there are exceptions. At that time, a large part of the elves still withstood this great change. Under the pressure of survival, they adapted to the days of lack of this energy, but due to the lack of this essential energy, these surviving elves have undergone some changes in their bodies. Because of the lack of this energy, their strength has become weaker, and their bodies have also undergone changes. Joey looked at Luoken. This group of elves who survived the great changes, after the continuation of reproduction, are the elves we see all over the world today. Luoken also understood. So, Mega Evolution can make the elf return to the form before the great change for a short time. That's right, the energy that was missing between heaven and earth in the disaster is what we, Nuo Wangjiao, call Mega Energy now. The energy that disappeared between heaven and earth at the beginning is not all gone. We speculate that there are a very small part of the energy sank, and they fell silent in the ground. After a long time, they finally turned into stones, that is, Mega Evolution stones. That's why we can use the Mega Stone to make the elves Mega Evolve, so that the elves can return to their most complete form for a short time. Hearing Joey say so much, Luo Chen also fell into deep thought. He couldn't help but think of Gulatin, Neptune, and Cracked Seat. Aren't these 3 little elves the giants who lived from the super ancient times to the present? These 3 elves can also evolve their own Mega Evolution, but their evolution is not called Mega Evolution, but Primitive Return. After the original return, their names will also change, and they will be called the original Gulatin, the original Sea Emperor Fang, the original Rift Seat. Primitive. Doesn't the word primitive say everything? Return to the original, return to the most original form. Chapter 279 Chapter. This is also the first time Luoken has heard about the origin of Mega Evolution. He did not expect that Mega Evolution developed in this way. Luoken looked at Cheomung on the side. He felt that Cheomung also belonged to the original return, because Cheomung is an artificial gene elf. It is a clone of Dream. Dream has lived for many years. It can use all the skills of the elves, so it is considered the ancestor of all elves. Dream must have also experienced the catastrophe of the disappearance of the Mega Energy, so it should also have a primitive form like Gulatin and the others. Although the Dream in the previous life TV has never been Mega Evolved, Luo Chen believes that it can be Mega Evolved, or return to the original. This also makes sense why Mewtwo, a cloned elf, can return to its original origin. After all, Mewtwo's genes are exactly the same as Dream. But he still has a doubt. The Mega Energy sinks and precipitates into a Mega Stone, so why does it form the exclusive Mega Evolution Stone for different elves? For example, Lucario can only use the Lucario Mega Stone to evolve, but cannot use it. The evolution of the Mega Stone of the Big Rock Snake, why not all elves can use it? Lily I Cheomung and the others also wanted to know the reason, and they pricked up their ears one by one. This is also where we have doubts, but that time is too old, we can't study it, we can only make guesses. Saying that, Joy paused, she bent down and picked up a handful of leaves on the ground. Take this as that very little sinking Mega Energy. She threw the leaf in Yi's hand towards the sky, and the leaf fell slowly from the sky. When these energies sink from the air to the ground, they may have touched some fairies, for example, these leaves touched you. After she finished speaking, she pointed to some touches that touched Luo Chen, and then fell onto the leaves on the ground, so these mega energies have the breath of the elf spirit they touched. The breath of this elf is attached to the mega energy sinking into the ground. As time goes on, these breaths and mega energy are deeply intertwined, regardless of each other. After a long time, these breaths also become split with the sinking mega energy precipitation and turned into a mega evolution stone and a mega evolution keystone. After finishing speaking, she pointed to the Lucario Mega Evolution Keystone and Mega Evolutionary Stone in Luoken's hands, and then pointed to Lucario. So it is only the Mega Evolution Stone, the Mega Keystone, and the Elf, the three. Only when the auras match each other can the elves be able to Mega Evolve. In layman's terms, it's a race. Because the Lucario Mega Evolution Stone and Mega Keystone contain the aura of Lucario, only the race of Lucario can use it, and other elves can't use it. Of course, all of this is just the speculation of our little elf archaeological researcher, and it is also the most reliable guess. As for the specific situation, no one knows, unless we go back to the original era to witness it with our own eyes. Hearing these secrets, Luo Chen and his party fell into deep thought. Luoken touched his chin, thinking of the super ancient advanced Pokeball technology of his few super ancient elves, as well as the mystery of today's Mega. The development history of this pixie is really full of unknown mysteries, just like the extinction of the dinosaurs in the previous life, there are all kinds of speculations. Luoken touched the backpack behind him, but unlike the mystery of the extinction of dinosaurs, they can only guess, and he has the opportunity to go back to the ancient times to see what the world was like in the super ancient times. A scene. Ellipsis. Okay, let's not talk about this for now, it's not too early. Hyerna, your Lucario should also undergo Mega Evolution. Luoken said to Hyerna. Wait, I'll check Lucario for you first. Joey said, although Mewtwo said that it was fine for Lucario to incorporate all the Mega Energy into his body, but Joey was a little unconvinced and worried. After a while, after Joey helped Lucario check, she finally believed that Lucario really had nothing to do with all the Mega Energy, and the cells in his body were extremely active, and there was no damage at all. Look. Shouldn't your Lucario need no training and be able to incorporate all the Mega Energy into his body without a thing? Joey asked while looking at Sharona. Sharona smiled wryly and waved her hand. My Lucario is not so perverted. After saying this, Joey breathed a sigh of relief, and this finally has its place. Come on, let's train for Mega Evolution. After speaking, Joey put a metal bracelet on Lucario. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Wearing this bracelet can interrupt the elf's Mega during its Mega. Joey explained. Let's start. Hyerna let Leoru Mega. Sharona nodded. Let Lucario wear the Mega Evolution Stone, and then put the Mega Bracelet inlaid with the Mega Keystone on her hand. Her hand pressed the Mega Keystone on the bracelet, and said solemnly, Lucario, Mega Evolution. After speaking, a white light of evolution appeared on Lucario's body. When the white light appeared, Joey stared intently at the computer in front of him, looking at Lucario's Mega Energy Incorporation. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Lucario has also fought with Hyena in the north and south for many years. Of course, his aptitude and understanding need not be said. During this period, it had more than 10 times of excessive incorporation of mega energy, but there was a restraint bracelet, which forcibly interrupted its mega process. After more than 10 times, it also has experience, and then it can perfectly control the mega energy, so that the incorporation of the mega energy is always kept on the green pattern. After repeating it several times, I found that Lucario has been able to maintain the mega energy of the green pattern every time. Alright, Lucario, you are already able to perfect mega. Remember this feeling, and when you are very proficient in the future, you can try to incorporate more mega energy bit by bit. Joey said. Lucario nodded. Then, Sharona also obtained Shinedo's Mega Stone and Mega Keystone in a bet with Karuna before. With Joey's help, she was able to perform Mega Evolution in a short time. Ellipsis. The three elves had already been able to Mega Evolution. Luo Chen nodded, seeing that it was still early. She also said goodbye to Joey and Junsha. After shushing for a while, they declined Joey and Junsha's retention, and Luo Chen and his party took the fire-breathing dragon and flew away from the center of the elf private training ground. Looking at the direction that Luo Chen and the others were leaving, Joey sighed at Junsha. Sure enough, we didn't choose the wrong person. Junsha smiled. Right, I think so too. Sichuan. Chapter 280. The next city in Sora City is Haiyi City, which is also known as a tourist destination. There is a large dense forest between Sora City and Haiyi City. Although Luokan and his group were riding on the fire-breathing dragon, Haoyu was already hanging high in the sky, and Luokan and the others came to the sky above Haiyi City. The city reaches Haiyi City, especially the vast and dense forest. I'm exhausted, Lily sighed. Let's go down quickly. She looked at the brightly lit city under her feet. Luokan nodded, and he patted the fire-breathing dragon under him. Fire-breathing dragon, let's land. The fire-breathing dragon retracted its wings and landed in a park in Haiyi City. It's hard work. Luo Chen put away the fire-breathing dragon. A group of people walked out of the park, and all they saw was crowded and lively. 22. For people in big cities, nightlife is the beginning of their day, and Haiyi City is even more so as a famous tourist city in the Carlos region. Haiyi City is also famous for its night market. But Luokan and the others have no intention of going shopping. Today they have been running around for a day. From going to the secret base of the Flare group, and then practicing Mega Evolution, they are tired enough. They just want to find a hotel and take a shower, eat dinner, and finally get a good night's sleep. As a tourist city, Haiyi City naturally has no shortage of hotels. Relying on the principle of proximity, Luo Chen directly found a mid to high-end hotel nearby. The group opened 2 rooms and checked in with their bags. The group took a shower and then had dinner together on the first floor of the hotel. After dinner, because they were really tired today, they went upstairs and went back to their rooms. Good night, see you tomorrow. Lily and Sharona yawned and said to Luokan with sullen eyelids before walking into their room. Okay, good night. Fallen Dust Card went back to his room. Ellipsis. In the room, the elf is going to rest after a long day. Shinedo still likes to sleep near the window. As for Mewtwo, he pushes his whole body and floats in midair. However, Luo Chen, who was lying on the bed, was inexplicably unable to sleep. He looked up at the ceiling and felt a little bored. He suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to have drawn a lottery since he came to Carlos. He called out the system. System, how many lottery tickets do I have now? Ding, host, you now have a green lottery ticket X3, a colorful lottery ticket, and a black lottery ticket. Colorful lottery tickets. Luo Chen was stunned. He only played 3 gyms in Carlos. There should only be 3 green lottery tickets. Where did these colorful lottery tickets come from? System, Did you bring these colorful lottery tickets? The colorful lottery ticket is the reward for the evolution of the sky crack worm to the sky crack seat. As for the black lottery ticket, it is the reward for you to deal with the ultimate hole and the ultimate alien beast void-eyed. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. The value of this ultimate cave and the ultimate alien beast is actually higher than that of the split empty seat. The colorful lottery tickets are only awarded when the skycracker evolves into the skycracker, and black lottery tickets are actually awarded for dealing with the ultimate cave and the ultimate alien beast. Then why was there no prompt at that time? Maybe you were too focused at that time and blocked the system's prompts. Luo Chen was speechless. Okay, use 3 green lottery tickets first. As soon as the voice fell, a virtual green slot machine appeared in front of Luo Chen. Are you raising? Raise, all raise. After speaking, the green slot machine began to roll rapidly, and countless items flew across the screen. Seconds after. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting Sunstone X6. Open black lens bracket Sunstone close black lens bracket. Evolution Stone, a stone that can make specific elves evolve. XXX. Looking at the 6 sunstones that appeared beside the bed, Luo Chen glanced at his mouth, but he was also expected. After all, it was a green lottery ticket. I used a colorful lottery ticket. Luo Chen did not hesitate and said directly. As soon as the voice fell, the green virtual slot machine in front of Luo Chen's eyes changed, like a turkey turning into a phoenix. The screen of the virtual slot machine doubled in size, and the whole body flashed with this colorful light, as if special effects had been added. Blind. The screen of the colorful slot machine quickly scrolled. Items fly by on the screen. In the end, the speed stagnated, and the same object suddenly appeared in Luo Chen's eyes. Looking at the things on the screen, Luo Chen was stunned. This is actually 5 soybeans, and 5 soybeans were drawn from the colorful lottery ticket. Is this system kidding me? Just when Luo Chen was complaining, the sound of the system rang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting Shando X5. Shando possessing the power of creation. As long as there is a breath, no matter how many injuries you suffer, as long as you eat one, you will immediately become alive. Luo Chen was overjoyed. He said, how could the colorful sampling coupons draw out ordinary soybeans? It turned out to be the fairy beans in Dragon Ball. This bug exists. As long as it doesn't die, it can be saved. Luokan solemnly kept the 5 fairy beans close to his body. It was a life-saving thing. Putting away the fairy beans, Luokan said to the system again, use the black lottery ticket. The colorful lottery ticket draws fairy beans, and he is now looking forward to what the black lottery ticket can draw. After he finished speaking, the virtual slot machine disappeared, and a black hole appeared out of thin air in front of Luo Chen. Looking at the long-lost black hole, Luo Chen smiled and put his hand into the black hole with familiarity. When he came out, he had an extra fruit in his hand. When the fruit was taken out, the black hole disappeared. Luo Chen was startled. There was only one fruit. He looked at the fruit in his hand. The fruit had mysterious patterns on its body. If he guessed correctly, it was a devil fruit. Sure enough, at the moment when his thoughts arose, the voice of the system appeared in Luo Chen's mind. Hearing the system's voice, Luo Chen's eyes widened. What am I? He looked at the fruit in his hand in disbelief. Ellipsis. Chapter 281. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the devil fruit, shock fruit, optimization. Earthquake fruit katakana middle. Optimization, the strongest fruit of the superhuman family. It has the power to destroy the world and can shatter space. Note: this fruit is only suitable for elves. Luo Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the fruit with mysterious patterns in his hand, and his heart fell into extreme shock. I didn't expect it to be a shock fruit. Known as the strongest devil fruit, the shaking fruit that can destroy the sky and destroy the earth. However, when he saw the precautions, Luokan's expression instantly became extremely painful, and it was only suitable for elves to take. This has been done several times. Every time he took out the devil fruit, Luokan could only stare blankly. However, this is also something that can't be helped. Looking at the junjun fruit in his hand, Luo Chen touched his bare chin and fell into contemplation. He was a little hesitant now that this incomparably powerful, earth-shattering shock fruit should be used by that elf. In his mind, he was constantly selecting candidates suitable for the shocking fruit. Half a minute later, he had already made up his mind. He looked up at Mewtwo, who was meditating cross-legged in midair in the room, and a smile formed on the corner of his mouth. He decided to give Mewtwo the quake fruit, because he found that Mewtwo was the most suitable candidate for the quake fruit. Mewtwo's Megax fighting form coupled with the shocking fruit that destroys the sky and destroys the earth, it is exciting to think about it. And don't forget, Cheomung is already a first-level divine beast. If it is matched with a shock fruit, Luokan is looking forward to how powerful Cheomung will be at that time. Although he had decided to give the shock fruit to Chao Meng, Luo Chen was hesitant now, not because he was unwilling, but because of the weakness of the devil fruit. Once the devil fruit touches the sea water, it will be paralyzed into a pool of mud. This is a very painful thing in the elf world, because there are water elves. The skills of the water-type elves are also not clear to Luokan. Some of their skills are freshwater, and some of them are seawater. Moreover, even if it is not seawater, as long as the amount is enough, the devil fruit ability will also make people lose their strength. The official information released by One Piece, Luffy will lose strength and lose fruit ability when he takes a bath in one episode. In case of eating the fruit, a novice elf will directly KO the first-level mythical beast Cheomung with a water gun. At that time, it will be a fool, so the limitations of the devil fruit are really too big. Luokan frowned and thought, he still felt that this shocking fruit should be put away. At this time, the system sensed the thoughts in Luokan's heart, and its voice rang in Luokan's mind. The host doesn't need to take this into consideration. You are not pulling out the shaking fruit, but the shaking fruit katakana middle dot optimization. The system has been optimized, and its own weaknesses have disappeared. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, then looked at it. Sure enough, there is an optimized suffix behind the junjun fruit. Luokan breathed a sigh of relief, and now he has no worries. He did not hesitate, and said to Cheomung floating in midair, Miowang. In midair, Chao Meng opened his eyes and looked at Luo Chen with some doubts. This is for you, eat it. Luo Chen threw it away and threw the junjun fruit in his hand. Cheomung took it and glanced at the fruit in his hand. Although it also felt that the fruit in his hand looked a little strange, it was not at all wary of Luokan, because it knew that Luokan would not harm itself, and it directly put the fruit in your mouth and take a big bite. For a moment, its body froze, and its entire complexion turned blue, as if it had eaten something super unpalatable. Luokan saw the corners of his mouth twitching. How unpleasant the taste of this devil fruit is, even Cheomung becomes like this. Chao Meng really wanted to ask Luo Chen what this thing was. It was unpalatable and could not be described in words. But just when it wanted to ask, it found that its body couldn't move. Because it suddenly gave birth to an extremely unfamiliar power out of thin air, this power even felt palpitations, as if it could destroy the world. Its body is not under the control of Cheomung, and this power is constantly running around in Cheomung's limbs. In the end, the power split into two and came to its hands. Chao Meng only felt that a century had passed before it felt the body that it had regained control of, but when the body returned, it subconsciously clenched its fists and crossed its hands in front of its chest. I rely on it. But Luokan shouted loudly, because from his point of view, he saw two groups of white light condensed above Chao Meng's fists. Shinado, teleport, take Mewtwo out. Shinado hurriedly used teleportation, and brought Chao Meng and Luo Chen to the high sky outside the hotel. Dodged out, Luokan released a fire-breathing dragon, and then took Shinado to quickly get away from Mewtwo, which was floating high in the sky. At this time, Chao Meng was still confused. Hey, what are you doing? It stretched out its hand towards Luo Chen. But at the moment when it stretched out its hand, Kaka! A small sound came from its hands, and there were dense white cracks in the space in front of Chao Meng's fist, just like a broken mirror. Chao Meng was stunned for a moment, staring blankly at the shattered space, staring blankly at his fist, a little disbelieving. I did this. It remembered the mysterious power in its own body just now. It closed its eyes and meditated to feel the inside of its own body. When its mind moved, white light was attached to its fist again. Looking at the white light above its fist, it punched out, hitting the air. Boom! Ka ka ka! The space in front of it once again appeared densely packed with mirror-like cracks. Seeing this, it was finally determined that this was really done by itself. But, how can I have this power? Mewtwo is very familiar with his own power. It was absolutely impossible for it to shatter all the space before. Chao dreamed of the super unpalatable fruit that Luo Chen gave him to eat just now. Okay, don't try. If you try again, someone will find out, and it will be bad to cause a riot. Luochen walked over and said. Is that the fruit just now? Chao Meng asked. That's right, it's called the shock fruit. You have seen its power, but now is its weakest time. How strong it is depends on how far you develop it. To the depths, it can even shatter a continent with one punch. Luo Chen shrugged. Cheomeng's eyes shrank, blowing up a continent with one punch. But it also felt that the power in its own body has extremely strong potential, and even the power it uses now is estimated to be less than 1% of its power. Okay, let's go back. Luo Chen yawned. But at this moment, the sound of the system's raising sounded in his mind. Ding! Because of the super dream aptitude to advance to the super beast, the host will be rewarded with a black lottery ticket. Chapter 282. The sound of the system made Luo Chen stunned for a moment. Cheomeng's aptitude to advance to the superheroic beast. System, Eye of Probing. Luo Chen used the Eye of Probing at Mewtwo. Mewtwo's attribute panel at this time appeared in his mind. Name, Super Dream. Level, level, first level Divine Beast intermediate level. Attribute, Super Power. Qualification, Super Divine Beast. Evaluation, Artificial Genetic Elf, a dream clone. Because of his life experience, he doesn't like human beings. He has the destructive power of destroying the world. Because of taking the Junjun fruit, his potential and qualifications have broken through the shackles of first-level divine beasts. Super Beast. After reading Cheomeng's information, Luochen blinked his eyes, a little unbelievable, but his aptitude has really been upgraded from a first-level divine beast to a super divine beast. Did the first-level divine beast become a super divine beast? In his mind, an elf that looked like an alpaca appeared in his mind. He guessed that Arceus, the creator god, should not be a first-level divine beast, but a super divine beast. Congratulations, Cheomeng, your qualifications have been promoted to the superheroic beast. Luochen said to Cheomeng. Chao Meng was stunned. It had been experimenting with the extra energy in its body just now, but it didn't notice its own changes. Hearing Luochen's words, it felt that its body was indeed different from before, but it couldn't tell exactly what was different. It closed its eyes and carefully felt the changes in its own body. After a long while, it abruptly opened its eyes, with incomparable excitement on its face, and its entire chest was heaving violently. It has already felt its own changes, because its aptitude was a first-level divine beast before, so since it stepped into a first-level divine beast, it can also feel its own bottleneck, and it is extremely difficult to move forward in strength. But now, he found that the bottleneck that bothered him was gone, and he could now feel that the first-level divine beast was no longer his end, and it could step into a higher realm than the first-level divine beast. This result made Cheomeng, who has always been unsmiling, in ecstasy, and it looked to the side of Luochen with deep gratitude. Okay, it's time to go back. Luo Chen smiled. Returning to the hotel room, Mewtwo floated cross-legged in the air again, carefully feeling the power of the shaking fruit in the body and the changes in its own body. Luochen didn't bother it either, because the aptitude of Cheomeng was promoted to the super beast just now, and the system rewarded him with a black lottery ticket. Luokan felt that he was very lucky tonight, and without hesitation, he directly said to the system, "System, use the black lottery ticket." As soon as the voice fell, an incomparably dark black hole appeared in front of Luo Chen. This scene is very familiar. For a long time, Luo Chen directly stretched his hand into the black hole, and then took out a dark box like ink jade from the hole. There is a box. It seems that this time there is more than one thing. With joy on his face, he opened the box and reached into the dark box to grope. Soon he took out something from the box. Luo Chen took a closer look. It was a knife, a tang knife like a sword, but with only one edge. XXX. This knife is inserted in the scabbard. The main body of the knife is black, and there are white, cross, symbols from top to bottom. Looking at this knife, Luo Chen felt a little familiar, but where did he see it? Putting the knife aside, Luokan put his hand into the black treasure chest again, and soon it grabbed another thing. It took it out, and the black treasure chest also dissipated. Are there two things? Luokan frowned, then looked at the thing in his hand, and when he saw it clearly, his eyes shrank. I saw that what he was holding in his hand happened to be another fruit with a mysterious pattern. This fruit was in the shape of a heart, and was red all over. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Fruit of Surgery Katakana Middle Dot Optimization. Fruit of Surgery Katakana Middle Dot Optimization. Those with the ability of the Fruit of Surgery can create a global space, in which they can freely cut, exchange, splicing people and objects, and even exchange the consciousness of people, but those who are cut will not die or even be injured. At the cost of the life of the able, eternal life can be given. Precautions. This fruit should only be consumed by humans. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. That's right, what appeared in Luokan's hands was the surgical fruit known as the ultimate devil fruit. Ha 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 ha. When Luokan saw the precautions for the fruit of the operation, he was overjoyed. Today is really his lucky day. The fruit of the operation can also be used by himself. The devil fruits that were drawn out before were only used by elves, which made him depressed a lot, but now the fruit of the operation has finally fulfilled his wish. Without any hesitation, Luo Chen put the red heart fruit in his hand and took a bite. 0. In an instant, an indescribable smell spread in Luokan's mouth, and Luokan's complexion instantly turned blue. He could guarantee that this taste would definitely make people eat it once, and it would definitely make people not want to taste it a second time. Soon, he felt an indescribable power in his body. Then Luokan turned his eyes to the tang knife on the ground. Since it appeared with the surgical fruit, I guessed correctly that this knife should be the one used by Luo in the original book, Ghost Cry. No wonder he felt that this knife was inexplicably familiar. He picked up the knife, then put his right hand on the handle of the knife, and slowly pulled the ghost out. In an instant, the whole room was cold and cold. When Luokan pulled Guikui out, an incomparably evil force came out from Guikui's body. I saw a steady stream of black mist coming out of Guiku's body, and soon the black mist filled the entire room, and the entire room was enveloped by this incomparably evil power. These black mists kept changing in the room, turning into countless black skulls. Woo! A voice like a ghost crying came out from the mouths of these skulls, as if 10,000 ghosts were crying. Chao Meng was also awakened by the black mist. Luokan squinted his eyes, and he remembered, Guiku is not a serious knife, it is a demon knife. Sichuan. Chapter 283. At this time, the black skeletons transformed from the black mist really circled the dust and danced with their claws and claws. They were extremely ferocious. Coupled with the whimpering from their mouths, they could frighten people to pieces. Luokan watched all this calmly, without the slightest panic in his eyes. He could feel that these black skulls were condensed from black mist and there was an evil power that could make people violent, and at the same time there is also this bewitching power in the voice that is like the crying of 10,000 ghosts. The mixing of these two powers can turn a person into a monster without any thoughts and only know how to kill, and it will become a slave of ghost crying, which is the so-called sword demon. But this bewitching power is also a kind of spiritual power. Luokan looked at the densely packed black skulls, and a trace of disdain was drawn on the corner of his mouth. It was too tender to try to confuse himself with this little mental power. Not to mention Luokan, even the elf in this room will not be affected by the ghost cry. After all, which elf in Luokan's room is not like a mythical beast? On the side, Cheomung frowned at this scene with cold eyes, and just when it was about to make a move, Luo Chen stopped it. "Don't make a move, let me come." When he was talking, the skulls formed by the black mist seemed to see that his voice had no effect on Luokan. The countless black skulls condensed together again, and finally turned into a huge black skull. There were also 2 red flames flashing in the skeleton's eye sockets. The huge skull screamed like a ghost, and then charged towards Luokan. "Luo Du can subdue you, so can't I tilde tilde." Luo Chen raised his eyelids and looked at the huge skull rushing towards him. "Eyes. Noisy," Luokan said lightly, and while speaking, the strong pupil power spread out together with the powerful spiritual power, forming a huge hand to oppress the huge skull. In an instant, the skeleton head that collided with Luo Chen seemed to be frightened by something, and the ghost cry from its mouth stopped abruptly, like a duck strangled by its neck. Its whole body shivered in midair, as if a mouse met a cat. In the end, Luo Chen's mental power grabbed the huge skull in his hand. With a bang, the huge skull was directly crushed by him. The skull dissipated and turned into a black mist that filled the room. Luo Chen raised his eyelids. "Don't come back to me." As soon as the voice fell, the black mist ran back to the ghost cry as if it was fleeing for life. The black mist returned to Guiku, and Guiku lay quietly in Luokan's hands, and Luokan could vaguely feel the surrender that came from Guiku. Luokan smiled and said, "It counts you as acquainted." He grabbed the ghost and cried, and then Luo Chen opened his left hand, palm facing down, and his 5 fingers curved slightly. Room. Suddenly, a small cyclone emerged from Luokan's palm, and then about a meter around Luokan, a translucent bubble appeared, enveloping Luokan. 1 meter. Luokan nodded. It was not bad to use a room with a range of 1 meter for the first time. After all, the superhuman-type fruit is a fruit developed by oneself. If you don't want to be a natural type, you can form a very strong combat power as long as you eat it. What is this? Chao Meng also looked curiously at the transparent bubbles around Luo Chen. Show you a magic trick. Luokan smiled, then held the ghost and cried. Hanmeng suddenly appeared in the room and turned into thousands. The next second, falling dust was 1 meter around him, and the table, bed, and all the equipment within the bubble was split into 2 halves, 1 half on the ground and the other half in the air. Did you see clearly? Did I cut all these in half? Chao Meng nodded. That's good. Falling Chen lifted the room, and the things floating in the air lost the blessing of the room, and all remerged with the other half of himself under the influence of gravity. Diaresis, go and see if these things are complete. Chao Meng lifted a chair not far in front of him, and saw that the entire chair was lifted by himself. It was a little stunned, because just now it clearly saw the chair was cut in half, but now it is actually intact. No matter how it looks, it can't find a single crack. Afterwards, it looked at the other chopped objects, and there was no trace of being chopped. What's going on? Chao Meng couldn't understand. The fruit of surgery, like the Junjun fruit you ate just now, has very magical powers. Chao Meng suddenly realized that he nodded, so it was. Okay, it's getting late, let's go to bed. Nuo Zhao's early. It was getting late, and Luo Chen was also sleepy, so he lay directly on the bed, and soon fell asleep. Ellipsis. The night passed, and soon came the next morning. After Luokan and his party finished eating, they walked directly towards the outskirts of Haiyi City. Soon, they came to a towering tree. The tree is so huge that it looks like a tall building from a distance. There are still some stairs on this tree, and there are actually buildings on it. At the same time, there is a huge Pokeball pattern on the half-waist of this tree, which is the symbol of the gym. That's right. This big tree is actually the gym of Sea Wing, the grass gym. Ellipsis. Chapter 284. This big tree is named after Haiyi City. It is called Haiyi Giant Tree. It is the landmark of Haiyi City. Although its location is in the suburbs, it does not affect its popularity at all. Haiyi City is a tourist city, and many people come here to witness this world, the largest giant tree in the world. It was still early, but many people were already taking pictures with the giant tree. Luokan and his group walked over and came to the bottom of the giant tree. Xiao Na, long time no see. Suddenly, a voice came over. When Luokan and the others heard the news, they saw that there was an old man with gray hair and green clothes in a flower bed beside him who was greeting Luokan and the others. He was helping the flowers and plants with a pair of scissors in his hand. Luokan was a little stunned. Is this talking to us? But at this time, Sharona beside him said with joy, Fuyi tilde yi, it's really you. The old man smiled. Not long ago, I heard Xiaolunai say that you have come to the Carlos area. You haven't seen him for several years, and you are even more beautiful. The little Luna in his mouth is the champion of Carlos, Karuna. Sharona smiled and said, where, Grandpa Fu, you are. I haven't seen you for a few years, but you haven't gotten old at all. The more you live, the younger you get. Old, I can only grow flowers and plants when I have nothing to do. The old man shook his head. Okay, let's go into the gym and talk. The old man greeted them and said. Gym. Zyrna was a little surprised. Grandpa Fu, are you still the master of the gym in Haiyi City? Yeah, it's good to be a gym owner. I play against young people every day, and sometimes I feel like I'm still young. The group walked into the gym. The venue of the gym is not on the tree, but on the ground. They hollowed out a hole in the giant tree, and then built a gym in the tree hole. Just walked in. Xiao Na, you came here today to challenge the gym, right? Hello, I want to challenge the gym. My name is Luokan, please give me more advice. My name is Lilia, please give me more advice. Aside, Luokan and Lily introduced themselves. Hello, I'm the master of the gymnasium, you can call me Lord Fu. Lord Fu looked at Luokan with a smile. I heard Xiaolunai say, you are very difficult, you can actually seal Tier 0. Ni, that little girl, it is said that the game ended very quickly. Even Xiaolunai said that even if she fights with you, her chance of winning is only 60%. Luo Chen smiled dryly. It's Karune champion who has lifted it up. Xiaolunai won't lie to me about this kind of thing. Lord Fu said, if that's the case, I won't use the Pokemon given by the Alliance for this gym challenge. I'll just use my old buddies. They haven't had enough fun for a long time. On the side, Zyrna explained to Luokan, Grandpa Fu is the Carlos champion who took office. If he stays in the champion position, he will stay until retirement. He is very powerful. Lord Fu waved his hand. These are all things in the past. Then he said to Luokan, but don't worry, even Xiaolunai recognizes your strength, and of course I recognize your strength. Regardless of the outcome, the plant badge is yours. Grandpa Fu, don't talk too much. Whoever loses and who wins is not necessarily the case. Don't lose your face when you lose. Sharona said playfully. Ha ha ha, when you say that, I'm more interested in his strength. To be able to make the champions of both regions value so much, I can't wait to try your strength. He said to Luokan, okay, let's hurry up. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Luo Chen nodded helplessly. They came to the open field outside the gym, and the two of them stood at one end. Xiao Na, the referee of the gym is not here today, so please be the referee. The rules of the game are still 3v3. XXX. Sharona nodded, and immediately stood up and said, please choose to play the Pokemon. As soon as the words fell, Lord Fu took the lead in throwing the elf ball, and a green elf appeared like an upright lizard. It had a big green tail like thorns behind it. This was the grass elf, the Lizard King. 0. At the moment when Lord Fu threw the Pokeball, Luo Chen also threw his own Pokeball, and a blue elf appeared in front of Luo Chen. He used Lucario. Luochen was squinting at the Lizard King at this moment, and the momentum of the Lizard King was so strong that it was like an elf with no fighting power. But how could the elf, who was Carlos' previous champion, be incompetent? The Eye of System Exploration. Name, Lizard King. Level 80 Champion Peak. Attribute, Grass. Qualification, Champion. Ellipsis. Luochen smiled, and he just said, how could the other party come up with an elf with no fighting power at all, but he didn't expect to be a champion elf when he appeared. This Lizard King obviously controls his own momentum with perfection, and has reached the point of returning to the original. Sichuan. Chapter 285. Game start. Seeing that both sides were ready, Sharona immediately announced the start of the game. At the moment when the voice fell, Fu Yi, who had always been as gentle as the grandfather next door, the moment Sharona announced the start of the game, his momentum changed. Now, his eyes are extremely sharp, like a waking lion, and his slightly hunched body is also standing upright at this time, giving people a sense of oppression. Lightning flashes. He gave orders to the Lizard King. All of a sudden, the landscape has not been revealed, as if the Lizard King, who had no fighting power, moved. It shook slightly, turned into a green phantom and charged towards Lucario. We used divine speed. Lucario's figure also flickered, turned into 22, and greeted him with a blue light. Boom! The two chicks collided violently, and there was a loud bell-like sound at the scene. With a collision, a powerful reaction force was passed from the place where they met, and the two elves flew upside down. Stay steady. Stay steady. Luo Chen and Lord Fu gave orders almost at the same time. In mid-air, the two elves adjusted their bodies and fell towards the ground. Expand. At this time, Lord Fu suddenly issued an order, and I saw that the tail of the Lizard King's huge plant suddenly swelled and became larger and heavier. As his body became heavier, the Lizard King descended much faster than Lucario. Second split. Lord Fu then gave another order. Shu tilde. The Lizard King landed, with his toes a little on the ground, and his entire body rushed out like an arrow from the string. A machete made of green energy condensed out from the elbows of his hands, and it was extremely sharp. Falling to the ground, Lucario, who was still in mid-air, dashed away. In mid-air, Lucario didn't focus at all, he could only sit still and watch the Lizard King rush over. The sound of breaking through the air came, and the icy cold light struck, and the sharp green scimitars on the elbows of the Lizard King had come close, and swung towards Lucario fiercely. Lucario, the bone stick, inserted into the ground. At the critical moment, Luo Chen gave an order. Lucario understood what Luochen meant. The waveguide on its body gushed out fiercely, and it condensed into a 2-meter-long blue bone rod in its hand. It held the 2-meter-long blue bone rod in both hands, and then slammed it into the ground. Lucario grabbed the bone rod, and at the same time its descending body stopped. But this is not over, because the Lizard King's elbow knife has already slashed in front of him. At the moment it slashed, Lucario's foot kicked on the bone rod, and with a focus point, its body instantly slid away from the Lizard King, avoiding the Lizard King's skill attack. Blinking technique, Metal Claw. As soon as he landed, Luo Chen's voice came over. Lucario used the telekinesis technique to come behind the Lizard King, his right hand exuding a metallic luster. Because Lucario came directly behind the Lizard King, even if the Lizard King reacted, he would not have the time to deal with it. Lucario slapped the Lizard King's back with his metal claws, just when Luo Chen thought he had succeeded. Steel Tail. The Lizard King suddenly waved his tail, and its tail also glowed with a metallic sheen, which blocked Lucario's metal claws. The two little elves fought and separated again. In these short-term fights, They were all equal in size, and no one took advantage of it. Looking at Lord Fu, Luokan's face was a little dignified. Although the two sides fought a tie these times, in fact, Luokan was the loser. Since the second fight, he has been led by the other side, which caused this result was caused by the trivial detail that the opponent made the Lizard King's tail bigger in the first fight at the beginning of the game, and landed one step ahead of Lucario. The opponent is very good at grasping some trivial details, or experience, and then controls the rhythm of the game, forcibly dragging the opponent into his own battle rhythm, and then playing the opponent to death. Is this the strength of Carlos as the champion? Luokan took a deep breath. I didn't expect you, the Lizard King, to actually use a steel tail. Yeah, it was also learned by myself inexplicably at the beginning. Lord Fu looked at Luo Chen. You are amazing, and you can forcefully find a focus in the air. Luokan's guess is good. He is indeed very good at accumulating his own advantages through some small details. Little by little, let the game enter his own rhythm. Once the game completely enters his rhythm, then the stormy combo will be after that. He was able to keep fighting against Luo Chen, and Luo Chen could only do passive defense. But the method of inserting the bone rod into the ground and forcibly finding a point of focus for himself in the air just opened his eyes. That scene really surprised him. It was also the god who broke his rhythm and let him the scene is back to balance. You really are as strong as Xiao Lunai said. Master Fu had an excited smile on his face, and he was finally able to have a good fight and let go of his hands and feet. No, it was just a warm-up exercise just now, and the next thing is the real show. Luokan smiled. Lucario, open the door, close the door, live the door, hurt the door. Open. Ellipsis. Chapter 286. A sudden burst of green energy erupted from Lucario's body, and this energy covered his body. Boom. Lucario's feet stomped on the ground, and there was a 1-meter wide hole under his feet instantly, which cracked like a spider web. Lucario disappeared in place in an instant. Its speed was like a ghost, and the naked eye couldn't catch it. In a blink, Lucario had already appeared in front of the Lizard King, and it punched the Lizard King, but the Lizard King was indeed an elf who had accompanied Fuyi to fight for many years. He had very rich fighting experience. At the moment of disappearing, it became tenacious. Looking at Lucario's fist that instantly appeared, its hands were crossed in front of Shang. Boom. A muffled sound of a physical collision came over. Lucario's fist smashed it, and King Lizard 22 successfully blocked it, but the huge force also caused his feet to slide out 2 deep traces on the ground. What is this? Lord Fu was a little shocked. 8-door Dunjia. Luo Chen squinted his eyes. Is it blocked? Then, Lucario Duman, open. Boom. The green energy on Lucario's body surged again, and only the whites of his eyes were left. Shu tilde. Lucario's figure disappeared again, this time it was faster. With a swish sound, it slapped the Lizard King's hand crossed in front of Shang with a strong leg wind. Boom. With a muffled thunderous sound, the Lizard King seemed to have been hit by a bright truck, and his body was instantly kicked out, rubbed far away on the ground, forming a ravine, and the soil rolled towards both sides. Although it is a long description, it all happened in a short moment. Looking at the Lizard King lying on the ground, Lord Fu's eyes narrowed. It's okay, Lizard King. The Lizard King stood up from the ground, very embarrassed and disheartened. Hearing the words of Lord Fu, it gave a low growl to Lord Fu, and then stared at the green energy exuding green energy in his eyes full of fighting intent. Lucario. Looking at the Lizard King showing fighting intent, Lord Fu also showed a smile. Since I retired, you haven't met such a powerful opponent for a long time, right? Then, he looked at Luokan again. I didn't expect this to be your true strength. Was it just a warm-up just now? It's unfortunate that we were also a tentative attack just now. When his Lord Fu's voice fell. Roar. The Lizard King suddenly raised his head and roared. Boom. From the beginning of the game to the present, there has always been no aura on his body. Like a novice elf, the Lizard King has finally unreservedly released his aura of the peak of the championship. After seeing the strength of Lucario, it has no hide again. Flying leaf knife. The whole body of the Lizard King suddenly condensed countless sharp, knife-like leaves, covering the sky and densely packed. These leaves cut through the air and galloped towards Lucario. Looking at the overwhelming flying blade, there was no fluctuation in Lucario's eyes. It loosened its fist, and then clenched it sharply. The green energy on its fist was dazzling. It closed its fists, took a deep breath, and then suddenly punched out. The fist was as strong as the wind, and the fist bombarded the air, causing a change in the airflow, forming a considerable air shock wave to the naked eye, the so-called air cannon. The shock wave greeted Fei Kue Dao, and the air where it passed made an ear-piercing cry, and the soil on the ground rolled over to both sides as if it had been plowed by an invisible thing. In the end, the shock wave and the flying blade collided. I saw that the flying blade knives all over the sky collapsed one by one under this shock wave, and they all collapsed. Lord Fu's eyes narrowed again, looking at Lucario and Luo Chen. His heart was a little dignified. It seems that Xiao Lunai underestimated Luo Chen. He knew that his Lizard King might not be Lucario's opponent. What a terrible young man. Fu Yi sighed in his heart, knowing that he was Carlos's inaugural champion. When he was in office, he was invincible in the entire region, and no one could win from him. And now he is retired and old, but don't forget that people are old, but the elf is still in his prime, and his elf's strength is stronger than when he was the champion. But now that he is being pressed and beaten by Luoken, it is truly incredible. There's no other way. You've forced me into this. It seems that I can only use the trump card. Lord Fu looked at Luo Chen and said helplessly. Then he looked at the Lizard King, put his hand on the top of his cane, and said solemnly, Lizard King, Mega Evolution. Suddenly, in the air, colored thin lines erupted from the Lizard King and Lord Fu, and the thin lines of the two were connected together in the air. Then, a dazzling white light erupted from the Lizard King. In the white light, its body is constantly changing. After a few seconds, the white light dissipated, and the figure of the Lizard King was revealed again. After Mega, the Lizard King has changed a lot. It's like an elf. Its body has also become taller and slender, its head has become hideous, and two fin-like things have grown on the collarbone behind it. The thorn-like tail behind it has become extremely slender, and it has become like a long chang, and the spear tip is extremely sharp. The whole body is very well proportioned, without a trace of excess, it is simply born to fight. XXX. At the same time, looking at the Mega Lizard King, Luoken also probed, and its strength has also changed a lot. After the Mega, his level has become a sub-god inferior to the third-level divine beast and higher than the champion. Ellipsis. Chapter 287. Looking at Mega Lizard King, Lord Fu looked at Luo Chen and smiled. Then let's continue our game. Lizard King, swing wildly. He immediately ordered the Lizard King. Before the words fell, the Lizard King turned into a green phantom and rushed over. The green energy of the green leaf scimitar on its elbow was attached, and the leaves became wider and sharper. Metal claws. Lucario's hands were in the shape of claws, glowing with an icy metallic luster. It stomped the ground, and the ground under his feet sank down, cracking, and Riolu's body turned into a phantom to greet him. Boom! The sound of metal collision sounded. Zzz tilde. In the center of the arena, Lucario's metal claws collided with the Lizard King's sharp-bladed knife, sparks shot out from the collision, and the ground beneath their feet collapsed layer by layer because they couldn't bear their strength. Cracked. As the two elves stalemate and compete with each other, the big pit under their feet gets bigger and deeper, and in the end, their entire bodies are not in the big pit, and no one outside can see them. The presence. Boom. Another muffled thunder sounded, and the soil in the pit suddenly exploded, several meters high. As the soil flew up, one blue and one green figure jumped out of the pit, and various branches stood on both sides of the battle arena. Although the two are not fighting now, the air in the entire arena is extremely dignified, the air seems to be condensed, and the scene is silent. The two elves look at each other with high fighting spirit in their eyes. As their trainers, Luo Chen and Fu Yi naturally felt their fighting spirit at this time. A very slight breeze suddenly appeared in the scene, blowing the dust on the scene. With the breeze blowing, Luo Chen and Lord Fu seemed to have agreed in advance, their eyes flashed, and they issued an order at the same time. Lucario, bow missile. Lizard King, energy bomb. The two elves moved again, and they all condensed an energy ball in their hands and blasted towards each other. Boom! The energy bomb and the wave missile collided with each other in midair, causing a cloud of smoke to cover the entire field of play. Lord Fu frowned as he looked at the smoke-covered arena, and he issued an order, Lizard King, use quick defense. Just when he finished speaking. Boom! A collision sound came, and a hurricane suddenly swirled in the smoke. The hurricane blew the smoke and dust away. I saw that in the arena. Lucario did not know when he came to the Lizard King. The leaves suddenly became the size of a fan, like a shield. Lucario's fist was resting on the Lizard King's shield, and the sound of the collision just now was the sound of Lucario's fist hitting the Lizard King's leaf shield. When Lord Fu saw this scene, a smile appeared on his face. Luo Chen looked at Fu Yi in surprise. Zhang was really old and hot. Has the opponent guessed his plan? When the arena was shrouded in smoke just now, Luo Chen took advantage of the smoke on the arena to let Lucario use the instant shot. The body technique launched a surprise attack, but I didn't expect that Lord Fu seemed to have known that he would do this for a long time, and let the Lizard King launch a quick defense to block Lucario's attack. Lizard King, cross scissors. The leaf the size of the fan in the Lizard King's hand quickly shrank, turning into a blade again and slashing down towards Lucario. Lucario was well prepared and jumped back to dodge. Then the two elves launched their skills for long-range consumption. Dragon Wave. Sunshine Flames. Bow Missiles. Flying Leaf Knife. Ellipsis. After seeing that the skills could not hurt the opponent, they gave up the long-range skills and switched to melee combat. Metal Claws. 2 in a row. Bone Sticks Beat. Cross Scissors. Bang bang bang. The two little elves were fighting each other so fast that everyone could not see it with the naked eye. All they could see was two ghostly figures scurrying around the arena. As their fists collided with their fists, there were violent collision sounds on the field. Every time a collision sounded, there would be a corresponding pit on the field. Before long, the entire arena became bumpy and full of small pits. Boom! It was another fist-to-fist collision, and the two little elves immediately separated. The two elves were sweating profusely, and their breathing was a little short. They have been fighting for about half an hour, and they still haven't decided the winner. Lord Fu frowned. He had to limit Lucario's speed, the opponent's was too flexible. Lizard King, green grass field. The Lizard King nodded, green energy surged from his body, and the scent of green grass came, and the entire arena was covered with green grass, like a green field. 2 consecutive splits. The Lizard King attacked again. Lucario clenched his fist, and there was a metallic sheen on his fist. Just as he was about to meet him, the grass under his feet suddenly grew wildly, entangling his feet like vines. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, only to see Fu Yi smiled and said to Luo Chen, tie the knot. Although these vine-like grasses can only block Lucario for a moment, but for Lucario and the others, this moment is enough. By the time Lucario broke free, the Lizard King had already arrived in front of it, and the two slashes came one after the other. Leo could only make an emergency defense with his hands crossed over his head. Boom! The ground beneath Lucario's feet cracked, and its entire body sank into the ground. Lucario, are you alright? Lucario slapped his hands on the ground and broke free from the ground. Luoken frowned. He knew that he was careless, but he never thought that this Lizard King would actually be able to use the grass field. Generally speaking, the Lizard King would not have the skill of grass field. It's time for the battle to end. Lord Fu looked at Luo Chen and said. Do you think the grass field can control Lucario? Luo Chen smiled. But you're right, it's time to end the battle. Lucario, Jingmun, open. With Luo Chen's voice falling. Lucario roared up to the sky, the green energy on his body soared and became more solid, and the momentum on his body gave people a very strong pressure. It moved, and as soon as it stepped out, the ground of the entire arena was cracked, and the grass field was directly shattered by it. Tilde. Its speed was so fast that there was a slight chirping sound in the air. After stepping out, it came to the front of the Lizard King, as if shrinking into an inch, so fast that the Lizard King didn't even have time to react. Lucario kicked the Lizard King into the air. End the battle with the most powerful skills, Lucario, toward the peacock. Lucario bent his knees slightly, and then exerted force. Boom! The entire playing field was concave, and Lucario came to the sky above the Lizard King. Looking at the Lizard King, they clenched their fists, and then quickly punched the Lizard King. Bang 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 bang. Due to the speed of the punches, the dense fists landed on the Lizard King, as if Lucario had countless fists. The fists rubbed against the air, burning orange flames. Looking up from the ground, Lucario's countless fist phantoms, plus the fists that rubbed and caught fire, looked like a peacock opening its screen from a distance. Boom! The Lizard King's body fell to the ground like a meteor, and was directly hit by Lucario from the sky to the ground, smashing a huge hole on the ground, setting off a huge wave of smoke and dust in the sky. As for the Lizard King, he had already lost consciousness under Lucario's facing peacock, lying at the bottom of the pit and spinning around in his eyes. Lord Fu took a deep breath when he saw this terrifying scene. This is too terrifying. Just now he thought he could win, but he didn't expect the plot to reverse in the next second. However, Lord Fu is also someone who has seen the big world. He took a deep breath and regained his senses, took the Lizard King back, looked at Luo Chen and said, "Amazing. It's just a fluke." Luo Chen quickly waved his hand. "Don't be modest, let's start the next match." Fu Yi didn't dare to underestimate Luoken at this time, but at the same time he was also a little excited. He hadn't met such a strong opponent for a long time. Lord Fu nodded. He took out a pokeball, a little solemn, and then he threw the pokeball out. A white light flashed, and a little elf appeared. Luoken was stunned, but he didn't expect it to be this little elf. Chapter 288. I saw a flying bird elf. The elf was blue in color and its feathers were like ice sculptures. The moment it appeared, the air suddenly became cold, as if winter was coming, and a little crystal-like thing floated. In the air, its snowflakes mixed with ice chips. The bird chirped, and an earth-shattering aura burst out, pressing the audience. At the same time, heavy snow suddenly fell in the sky, and the goose feathers flew, turning the entire stadium white. Luoken looked at the elf, and said a little surprised, "Frozen bird. I didn't expect you to have a frozen bird from our Kanto region." That's right, Fu Yi's second elf to fight was the frozen bird, one of the 3 sacred birds in the Kanto region. However, this frozen bird is not the frozen bird among the 3 divine birds, but an ordinary frozen bird in the frozen bird family. The pokeball can't trap it. Even if it is caught with the pokeball, it can break free from the pokeball and run out at any time. The first thing to do after running out is to kill Fu Yi, destroy the pokeball, and then leave. When the level of the Pokemon reaches the champion, in fact, the Pokeball's restraint on them is simply dispensable, and even the famous Master Ball can't contain a mythical beast. So in the original work, whether it's Team Rocket controlling Mewtwo, or the Galaxy group that summoned the God of Time and God of Space using the 3 holy mushrooms, or the Flare that controls Zygarde, the God of Z, the group is also good. They all have one thing in common, that is, none of them were captured or controlled with Pokeballs. All of them used technology or other means to directly control these Pokemon and make them go berserk. It's not that they don't want to control them with Pokeballs and then order them, but because Pokeballs are as fragile as paper for these mythical beasts, they can break free whenever they want, so these evil organizations will use other means to control them. The same is true for the Pokemon below the champion. Although the Pokeball can restrain them, their effect is actually limited. It is quite easy for them to come out of the Pokeball, just like the Rocket's Guanwang in the original book, and Citron's Pinches. They can all run out of the Pokeball on their own. Therefore, the Pokeball cannot be used as a means to control the Pokémon. It can only be regarded as a temporary home for a pixie, a proof that it is a pixie that is a trainer. However, although the elves below the champion can run out of the Pokeball by themselves, the Pokeball also has a certain binding force on them. They cannot resist the forced recovery function of the Pokeball. As long as they are illuminated by the red light of the Pokeball, they will be forced to return into the Pokeball. The twisted melon is not sweet. Even if you can forcefully retrieve the elf can choose not to listen to your words or orders. If you want the elf to listen to you and control it, the most important thing is to get its approval. If you don't get the elf's approval, even if the elf follows you, it won't listen to you, and will even attack you. Just like Pikachu in Ash's first trip, what if Ash has Pikachu's Pokeball? Pikachu still doesn't listen to Ash, and even attacks Ash until Ash gets Pikachu's Pokeball. If he approves, he can command Pikachu. The same is true for his fire-breathing dragon. When the fire-breathing dinosaur evolved into a fire-breathing dragon, the fire-breathing dragon has changed because of its personality. It also does not listen to Xiaoji, and will attack Xiaoji as soon as it is released. Knowing that it has approved Xiaoji, it will listen to Xiaoji's command. Ellipsis. XXX. Hearing Luokan's words, Lord Fu looked at the frozen bird in front of him and explained, "Once it was seriously injured in a battle, I just found out that it has been by my side since I rescued it." Luokan nodded, and it is no wonder why the frozen bird listened to Lord Fu's command. He also used his exploratory eyes to probe it just now. The level of this frozen bird is also the sub-god. "Lucario, can you still stand it?" Luokan looked at Lucario and asked. Just now Lucario quit the 8-door Dunjia mode after using the facing peacock, but because it evolved into Lucario, the body's functions are better than when Leolu was used. It has been greatly improved, so it will not appear like when Leo Road is still used, and the power will be lost after using the 8 armors. Lucario was full of anger, with eager fighting intent on his face. Obviously the battle just now didn't satisfy him enough. Looking at Lucario's state at this time, Luo Chen nodded and said to Hyerna, who was the referee, "I choose not to change the elf in the second game." Sharona understood and immediately announced the start of the second game. But Lord Fu frowned a little. He said, "My frozen bird is stronger than the Lizard King just now. Your Lucario shouldn't be able to enter the mode where green energy was all over his body just now, right?" Luokan shook his head. "No way." Then change to another elf. Since you can't enter the mode just now, although your Lucario is strong, he will not be the opponent of Frozen Bird. Fuyi felt the momentum of Lucario at this time. Some dissatisfied. "Don't worry." Luokan smiled, took out a glove from the bag and put it on. The back of the glove was inlaid with a glass bead, and Luokan pressed it directly on the glass bead, and said solemnly, "Lucario, Mega Evolution." In an instant, colored thin lines appeared on the bodies of Luokan and Lucario, and the thin lines of the two were connected to each other in midair. In an instant, the white light on Lucario's body rose sharply. After a few seconds, a completely different Lucario appeared in front of everyone. Lucario's eyes were condensed, and an incomparably powerful momentum burst out. A cyclone was lifted from under its feet, and then mixed with snowflakes on the ground. It rose into the sky, like a snow-white streak. Like a giant dragon, it shot straight into the sky. The momentum on its body also directly pushed back the momentum of the frozen bird, forming a situation of rivalry. "Is it all right now?" Luo Chen looked at Lord Fu and asked. Looking at the Mega Lucario, Lord Fu was shocked again. This Lucario can actually evolve into a Mega. If Lucario just now underwent Mega Evolution based on the attachment of green energy, wouldn't that mean that his Lizard King would be instantly killed? Ellipsis. I've been a little busy these days, and I'm very tired. I have submitted a resignation application, and I'll quit this month. Chapter 289. When he thought that his Lizard King might be instantly killed by the opponent, Lord Fu was a little horrified. Xiao Lunai underestimated his strength. At the same time, he also sighed in his heart. He is really old, and the future will be dominated by these young people. Taking a deep breath, Lord Fu slowly calmed down, and then his eyes were sharp. But even if he was old, he couldn't be looked down upon by young people. At least let the younger generation know that this world is theirs in the future. Now, still own. Lord Fu looked at Luokan, and an inexplicable and invisible momentum rose up from his body. Then let's start the second game, Fu Yi said. Luo Chen smiled and nodded. Aside, Sharona quickly said, the game begins. At the moment of announcing the start of the competition, Master Fu's eyes flashed, and he immediately issued an order to the frozen bird. Frozen bird, use the frozen light on the ground. The frozen bird chirped, the blue energy on its body emerged, it opened its beak, and a thick white light beam shot out from its mouth toward the ground. The white light beam hit the ground, and the ground of the entire competition venue was suddenly covered with a thick layer of ice, covering a very wide distance, even 10 meters away from the competition venue. Are all included. At the same time, the air around the arena suddenly became cold, and even the breath of everyone immediately turned into crystal clear ice crystals. Fu Yi looked at the ice field covering the entire competition field with a smile in his eyes. In this way, Lucario's ghostly speed was abolished. On the smooth ice surface, Lucario's speed it will definitely be greatly affected. Luokan's eyes were half closed, and he naturally knew the other party's plan. Indeed, the soles of Lucario's feet were not suitable for fighting on ice, and his soles had no grip. Lucario, shatter the ice below your feet. Luca. Lucario roared, raising his foot and stomping on the ground. Boom. With a muffled sound, the ice layer of the entire competition venue cracked open, and the ice cubes under Lucario's feet were directly crushed. Lord Fu smiled. Frozen bird. The frozen bird understood. It flapped its wings, and the wind swept through, and the shattered ice layer reclosed, and even the shattered ice layer under Lucario's feet was quickly regenerated. It seemed that shattering the ice layer would not work. Luo Chen frowned, and he had to figure out a way. The longer it dragged on, the worse it would be for Lucario. Frozen bird, boulder. Just when Luo Chen was thinking about how to solve the frozen bird quickly, Lord Fu's order rang again. The frozen bird chirped, and a few extremely sharp icicles were formed out of thin air in front of it. It had a wing, and these icicles roared towards Lucario with a sharp edge that could not be ignored. Lucario ball missile. Lucario was inconvenient to move on the ice, and Luo Chen didn't ask the opponent to dodge. Lucario condensed several waves of missiles to meet the ice cone. Bang bang bang. The wave missile collided with the ice cone, blowing it to pieces. Lord Fu smiled. Sure enough, on the ice, Lucario was a living target. He chased after the victory. Use hail. The blue energy surged on the frozen bird. It flapped its wings and set off a gust of wind, and fist-sized hailstones smashed densely towards Lucario. Bone stick. Lucario condensed the bone rod, and it waved the bone rod to form an airtight wall, pinging and pinging to block the hail. It's fine. Lord Fu smiled. Then let me see how long you can stop it. Looking at Lucario who was wielding a bone stick to block the hailstorm, Luo Chen frowned. Such a passive defense is not an option, and sooner or later the opponent will exhaust his stamina. Immediately afterwards, Luo Chen didn't know what to think. His eyes lit up, and he said to Lucario, Lucario, condense 2 palm-sized bone sticks and throw them on the ground. Although Lucario was puzzled, he did as he did. Taking advantage of the gap, it condensed 2 palm-sized bone rods and threw them on the ground. Step on it. Luokan spoke again. Lucario's eyes lit up. He already understood what his master was going to do. It stepped directly on the 2 bone rods, and then left the place with a bang, out of the attack range of the hail. That's right, Luokan used the 2 bone sticks as roller skates. Lord Fu was a little dumbfounded. How can this bone stick be used like this? Bow missiles. Shu tilde. A blue energy ball flew towards the frozen bird in the sky. But the frozen bird was very agile in the sky, and it ducked as soon as it twisted its waist. Fu Yi was a little excited. In the 2 consecutive games of Luokan, he had a bright idea. Whether it was the use of bone sticks as the focus point in the air in the last game, or the use of bone sticks as roller skates this time, it all made him happy. People or bright. Diaresis dragon wave. Frozen light. Bow missiles. Get out of the way. Ice breath. Slide away. Ellipsis. Lucario used bone sticks as roller skates, and finally he was not passively beaten, and he was able to attack each other with frozen birds back and forth. However, it was still a bit annoying that the frozen bird was in the sky, and Lucario's skills were almost difficult to hit. You have to lure it down, Luo Chen secretly said in his heart. Next, the 2 elves were still using their skills to attack each other, and the scene was extremely anxious. Nuo Zhaohao, after more than 10 minutes, Lord Fu saw that his long-range skills could not help Lucario. He said, Frozen bird, use shadow clones and rigid wings to attack. The frozen bird took off into the sky, and then swooped down, its wings glowing with a metallic luster, its body swayed slightly, and the body turned into 2 into 4. Finally, it turned into countless, frozen birds, towards with Lucario swooping down. The momentum is amazing, forming a pressure to oppress the ground, and the scene of countless frozen birds swooping down is really terrifying. But looking at this terrifying scene, there was a slight smile on the corner of Luokan's mouth. It's finally here. Not good. Looking at Luo Chen, who didn't feel nervous at all, Lord Fu groaned in his heart, and quickly said to the frozen bird, stop the frozen bird and lift off. It's too late. Luokan grinned. The game is about to end. Inflated. Chapter 290. Lucario, see-through. Lucario relied on the power of the waveguide to identify which one was the real frozen bird. Hurry up and take off. Fu Yi was anxious, but under the influence of inertia, the frozen bird stopped after a lot of energy. Just as it was about to lift off. Fallen Chen's words came over lightly. Lucario's opponent entered the attack range. Instant body art. Shu tilde. Lucario's body disappeared, and he came to the back of frozen bird in an instant. A basketball-sized energy light ball condensed in its hand, which was a wave missile. It grabbed the wave missile and pressed it behind the frozen bird. Boom. The frozen bird didn't have time to dodge at all. With a bang, it was directly hit by a wave missile from Lucario, and its body fell to the ground, shattering the ice surface. Frozen bird, hurry up and fly. Lord Fu had a bad premonition in his heart. Frozen bird shook his dizzy head and was about to fly. Luokan's words came over again. Since you've come down, don't go up. Lucario, use Rachel with all your strength on the ground. On the field of play, the golden light shone incomparably in an instant. Lucario's right hand held a ball of brilliant golden thunderbolt, and it slammed hard on the ground. Zzzzzzzz. Suddenly, the ice layer on the ground of the entire competition venue turned golden, and countless electric currents visible to the naked eye swayed recklessly on the ice surface. Boom! The entire ice layer exploded, and the golden electric current that filled the sky scurried everywhere, covering most of the sky, and the momentum was incomparably huge. And the frozen bird is located in the center of this current. This thunder and lightning is simply a nightmare for the ice-type frozen bird. The powerful thunder and lightning flowed through the body, and the frozen bird let out a high-pitched whine, and immediately lost consciousness with a thud. Lord Fu's eyes widened. He didn't expect that the ice layer that had limited Lucario's speed before became the life reminder of the frozen bird. Single quote. I didn't expect that Leo Lu would actually use such a powerful electric-type trick. It's so hidden. Moreover, Luo Chen doesn't want to look like a young man at all. He is very experienced. I didn't expect to be so patient. Logically speaking, a young man, when he is the owner of his elf, has the ability to defeat the enemy with one move, as a young and vigorous young man. Man, his elf is on the weak side again. He will definitely be unable to resist using this skill very early. But Luokan is not. He clearly has an electrical skill that is extremely effective against frozen birds. From the beginning, he has almost never used it, and he has been holding back until the end to use it. Think in a different position. Replace Luo Chen with himself. Lucario has been beaten and beaten by the frozen bird. I am afraid that even Lord Fu himself may not be able to be as calm as Luo Chen, and I am afraid that he will also expose his electric tricks ahead of time. Lord Fu's evaluation of Luokan has been raised by several levels. You've worked hard, frozen bird. Lord Fu took back the unconscious frozen bird. He didn't expect that he would lose 2 games in a row. He looked at Luo Chen with a wry smile. Let's start the third game. Luo Chen nodded. In the third game, you will have to work hard to kill one of your elf, otherwise you will be warned by your Lucario. Xiao Lunai will laugh at me next time she sees me. Lord Fu threw his third pokeball. An elf with a dark purple body and a cunning smile appeared on his face. This is the ghost-type elf, Gengar. XXX. Jang Ghost. Luokan looked at Gengar, and used his exploratory eye to investigate. This Gengar was also a sub-god elf, and he was the kind of sub-god who stepped into a third-level divine beast with half a foot. After Gengar came out, he held the top of the cane, where not only 1 glass ball was inlaid, but 2. He said solemnly, Gengar, Mega Evolution. In an instant, the colored thin lines erupted, and then connected to each other. A dazzling white light erupted from Gengar's body. In the white light, Gengar's body was constantly changing, and soon Mega Gengar floated in the dust and theirs. Before. The Mega-evolved Gengar has no lower body and feet. Its small body and feet are hidden in a different dimension. Its size has become much larger. Its hands have become thick and long. Its fists are like hammers. Its eyes are red, and its face, the smile, also became more cunning. In addition, it has spikes on all parts of its body, and the lower part of its body is purple-red. The originally pointed tail gave birth to spikes. There is a yellow gold coin-like object in the middle of the forehead, with a hole in the middle. Luokan squinted at this Gengar, because in its detection, after this Gengar Mega, the level has briefly entered the ranks of the third-level mythical beast. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Okay, let's start. Sirona waved the flag and announced the start of the third game. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that Zheng Gui's body suddenly faded from the arena, and then disappeared. Lucario, watch out! Suddenly, in the shadow behind it, Gengar's body suddenly emerged from its shadow, and then it smiled cunningly, waved its right hand, and a dark purple liquid ball slammed into Lucario's back. Behind. Lucario turned his head sharply and punched him, but his fist passed through Gengar's slowly fading body, and Gengar disappeared again. On the other hand, Lucario stumbled a little, and was smashed into a purple liquid ball, and its face turned purple. It's poisoned. Gengar is a ghost and poison elf. Lucario, Waveguide Perception. Lucario uses the power of the waveguide. I did some research, but found nothing. Next, Gengar appeared from Lucario's side from time to time and attacked. Although Lucario escaped several times, the purple on its face became more and more intense, and it was obvious that the toxin had grown stronger. It has spread more and more, and the poisoning has been deep. After a while, he still couldn't catch Zheng Ghost. Luokan shook his head. It was too difficult for the fighting type to fight the ghost type, and Lucario would be poisoned until he lost consciousness. We admit defeat in this game. Luokan conceded defeat neatly. Lucario, come back. Lucario released his mega form and returned to Luokan. Luokan gave it an antidote to remove the poisoning effect. Finally, after a round of falling dust, Lord Fu also smiled. Hurry up and use the next elf. Is it a ghost type? Let you also taste the taste of being restrained to death. Luokan looked at Gengar, and threw a Pokeball. A white light flashed, and a pixie covered with black mist appeared on the field. Looking at this little elf, Gengar shivered with fright, and the cunning smile on his face turned into panic, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. Master Fu's smile froze at the corner of his mouth. What Luo Chen used was the evil-type elf that restrained the ghost-type the most. And it's not an ordinary evil-type elf, but the god of nightmares, Darkrai. Sichuan. Chapter 291. When Lord Fu saw Darkrai, he was stunned for a moment, and then the whole person turned to petrified. Darkrai, Luochen actually owns the divine beast Darkrai. This result shocked his heart. He really didn't expect that Luochen actually owns Darkrai. When Lord Fu was shocked. Shu tilde. A dark black energy ball flew towards Zheng Gui, and this voice also brought Fu Yi back to reality. His eyes narrowed, and he remembered that he was still fighting, not when he was in a daze, since he was already in the after the battle. Even if it is a divine beast, you have to fight it. Genghis, dodge. Zheng Gui turned around and floated away. When they escaped, Darkrai had already disappeared from the arena, as if he had disappeared from the arena. Zheng Gui looked west from east 973. Zheng Gui, be careful, behind you. Lord Fu said. Sure enough, a cloud of black mist rose slowly behind Gengar, and it quickly turned into Darkrai's appearance. Zheng Gui looked back with horror in his eyes. Dark black hole. Darkrai and the terrified Gengar looked at each other, and its eyes turned into two black holes that kept spinning, extremely deep. Don't look into its eyes. Lord Fu hurriedly said. But it was too late. Gengar's eyes became dull, it froze in place, it had been pulled into a nightmare by Darkrai. After a few seconds, Zheng Gui suddenly screamed. The cunning expression on its face disappeared, showing a terrified expression, obviously dreaming of something terrible. Luo Chen was also a little curious, what can make it scary all the time? Gengar was frightened instead. The evil type was originally designed to restrain the ghost type, and with Darkrai as a divine beast, Gengar didn't even have the power to fight back. The current Gengar is simply a lamb to be slaughtered. With Fallen Chen's order, Darkrai used Wave of Evil to deal with Gengar. With a bang, Gengar was blasted to the ground, it exited the Mega Mode, and his eyes rolled in circles. On the side, Zyrna announced the result of the competition. The three elves of the gymnasium have lost consciousness, and the gym challenged this fallout to win. After the announcement, Sharona also had a smile on her face, and said to Lord Fu, Grandpa Fu, right, I said don't overturn the boat in the gutter, you may not be able to beat the dust. Lord Fu smiled wryly and shook his head, shouting enchantingly. He has lived for so long, and this is the first time he has seen such an enchanting young man. At that time, I was afraid that the whole world would not be able to find a single person who could fight him. He walked over and handed Luochen a green badge. It's yours. Thank you. Luochen took it, and the same system's usual reminder sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for getting a badge and a green lottery ticket. By the way, I read your challenge information. Luochen, you seem to be from the Kanto region, right? Lord Fu asked. Luochen nodded. Haha, I really hope the league will come soon. Lord Fu laughed. I am looking forward to the Carlos League. When a person from Kanto wins the league championship, what will the expressions of the Carlos League group look like? Luo Chen was startled. He thought that Master Fu would be displeased when he found out that he was from the Kanto region, but he didn't expect the opposite, and judging from what he meant, he seemed to be very dissatisfied with the people in the alliance. Do you think it's weird? Lord Fu seemed to know what Luo Chen was thinking, and without waiting for Luo Chen to answer, Lord Fu shook his head. The alliance is not pure anymore, Sai, it's not the alliance it used to be. Xiao Na, are you going to play at my ranch? Just when Luo Chen and the others wanted to ask something, Lord Fu changed the subject again and stopped talking about the topic just now. Sharona's eyes lit up, and she said to Lily and Luochen, Grandpa Fu has a big ranch, there are many interesting things there, and there are many elves in the ranch, do you want to play together? Lily heard the playful eyes, it was also glowing, and he turned his eyes to the dust. Luo Chen nodded. Okay, anyway, if you're not in a hurry, you can stay here for a few days. But we have to go shopping first. Go, let's go in the afternoon. Lord Fu said with a smile. Then, the three of Luo Chen said goodbye to Lord Fu for a short time, and went to buy some things in the city. Ellipsis. Shortly after leaving the gym, Grandpa Fu actually served as the deputy leader of the Carlos Alliance after he became the champion, but for some unknown reason, he left the alliance and became the owner of the gymnasium. Zyrna explained to Luokan, as for the I don't know why, and he never said it. Luo Chen thought about it for a while, and nodded slightly. No wonder Lord Fu's words just now were full of schadenfreude to the people in the alliance. Just then, a person suddenly rushed over and stopped in front of Luokan. This was a girl in a cape. She had black hair, a uniform figure, and was dressed in a very smart fashion. Her face was a little tired and rushed. It means that it is like a long journey. At this time, she was looking at Luokan with great excitement. The Lord of Meteor. Finally found the Lord of Meteor. She looked at a glowing stone in her hand and shouted at Luokan. Luokan was a little stunned. Hello, is something wrong? But the other party was still immersed in excitement and did not answer. Luokan rolled his eyes and muttered in his heart, this girl is fine. She shouldn't be sick, right? Shaking his head, the three of them avoided the girl. But as soon as he left, the girl reacted immediately and jumped up to block Luokan and the others. The Lord of Meteor, where is the Lord of Meteor? Clam. What is the Lord of Meteor? Miss, you made a mistake. Luo Chen was startled. This girl must not be really sick, right? That's right, the star stone of our meteor citizen will not lie to me, the Lord of Meteor is here. The girl looked at the luminous diamond in her hand and said solemnly to Luo Chen. I said that I don't know what the Lord of Meteor is. When he was halfway through speaking, Luo Chen was taken aback for a moment. He seemed to have heard the girl say, the people of Meteor, just now. Are you a citizen of Meteors? The girl was a little surprised, but she didn't expect anyone to know about them. Well. Luokan opened his mouth wide. He already knew what the girl was looking for. Ellipsis. Hey, I resigned tilde after the job handover is over. I will be free for a while from tomorrow. Chapter 292. Hearing that the other party said she was a meteorite, Luokan finally remembered. The people of meteors are a very ancient group, or a tribe, isolated from the world and not too involved in the real world. Basically, not many people know them, just like a hidden family. Each of them is also very strong. All of them are dragon-type elf trainers. There is a reason why they are called the people of Meteor, because they worship the Lord of Meteor, the great god of heaven. And the so-called Lord of the Meteors, Tianlong Dashan, is actually a little elf flying in the ozone layer of the atmosphere, and now people call it, Risikuza. That's right, it's the rift seat. A long time ago, when humans were helpless against elves, people liked to worship some powerful elves as their own totems and as their own patron saints. The people of Meteor, a tribe that has been handed down from ancient times, naturally still retain this habit, and they are still worshipping the rifted sea for generations. Luokan knew that the reason why the other party found him should be that he had a flashing sky crack in his hand, and there was a special stone in the hands of the people of Meteors that could sense the sky crack, but at the same time, what made Luokan very puzzled was why the people of Meteors would find come here by yourself. He remembered that the Meteor citizens built a very grand building in Meteor Township, where he lived, called the Pillar of the Sky. This was an altar. The Meteor citizens had a special relationship with the rift seat. When they encountered something in an emergency, the sky pillar can be used to summon the sky pillar. Even if it is not summoned, the sky pillar will appear in the sky pillar after a period of time. So, why did the other party find him here, the split seat in the ozone layer? Where did it go? Just when Luo Chen was puzzled, the girl of Meteor citizen spoke again. She still looked at Luo Chen and said, where is the Lord of Meteor? It's here with me, but my cracked seat is not your Meteor Lord. Luo Chen said. Hearing Luokan's words, the eyes of Meteor citizen's girl instantly became extremely cold, her voice became icy cold, and her face was full of anger. You're Fisher. You dare to let the distinguished meteor lord recognize you as your master and become you. The elf. There was anger in her words. Bloodwing flying dragon, dragon's wave. She threw a pokeball, and the quasi-god fairy dragon appeared. A white energy beam attacked the falling dust. At this time, Cheomung's eyes on Luokan's side froze, and he stretched out his hand and punched the dragon's wave directly. The power of concussion came from its fist, and its fist was full of white cracks, as if the space was completely emptied. It's like it's shattered. The power of shock spread, and then the entire dragon wave was full of tiny cracks, which were directly smashed by Chao Meng's punch. But this is in the city center, and the movement has attracted a lot of people. Luo Chen frowned, and said to the people of the meteor, I said my sky slit is not your meteor lord, not your heavenly dragon god. XXX. I don't believe it, hand over the lord of meteor to me. She gave the order to the bloodwing flying dragon again, and a beam of energy condensed out of the bloodwing flying dragon's mouth again, but it was easily disintegrated by Chao Meng. Seeing the opponent's unrelenting attack, Luokan had a headache. These ancient tribes were a group of very old-fashioned people. If you don't believe me, then come with me. Luo Chen said, and then released a fire-breathing dragon into the air. Don't run. The meteor citizens quickly followed. After dozens of minutes, they came to a rare and uninhabited forest. They fell and came to a flat place. Where's the Lord of Meteor? Said the people of Meteor. It's not your Meteor Lord, it's my rift seat, right here. Luo Chen took out a pokeball. The moment he took out the pokeball, the rhombus in Meteor citizens' hands suddenly became bright and shiny. The people of Meteor looked at the change, and looked at the pokeball in Luokan's hands with burning eyes. Luokan shook his head, threw the elf ball out, a white light flashed, and this long dragon-shaped elf appeared in the sky. At the moment it appeared, the entire forest suddenly became silent, and all the elves didn't dare to make any noise. The place where the dust was located was shrouded in a thin layer of starlight mist. See for yourself, is this your meteor lord? Luo Chen pointed at the split sky in the sky. At this time, Meteor Citizen looked at the whole purple body, whether there was a mist of starlight emitting from her body, and there were 5 multicolored energy balls revolving around his body. It is very similar to the Lord of Meteor, but the other party is indeed not the Lord of Meteor. As for the Meteor Lord, whom the Meteor clan has worshipped for generations, they naturally know very well that the color of the Meteor Lord is green, it won't spew out a mist of starlight, and there are no 5 colorful energy balls around. You see it now, don't you? The people of Meteor were a little embarrassed. She bowed to Luokan and said apologetically, sorry, I was abrupt. This is not our Meteor Lord. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief, he was really afraid that the other party would be unrelenting. By the way, where is your Meteor Lord? Can't you contact him? Ellipsis. Chapter 293. Open black lens bracket Sigana picture close black lens bracket. Hearing Luokan's words, the Meteor Citizen shook his head. The Meteor Lord hasn't appeared for a long time. We tried to call him, but he didn't respond. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Shijana, the people of Meteors. My name is Luokan, this is Lily and Sharona, this is Cheomung. Hello, I'm really sorry for attacking you for no reason just now. Sigana scratched her head a little embarrassedly. Luo Chen shook his head, it's fine. What happened when you searched for the Meteor Lord? He was a little curious. You must find the Lord of the Meteor, otherwise the Fangyuan area will usher in a disaster. At that time, the entire Fangyuan area will be wiped off the map. Siana's face was abnormally solemn, and her words also carried a little frightened. The catastrophe. What happened? On the side, Sharona and Lily couldn't help asking. Meteorites, according to our predictions, there will be meteorite groups that will fall directly into the Fangyuan area, like meteorites like rainstorms. Once these meteorites fall in the Fangyuan area, the destructive power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth will directly destroy the entire Fangyuan area. Erase it, and at the same time, once these meteorites hit, the plates of the entire world will be reorganized, which is a catastrophe. Only the Meteor Lord, who takes meteorites as a snack and can move freely in the universe, can resolve this world-annihilating catastrophe. Sigana said solemnly. When will the meteorites arrive? 1 month later. Sigana's face was a little bitter. We have been looking for the Lord of the Meteor for a year, and there is still no news at all. Luokan squinted his eyes. He remembered that the relationship between Risikuza and the Meteor citizens was very close, and it was impossible not to go back to the Pillar of the Sky for a year, unless the other party encountered some kind of danger and was attacked by a powerful enemy. And the only ones who can attack first-level divine beasts are the elves, who are also first-level divine beasts, and those big organizations and families that are among the best in the world. Luo Chen faintly had some guesses, but he didn't bother to worry about it so much, and it was none of his business. As long as he didn't provoke him and the others to catch Arceus, it was none of his business. Just as Luokan was thinking, Sigana was also looking at the flashing fissure seat in the sky. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she said to Luokan, "I remember you said just now that your little elf is also a fissure seat, like the Lord of Meteor, then you should be able to solve the problem of meteorite clusters, right?" Luo Chen was stunned. He really didn't know if he could solve it. He looked at the cracking seat and said, "Kaikongza, you heard the question just now, can you solve it?" Kakuza nodded. "That's great." Sigana jumped up excitedly, and she was relieved. Luokan smiled and said, "Then let's go directly to the Fengyuan area in half a month." Aha! The voice just fell. The communicator in the dust bag rang. It's Kojira's phone number. Luokan was a little curious. Kojira wouldn't call himself if he had nothing to do. "Hey, what happened to Kojira?" As soon as it was connected, Kojira's anxious voice came over. "Boss, it's not good. There is an accident with the water, and I received an emergency call for help from the capital of water." The capital of water. In the water capital, it only knew 2 water capital patron saints, and they fought side by side when they fought against the Rockets and the Galaxy Group. Luokan frowned. What's going on? What happened to Latios and Latias? I don't know yet, but a BB bird from the water capital came to our island, and Meow Meow is talking to it. Meow, boss, BB bird said that after Latios and Latias had a war with others, they were taken away. Before they were taken away, they used their mental power to transmit a map to BB bird and called BB bird. We are here for help. At this time, Meow Meow asked Yuguo, and its voice came from the communicator. Luokan's eyes are a little cold, and so is Cheomong. They have both fought side by side with Latios and Latias, and they all regard them as friends, but now I don't expect Latios and Latias to be killed taken from the water. Latios and Latias are both second-level divine beasts. After their mega evolution, their strength is at the peak of second-level divine beasts, but they are a pair of existences. After mega, first-level divine beasts don't even exist. They obtained benefits in their hands, but they were still taken away, which shows that the strength of the other party is very strong. Luo Chen couldn't help but think of Korakuza, who had also been out of contact for a long time. He had previously guessed that Korakuza might have encountered some powerful enemy, or had been captured. He sneered in his heart. Before, he was still thinking that one more thing is worse than one less thing. As long as he doesn't offend himself, he is too lazy to take care of it. Do you know any news? Who did it? Luokan asked. Kojira was a little ashamed. I don't know, we haven't got any news here. Luokan nodded, and Kojira was not to blame. After all, his organization had just started, so he explained, if there is any news, let me know immediately. Then he hung up the phone, and Luokan said to Zyrna, Lilia, and Siana, you guys go to Lord Fu's ranch first, and I'll go out. At this time, they also knew that Luo Chen was in a bad mood and nodded. Super Dream, let's go. Mewtwo's mental power enveloped the dust, turning into a stream of light and quickly disappearing into the sky. Cheomung's speed was extremely fast, and it didn't take long for them to come to the judgment office of Soluo City, and Luokan directly sensed Junsha's existence by relying on his mental power. They landed on the balcony of a house, pushed open the balcony door, and Luo Chen walked directly into the room. In the room, Junsha is busy with something. Seeing the movement, she looked up, and when she saw Luokan, she was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "I just left, why are you here again? Do you miss me, and plan to change your mind and marry me?" Luokan ignored it and said straight to the point. "Last night, Latios and Latias in the water capital were taken away. Do you have any news here?" Seeing that Luo Chen was not in a good mood, Junsha put away her jokes and frowned. Latios and Latias were also taken away. Also, Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. "That's right." Junsha pressed a button, and a projector rose up. "Recently, our family found out that a very mysterious organization is catching the legendary Pokemon, and the frozen bird, Suicune, and the 3 Sanshinju have all been captured, but I didn't expect them to be so strong. To be able to capture Latios and Latias. What kind of organization is this?" "I don't know, this organization is very cautious, and they know the whereabouts of the legendary elves well, and we still haven't figured out who they are. It's not clear what they want to capture so many legendary elves." "What are you doing?" Junsha said solemnly. Being able to capture so many powerful divine beasts shows that the opponent's strength is too strong. Ellipsis. Chapter 294. Luokan frowned slightly. Even the Junsha family couldn't find out. "But if you go to the scene to see it, maybe you will find something," Junsha said. Luokan nodded. Junsha's words made sense. "Go to the scene to have a look, maybe you can find some clues." "Okay then, I'll go to the water capital right away." Without further ado, Luo Chen was going to explain the situation to Lily and Sharona, and then immediately set off for the water capital. "I'll go as well." Luokan was a little puzzled. Why did Junsha go to the capital of water? Of course, to find out what kind of organization this is, and what they want to do. "I didn't expect to be able to capture so many divine beasts under the eyes of our Junsha family. I want to look at the other party. How holy is it?" Junsha clenched Feniying's fist. "Then let's take our family's airship to Chengdu. The speed is many times faster than ordinary airships," Junsha said. The capital of water is located in the Chengdu area adjacent to the Kanto area. But Luokan shook his head. He told Junsha that he would not go to Chengdu with her. He wanted to go back alone, and he would go back to Kandong first. In Junsha's muttering, "I don't have a private airship, I want to go back by myself," Luo Chen and Junsha made an appointment to see what they see in the capital of water tomorrow afternoon. After that, Luokan and Cheomeng flew into the air. They found Lily, Sharona, and Siyana. At this time, they were all in Fuya's gym and were about to leave for Fuya's ranch. Luokan and Cheomeng fell to the ground, and they didn't hide it. They told Lily and Hyerna about the current situation. He prepared himself and Cheomeng to go back. He planned to leave Lily and Hyerna in the Carlos area. After all, they took the airship. It would take too long and it would be too troublesome, and Luo Chen just went to have a look. If he didn't find anything, he would come back right away. When the 2 women heard that Luo Chen wanted to leave the 2 of them in the Carlos area, although the 2 women were a little reluctant, they also knew that this was not the time to be self-willed, so they nodded. "Then you can go and have a good time at Lord Fu's ranch for a few days. I'll go straight to you when I'm done with work in 2 days." "Well," the 2 women responded. After thinking about it, Luokan took out 2 Pokeballs and handed them to Lily and Sharona. "These are the Pokeballs of the Moon God and the Nightmare God. With these 2 mythical beasts, the 2 girls will be able to survive no matter how dangerous they are. Peace of mind. Master Fu, they will be taken care of by you. Don't worry." Lord Fu nodded happily. Then Luo Chen said goodbye to Lily and the others. Luokan and Cheomeng flew into the air and galloped into the distance until they flew far away. Luokan looked at the uninhabited forest under his feet, and said to Cheomeng, "Let's go down in Cheomeng." Xiaomeng nodded and led him down into the forest. "Xiaomeng, then I'll trouble you." Luo Chen took out a pokeball and said to Chao Meng, what he took out was a master ball. Chao Meng nodded, stepped forward and touched the master ball, which immediately turned into a red light and was put into the pokeball. When Mewtwo was taken into the master ball trembled a bit, grew a little bigger out of thin air, and there was an extremely fine crack on the sphere. Click tilde. In the blink of an eye, a second crack appeared. Luokan was a little surprised. This is a master ball, and it can't even hold Cheomung. Cheomung itself is a first-class beast. After eating the shock fruit, his qualifications advanced to the super beast, and his own strength has also increased greatly. So the master ball can't hold him. Luokan knew that he had to hurry up, otherwise the master ball would be completely scrapped later. It puts the master ball in the bag. Then, he dialed Meow Meow's number. Meow Meow, tell the blue-eyed white dragon to use reverse spiritism. That's right, Luokan is preparing to let the elf who is in Nashi Island use the reverse psychic technique to return directly to Nashi Island in Kanto. With this most simple and relaxing method, he will not be full and have nothing to do to run and sit. Airship back to Kanto. Got it, boss. Because Luokan had already told them before, Meow Meow and the others were prepared. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Chen only felt a pulling force coming from his feet. Puff tilde. XXX. With a burst of smoke, Luo Chen's body disappeared directly from the forest. If someone saw this strange scene, they might be frightened. Ellipsis. Meow, boss. A familiar voice came from his ear. Luokan opened his eyes and smiled at the familiar things around him. He came back. Nashi Island. ZZZ tilde tilde. At this time, there was a sudden movement in Luokan's bag. Celebi and Jue jumped out of the bag. Celebi was holding a pokeball about the size of himself and threw the pokeball out. Boom. With a clear sound, the pokeball exploded. Super Dream appeared. The corners of Luokan's mouth twitched. A master ball was wasted like this, and it was destroyed in less than a minute. Ellipsis. Chapter 295. Luokan frowned slightly. Even the Junsha family couldn't find out. But if you go to the scene to see it, maybe you will find something. Junsha said. Luokan nodded. Junsha's words made sense. Go to the scene to have a look, maybe you can find some clues. Okay then, I'll go to the water capital right away. Without further ado, Luo Chen was going to explain the situation to Lily and Sharona, and then immediately set off for the water capital. I'll go as well. Luokan was a little puzzled. Why did Junsha go to the capital of water? Of course, it is to find out what organization this is and what they want to do. I didn't expect to be able to capture so many divine beasts under the eyes of our Junsha family. I want to see who the other party is. Exclamation mark quote. Junsha clenched Fennying's fist. Then let's take our family's airship to Chengdu. The speed is many times faster than ordinary airships. Junsha said. The capital of water is located in the Chengdu area adjacent to the Kanto area. 22. But Luokan shook his head. He told Junsha that he would not go to Chengdu with her. He wanted to go back alone, and he would go back to Kandong first. In Junsha's muttering, I don't have a private airship, I want to go back by myself. Luo Chen and Junsha made an appointment to see what they see in the capital of water tomorrow afternoon. After that, Luokan and Cheomung flew into the air. They found Lily, Sharona, and Siyana. At this time, they were all in Fuya's gym and were about to leave for Fuya's ranch. Luokan and Cheomung fell to the ground, and they didn't hide it. They told Lily and Sharona about the current situation. Just prepare yourself and Cheomung to go back. I plan to leave Lily and Zyrna in the Carlos area. After all, it takes too long and is too troublesome to take the airship. Moreover, Luokan just went to have a look. If he finds anything, he'll be right back. When the two women heard that Luo Chen wanted to leave the two of them in the Carlos area, although the two women were a little reluctant, they also knew that this was not the time to be self-willed, so they nodded. Then you can go and have a good time at Lord Fu's ranch for a few days. I'll go straight to you when I'm done with work in 2 days. Well, the two women responded. After thinking about it, Luokan took out 2 Pokeballs and handed them to Lily and Sharona. These are the Pokeballs of the Moon God and the Nightmare God. With these 2 mythical beasts, the 2 girls will be able to survive no matter how dangerous they are. Peace of mind. Master Fu, they will be taken care of by you. Don't worry. Lord Fu nodded happily. Then Luo Chen said goodbye to Lily and the others. Luokan and Cheomeng flew into the air and galloped into the distance until they flew far away. Luokan looked at the uninhabited forest under his feet, and said to Cheomeng, "Let's go down in Cheomeng." Chao Meng nodded and led him down into the forest. Chao Meng, then I'll trouble you. Luo Chen took out a pokeball and said to Chao Meng, what he took out was a master ball. Chao Meng nodded, stepped forward and touched the master ball, which immediately turned into a red light and was put into the pokeball. When Mewtwo was taken into the master ball trembled a bit, grew a little bigger out of thin air, and there was an extremely fine crack on the sphere. Click tilde. In the blink of an eye, a second crack appeared. Luokan was a little surprised. This is a master ball, and it can't even hold Cheomeng. Cheomeng itself is a first-class beast. After eating the shock fruit, his qualifications advanced to the super beast, and his own strength has also increased greatly. So the master ball can't hold him. Luokan knew that he had to hurry up, otherwise the master ball would be completely scrapped later. It puts the master ball in the bag. Then, he dialed Meow Meow's number. Meow Meow, tell the blue-eyed white dragon to use reverse spiritism. That's right, Luokan is preparing to let the elf who is in Nashi Island use the reverse psychic technique to return directly to Nashi Island in Kanto. With this most simple and relaxing method, he will not be full and have nothing to do to run and sit. Airship back to Kanto. Got it, boss. Because Luokan had already told them before, Meow Meow and the others were prepared. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Chen only felt a pulling force coming from his feet. Puff tilde. With a burst of smoke, Luo Chen's body disappeared directly from the forest. If someone saw this strange scene, they might be frightened. Ellipsis. Meow, boss. A familiar voice came from his ear. Luokan opened his eyes and smiled at the familiar things around him. He came back. Nashi Island. Zzz tilde tilde. At this time, there was a sudden movement in Luokan's bag. Celebi and Jue jumped out of the bag. Celebi was holding a pokeball about the size of himself and threw the pokeball out. Boom. With a clear sound, the pokeball exploded. Super Dream appeared. The corners of Luokan's mouth twitched. A master ball was wasted like this, and it was abruptly destroyed in less than a minute. Ellipsis. Chapter 296. Celebi and Kyuubi quickly climbed onto Luokan's shoulders, one by one. When he saw Celebi and Jue, Luo Chen also forgot the slightest bit of heartache about the destruction of the master ball. Anyway, the master ball was sent from Fratellì. Looking at Celebi and Jue on his shoulders, Luo Chen smiled. You too, you slept long enough. Not long ago, Celebi suddenly became very lethargic for some unknown reason. He basically slept all day. In the end, he just slept all day and couldn't wake up even when he screamed. Luokan pondered that Celebi might have reached the critical moment of evolution, so he accumulated energy in his sleep, so he did not disturb Celebi and put it in his backpack. The same is true of the Nine Tails. Not long after Celebi fell asleep, the Nine Tails also became a cocoon and fell into a deep sleep. Luokan was worried about them at the beginning. At the beginning, he checked the situation of the two of them every day. After finding out that there was nothing wrong with them, Luo Chen was relieved. It's been a long time now, and these two guys have finally come to their senses. After sleeping for so long, let me see if the two of you have changed. The Eye of System Probing. Luo Chen used the probing eye on Celebi and Nine Tails. Name, Celebi. Level, First Level Divine Beast. Qualification, Level 1 Divine Beast Upgrade. Attribute, Super Power. Evaluation. Celebi has fully grown, and all of Celebi's talents and abilities will slowly awaken in a short period of time. Ellipsis. Looking at Celebi's attribute panel, Luo Chen's face was filled with joy. Sure enough, Celebi was no longer a child, but had already grown up. The word young was missing from the attribute panel. Bai's talent and ability will slowly awaken in a short period of time, which shows that in a short time, Celebi will have the energy that can take people through time. This made Luochen a little excited. The things that he had always wanted to do and figure out before were finally slowly realized. After watching Celebi, Lu Chen looked back at Kyubi. System, the Eye of Exploration _. Name, Ninetales complete period. Property, unknown. Level, level 100, level 2 Divine Beast Elementary. Race, Tailed Beast. Evaluation. The Ninetales have fully grown and can use the full power of the Ninetales. Ellipsis. Although he had already anticipated it in his heart, when he saw the attribute panel of Ninetales, Luo Chen still had an uncontrollable joy in his heart. Sure enough, like Celebi, Ninetales had grown to his full body. He has been able to use the full power of the Ninetales. In this case, the Ninetales are already the same as the Ninetales in Naruto. As soon as he thought about it, Luochen couldn't wait. He said to Juwei, "Kurama, show me your current strength." Juwei nodded and landed on the ground lightly. It walked a lot in the distance, and it stopped when it was 20 meters away from Luochen. The 9 ruby-like tails behind Juwei swayed in the wind. It raised its ruby-carved head and let out a low cry. In an instant, its body glowed with red energy, and then its body rose against the storm. 2 meters. 5 meters. 10 meters. 15 meters. 18 meters. 20 meters. In the end, the Ninetales turned into a monster of about 25 meters. The Ninetales stood far away like 9 giant pillars, straight to the sky. The sharp fingernails were 2 meters long, with a cold glow, as if they were swayed at will. Can split mountains and rocks. At this time, the Ninetales are not as delicate and cute as before, but they are daunting, and the hairs are fried. The thin, continuously rolling red mist exudes a terrifying evil spirit and evil aura. Luochen's eyes brightened, and sure enough, this is the Ninetales in his memory, the Ninetales known as the strongest tailed beast, and the Ninetales who caused the Konoha rebellion. On the side, Meow Meow and Kojira, who came to greet Luochen, also stared at this huge and ferocious behemoth. They were no strangers to the two of them, but the one in front of them was full of evil spirits. Is it really the kind of Ninetales that looks so cute, like a jade carving? Mewtwo, are you interested in trying out the fighting power of the Ninetales? On the side, Chao Meng, holding his hand, looked at the hill-like Ninetales with interest. It nodded and flew obliquely above the Ninetales. Luochen smiled and gave an order to Juwei, "Kurama, tailed beast jade." Ninetales roared, opened his mouth wide, and a black ball of light appeared in front of his mouth. In the air, countless mysterious black substances were filling it, and the black ball of unknown substances was getting bigger and bigger. The moon hangs high in the sky. Kai tilde. The sound of breaking the air came, and the tailed beast jade pierced through the sky and charged towards Chao Meng. Looking at the flying tailed beast jade, Chao Meng floated in the air, its right hand clenched a fist. A transparent white light circle wrapped around its fist. The space around the fist was trembling slightly, and even tiny cracks appeared. It took a step forward and punched. Boom, boom. The incomparably huge-tailed beast jade and Chao Meng's fist collided together. Judging from their size, it was like an ant raised its fist and smashed it on the elephant. But, tilde. Countless cracks appeared in the incomparably huge-tailed beast jade, and these cracks were increasing rapidly. In less than a second, they had become densely packed. Poof. XXX. The entire tailed beast jade was shattered by Chao Meng's punch, and turned into pure energy that dissipated between heaven and earth. Diaresis, then try this trick. Luochen raised his eyebrows. Kurama, super virtual dog cannon. Seeing that Cheomung blocked his tail beast Jade without flying ashes, Jue also felt a little embarrassed, Nuo Jiao Jiao, but he didn't expect his big move to be blocked like this. It opened its mouth again, and in front of its mouth condensed a black ball of unknown material that was exactly the same as before. The same trick is useless, Chao Meng said. Luokan smiled mysteriously. Who told you it was the same trick? Suddenly, Jue swallowed the tailed beast Jade in front of his mouth in one mouthful. Its stomach swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye, but soon shrunk again at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! The next second, a huge black beam of unknown material shot out from the mouth of the nine tails, traversing the sky, and heading towards Mewtwo. Looking at this black light beam, Chao Meng's eyes also flashed solemnly. It clenched a fist, and both fists were covered with white light circles, and then its mind moved again, and a layer of mysterious energy was attached to its fists. Ellipsis. Chapter 297. Looking at the black beam of light that was already in front of the nine tails blasting out, its eyes were piercing, and it took a step forward. With a bang, both hands rested on the super virtual dog cannon of the nine-tailed, carrying the incomparable Supreme. The mighty super virtual dog cannon was directly blocked by Chao Meng. Then the light in Cheomung's eyes turned again, his hands were hard, and his hands were directly plunged into the super virtual dog cannon. This appearance is like pressing his hands directly against a balloon filled with water, and both hands are sinking into it. In Super Dream under the power of the law, the virtual dog cannon strangely turned into a balloon filled with water. It grabbed it hard, and there were dense small cracks all over the virtual dog cannon. Boom! The virtual dog cannon shattered, and once again turned into a sky-filled energy that dissipated between the heavens and the earth, which was truly spectacular. How is it? Luokan looked at Cheomung floating down from the sky. It's very strong. In the past, I had to lose a lot of hands and feet in the face of the trick just now. It commented truthfully. The previous self in its mouth means that the shock fruit has not been eaten yet, and the potential has not yet reached the super divine beast. At that time, Luo Chen nodded, with a smile on his face, able to make the previous Cheomung waste a lot of hands and feet. It seems that the nine tails have really become a lot stronger, and the nine tails have returned to their main battle lineup. Jue is the first elf to follow Luokan, but as the travel progresses, the elf around him has become more and more powerful. When Jue has not made many appearances, he has retreated to the second line or even 3 lines. As an elf who has followed him since he was a child, Luokan really doesn't want to give up on it. But Luo Chen looked at Jue, and now Jue is back in his main battle lineup again. Okay, Kurama, come back. Jue's body shrunk quickly, jumped onto Luokan's body, and lay on his shoulders, just like they had just started traveling before. Touching its head, Luokan looked at Meow Meow and Kojira next to him and said, "Isn't there any news from Shuadu?" Meow Meow and Kojira shook their heads, feeling a little depressed, and they were also very aggrieved. They didn't receive any news about such a big thing. It seems that the intelligence organization they formed is still not enough. Luokan nodded and didn't blame them. After all, even the Junsha family all over the world has only received a little bit of rumors. It's normal for Kojira and the others to receive no news at all. Of course, he won't blame them. Looking at Luokan who didn't say anything, Kojira and the others felt even more guilty. They swore in their hearts that there would never be another time. By the way, where are Anam and Yuxi? Luokan seemed to remember something. Should go to the sea with Pikachu to find the stinger jellyfish to play with. Meow Meow said. Well, I'll go find them. After speaking, he jumped on top of Blue Eyes White Dragon's head and patted its head. Blue Eyes White Dragon, let's go. Soon, they saw them in the waters south of Nashi Island. At this time, Anam and Yuxi are playing with the Pikachus and the stinger jellyfish in the sea, and the giant stinger jellyfish is also there. Looking at this scene, Luokan was a little happy. It seemed that their lives were very dashing, much more dashing than myself. The blue-eyed white dragon slowly descended with Luo Chen. The sky suddenly darkened. Pikachu and the others were a little puzzled. Looking up at the sky, they were a little depressed when they saw that it was the Blue Eyes White Dragon. They didn't understand why the Blue Eyes White Dragon came back. However, when they saw the falling dust on the blue-eyed white dragon, they were stunned for a moment, then overjoyed, chattering in excitement. Luokan jumped on the head of the giant stinger jellyfish, Pikachu and the others surrounded him, and Anam and Yuki kept spinning around the scallion. Okay, now is not the time to play, I have something to say. There is good news to tell you. Luokan looked at Anam and Yuxidao, and while speaking, he took out a Pokeball. Looking at the Pokeball lying in the palm of Luo Chen's palm, Anam and Yuxi were startled, because they felt a very familiar atmosphere. The three holy mushrooms had the same origin and had a sense of each other, although the Pokeball did not open, but they were certain that there was Emrador inside. They were extremely excited, urging the dust to fall. This is indeed Emlado. Originally, Emlado was installed in the Master Ball, but because he wanted to install Mewtwo, Luo Chen could only use another Pokeball to contain Emlado. Luokan didn't lose their appetite, and threw the elf ball out. An arc of irregular white light flashed, and a red elf that looked similar to Anorm and Yuxi appeared. Seeing that it was really Emrado, Anam and Yuki were ecstatic, the excitement in their eyes could not be dissipated, they kept spinning around Emrado, and their mouths let out excited shouts. At the same time, Emrado was also excited to see Anam and Yuxi, and the three elves chatted together. Soon, the three little elves flew over and called out to Luo Chen. They were thanking Luo Chen. Luokan waved his hand. Emlado just treats this as his home. Anorm and Yuxi, let's take Emlado to play. Anorm and Yuki nodded, pulled Emrado and pointed at Pikachu and the stinger jellyfish, like children introducing new things to their friends. Soon, the elves played together. In this way, the three holy mushrooms have already gathered. Luokan smiled and patted the head of the giant stinger jellyfish. Stinger jellyfish, I have something to do. I'll go first, and I'll get together when I'm done. After speaking, he jumped on top of the blue-eyed white dragon again, and the blue-eyed white dragon spread its wings and returned to the research institute of Meow Meow and Kojura. Ellipsis. After staying at the Meow Meow Research Institute for a while, and chatting with Meow Meow and Kojura for a while, Luokan saw that it was not too early, so he greeted Cheomung, and left Nashi Island with Celebi and Kawaii. But worth it, what I'm saying is that when the fire element that suppressed this ultimate beast for many years saw so many fun things on the island, and saw the three holy mushrooms, Pikachu, and agate jellyfish playing together, they were lonely. I don't know how long the fire element was, I was attracted all of a sudden, and I stayed on the island. After leaving Nashi Island, Luokan soon returned to his hometown, Junshin Town. Ellipsis. Chapter 298. Junshinjun. Luokan's mother was startled when she saw Luokan suddenly appearing. She blamed Luokan why she came back and didn't tell herself in advance, but although it was a tone of blame, the joy on her face could not be dissipated. In the evening, I ate the meal made by my mother, and spent the night at home. In the early morning of the next day, Luokan said goodbye to his mother again. In his mother's reluctant eyes, Cheomung's thought power wrapped Luokan. The two turned into a streamer and disappeared into the sky, heading towards the Chengdu area, the water capital. Shuadu is located on the southwest coast of the Chengdu area. Shuadu is built on an island on the southwest coast. Its real name is Otamare. Xiaomeng's full speed was very fast. In less than 2 hours, they had already arrived at the water capital, Aldo Mare, not far from the promised land with Junsha. Luokan and Junsha agreed to a park in the suburbs. At this time, there was no one there, and it was obvious that Junsha had not arrived yet. Luokan and Cheomung landed, ready to wait for Junsha. Time passed minute by minute, and soon the time came to the afternoon, with the setting sun beside the mountain. At this time, a sound suddenly came from the sky in the distance. An aircraft with very smooth lines, like a fighter jet, appeared in the sky. The hatch was opened, and a person fell on the blood-winged dragon. It's a bit of a garden, but for Luo Chen, who has Samsara Eye, it's almost as close as he is right in front of him. Of course, he can clearly see who is on the back of the blood-winged flying dragon. He smiled, stretched, and waited for an afternoon, finally here. Junsha landed on the ground, looked at the empty surroundings, and muttered, HMPH, I haven't come yet. I told him to come back with me, but I wanted to come back by myself. Now I don't know how long I have to wait for him, don't you know? Is it very ungentlemanly to make a girl wait? Suddenly. I've been waiting for you here all afternoon. Not far away, behind a big tree, a person came out yawning and looked at Jun Shadao. It was Luo Chen who walked out with Chao Meng. Looking at the sudden appearance of Luo Chen, Jun Sha was obviously taken aback. The small mouth is slightly opened. How is this possible? How can the other party arrive before you? You must know that you came here by the family's aircraft, and the speed is very fast. Logically speaking, you will arrive before Luo Chen. But the fact was the other way around. The other party arrived earlier than me, and it wasn't even half an hour earlier. According to Luo Chen's intentions, he arrived several hours earlier than me. It's no wonder why Luokan chose not to come back with him. It turned out that he was faster. How on earth did you do it? Jun Sha said incredulously. Secret. Luokan shrugged, and he didn't know how to say it. Could it be that he told Junsha that he didn't come back in an aircraft, but through something called a psychic scroll, and then through the reverse psychic, second, returning to the Kanto region from Carlos? Seeing that Luokan refused to speak, Junsha didn't press her. As a member of the Junsha family, she thought of other things. Her eyes were filled with strange eyes. It seemed that the other party had this very advanced technology in their hands. If Luokan knew what she was thinking, she would definitely shout that she was wrong. What the hell is this? Okay, let's go and take you to the place where the accident happened. Junsha said. They rode on the elf, soared into the sky, entered the water capital, and came to the secret garden where Latias and Latios lived. The secret garden, which was like a fairyland on earth, is now in ruins. A barrier has been opened outside the secret garden, and a group of people in uniforms are guarding outside. They are all subordinates of the Junsha family. Seeing Luokan and Junsha coming over, they quickly made way out of the way. At the same time, the person in charge here also hurried over and said respectfully to Junsha, Miss. Junsha nodded. Is there any special discovery now? No. Well, I'll see for myself. Go get busy. After sending the person in charge of the place, Junsha and Luokan walked into the secret garden. The secret garden is very large and covers an area similar to that of a small town. It used to be full of flowers, but now it is a mess, and it has become a ruin. There are jumbled stones everywhere. The garden walls were all destroyed, the small rivers and lakes in the garden all dried up, revealing gray soil, and there were countless potholes and cracks on the ground, as if it had experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake. At the same time, all the flowers and trees died, withered overnight. The secret garden, which was full of flowers before, has now become a dead place. Luokan frowned. He didn't understand what kind of battle could turn a garden into this. The two of them observed the secret garden all the way, but after walking for a long time, they still didn't find anything. Luo Chen frowned. This place is too big, it is really difficult to find any clues, and suddenly his eyes lit up as if remembering what. His eyes condensed, and a ripple-like reincarnation eye appeared in his eyes. Closing his eyes, his mental power swept away in all directions. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Immediately, everything about the entire secret garden was presented in Luo Chen's mind. Every soil, tree, flower and grass, all presented in its spiritual world. Through the spiritual world, Luo Chen scanned the entire secret garden inch by inch. Suddenly, he found that a dark object appeared in his spiritual world, emitting energy. Although it looks pitch dark, in its spiritual world, it is very dazzling like a firefly in the dark night. The manifestation of this thing in its spiritual world is a mass of dark energy, without any entity. And this mass of energy is buried underground. What is this? Luokan was a little curious and withdrew his mental power. Follow me. He took Junsha to the place where the black object was. It was under the huge fountain in the center of the secret garden. Originally, there was a huge fountain in the center of the secret garden, but at this time, the fountain had been torn apart and fell to the side, exposing the soil. Luokan and Junsha walked forward. Did you find something? Junsha asked. Luokan didn't answer. He closed his eyes again and released his spiritual power. In the spiritual world, the dark energy was underground in front of him, but he didn't know how deep it was. After confirming that it is here, Luo Chen pointed to the ground where he had paid the money and said, "Start digging from here bit by bit." XXX. After he finished speaking, he squatted down and started to dig up the soil with his hands. As soon as his hand touched the soil, the falling dust was a little stunned. The soil was a bit strange. It was more like sand than soil. When I grabbed it with one hand, it was extremely dry, and all of it was granular. How did this soil become like this? Confused, they continued to dig down. It was convenient for them that the soil turned into sand. But the burial may be a little deep, and after digging for a long time, I couldn't find it. Luokan directly handed over Lucario and asked Lucario to help with digging. With Lucario helping to dig at a fast speed. Not long after, about 5 meters were dug. Clang tilde. A metal collision sounded, and the bone rod that Lucario condensed to dig a hole seemed to have hit some metal. Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and it seemed that he had dug it up. Be careful. He jumped down into the pit, carefully removed the mud on the metal surface, and slowly cleaned it downwards. Soon, the full picture of the object appeared in front of Luokan and them. Looking at this thing, Luo Chen's eyes shrank. At the same time, Chao Meng frowned and looked at this thing. This is Sichuan. Chapter 299. Luokan looked at the things at the bottom of the pit, frowning tightly. Lying at the bottom of the pit was a dark seed. Although it was a seed, it was the size of a baby's head. Under the spiritual world of Luokan, this seed exudes a strong black on, which is very mysterious. He also didn't understand what this thing was. This secret garden is where Latias and Latios live, or the second-level divine beast aura emanating from them. Over the years, some substances may have changed. He lowered his head and was about to take the baby's head-sized seed at the bottom of the pit and take a good look at it to see what it was. But at this moment, swiftly, Chi-Chi. The dark light above the black seeds skyrocketed, and countless rattan-like things emerged from the seeds, the thickness of which was about the size of a thumb. Seeing this sudden situation, Shinedo's first thing was to use teleportation to bring Luokan and Junsha to the pit. 977. Walk. Mewtwo and Lucario bowed their knees and left the bottom of the pit. Chi-Chi. Countless vines rushed up from the bottom of the pit, and these thumb-thick vines immediately changed again. The thumb-thick vines swelled in the wind and became incomparably thick and long. Each vine was like the largest towering giant tree, soaring straight up into the sky. The scene was very spectacular. All the vine heads have grown to the height of 20-story buildings, and the color of the vines is gray-black. Shish tilde. The sound of breaking through the air came. These huge plant vines suddenly launched an attack on Luokan and them. There were countless huge whips in the sky rushing towards them. Cheomeng's eyes were cold, and he clenched his fist, with white light attached to his fist. Looking at the strange plant that came from the attack, Chao Meng threw a fist. Boom! The space cracked, the air vibrated, and the ground shook. Zzz tilde. The huge vines were filled with dense white cracks, and finally they all collapsed, turning into ashes and dissipating. There is my energy on it. This energy is very powerful. It is not something that I can possess. God Z in the dust bag ran out, his eyes solemn. Z weapon. Junsha squinted her eyes. Their Junsha family has long heard about the Z weapon of the Flaming Group, and even their family has obtained the Z weapon of the flaming group. However, this Z weapon, the power of the weapon is too great. The weird plant just now covered the sky. Falling dust at this time. The complexion is also extremely ugly. The strange plant that can attack people just now does not need Z-God and Junsha to tell him what it is. The Z weapon made by Zygarde's cell energy will launch an attack. Isn't that how it is when? Flame Team. Luokan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Miss, what happened? Was there really too much noise just now? An old man with white hair in a doctor's uniform came over. This is Dr. Volcano, the doctor of our family. Dr. Volcano pushed his glasses and looked at Shinado and Cheomung beside Luokan, as well as the 9 tails on his shoulders. His eyes shone with endless desire to find out, just like a pervert seeing a beautiful woman. This is the famous Mewtwo, as well as the shining 9 tails that the old man can't study, and Zygarde, right? Can you, let me study them? Dr. Volcano, Junsha shouted. Oh, sorry. Occupational disease. Occupational disease. As soon as Dr. Volcano saw the elf he was interested in, he wanted to study it. Dr. Volcano scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and then remembered his own business. There was so much movement here just now. What happened? Junsha repeated what happened just now. Dr. Volcano was taken aback. What about that seed? At this, Luokan jumped into the bottom of the pit, and then took out the black seed at the bottom of the pit. This time, there were no vines emerging from the black seed. Bring the instrument here. Behind him, his assistant immediately came over with a bag, and took out an instrument from the bag. Dr. Volcano put the seeds in the instrument. We have also studied Z cells. It is true that there is the power of Z cells, but it only occupies a small part, and most of the other powers have to check what power they are. But what can be known is that this thing there are 4 kinds of powers in total, and as for what these 4 powers are, you may have to go back to the Dao Carlos area and go back to the research room to investigate carefully. Luokan touched his chin. It's not too late, let's go back to Carlos. Junsha nodded. Soon, the airship of the Junsha family landed, and the group boarded the airship. When Luokan returned to the Carlos area, he couldn't use reverse psychics, because he set the psychic beast's lair on Nashi Island. The airship is very luxurious and spacious. Junsha, give me the location of the secret private laboratory of Fratali, the leader of the Flare Corps. Luo Chen said, with the Z weapon, this matter definitely has nothing to do with the Flare group. Well, Junsha printed out a document and handed it to Luokan. It's here. Luo Chen glanced at it, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he nodded. The airship galloped fast in the sky. Ellipsis. More than 10 hours later, the airship slowly landed on the Junsha family's headquarters in the Carlos area, where their research laboratory was also located. Get off the airship. Dr. Volcano, then this seed will trouble you. Then Junsha said, then I'll go find Fratali first. After speaking, Luokan released the fast dragon, and the arrow of Ruo Li Xian flew into the sky, followed by Cheomung. After half an hour, they came to Mier City, a place near the outskirts, where there are many houses. He patted Kuailong's head. Kuailong understood and flew down. Boom! The rapid descent of the fast dragon made the ground here tremble, and the airwaves ravaged the surrounding buildings, like a 10th magnitude earthquake. But under this powerful tremor, all the houses here did not have anything at all. Not only the private house, but even the ground beneath his feet was nothing at all. Logically speaking, under the rapid descent of the fast dragon, a big hole will be smashed into the earth. Now, let alone the big hole, it is almost unscathed. Luokan sneered, this is indeed Fratali's secret base, and ordinary houses have long since shattered and collapsed under this strong impact. Super Dream smashed the ground. Chao Meng nodded, clenched his fists with white light, and slammed into the ground. Boom! Cheomung's strength is close to that of a superhero beast, and with the ability of the shocking fruit attached to his fist, no matter how hard the ground is, under this blow, it is still like a chicken. Boom! The whole earth collapsed. The earth collapsed, revealing a huge pit, revealing the secret base of Fratelley, the leader of the Flare Corps. The ground has been completely hollowed out. However, at this time Fratelley's underground research base was in a mess. It was all discarded paper at the beginning, and there were no instruments in the research room, so it was completely empty. Luo Chen suddenly had a bad feeling. He jumped down with Mewtwo and carefully probed the research base. Only some important instruments are left here, and those important research materials and large instruments have been transferred. Luoken's eyes are extremely cold. He was just guessing before, but he has now determined that this matter has something to do with Flame Core. Ellipsis. Chapter 300. Continue to search Fratelley's underground research base to see if there are other discoveries. This underground research base is very large. There are intruders. Suddenly, when they walked to a metal corridor, the sound of machinery came from the front, and several attacking robots filed out from the corner in front of them, the machine guns in their hands pointed at the dust. And a robot. Chug chug chug. At this time, the bullets on the robot gun seemed to pour out without money, like peanuts. Mewtwo opened a protective cover, and the bullet hit the protective cover, Shang Niang. Ding 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 tilde. Tong Tong couldn't break through a single cent, and all fell to the ground, making a crisp, ding ding sound. On Luoken's shoulder, Jue, who had been sleeping, raised his eyelids shyly, his eyes flashed with disdain, and then his tail wagged behind him. Shoo shoo tilde. The air hummed, and the nine-tailed tail stretched out. Boom. These robots were smashed into a pile of scrap metal, sizzling with sparks. XXX. Come on, let's go and see. Luoken led them forward. There are robots guarding here, and there should be other things. 22. This piece of metal is very long. In the long corridor, the red warning lights kept flashing, but no one appeared. During this period, several waves of robots just like the one before intercepted them. But they were all ruined by the boring nine tails. It didn't take long for them to walk through the long corridor, and there was a bend at the end of the corridor. A huge metal gate appeared around the corner. Destroy him. Shoo tilde. The nine-tailed tail traversed, and a large hole was opened in the gate. Walking in, there is a cultivation room inside. The eyes are full of glass jars filled with green liquid. There were all kinds of elves in it, but at this time they were all dead. When they died, their faces were painful, and their facial features were so painful that they were twisted into a ball. The most terrifying thing is their limbs. Some of the elf's right hand has disappeared and turned into a strange plant, while others have walked on their feet and turned into a strange gray-black plant. Luoken frowned. Genetic experiment. Boom. Beside him, an incomparably powerful aura burst out, belonging to Mewtwo. Chao Meng clenched his fists, and the killing intent in his eyes was terrifying. Chao Meng is a genetic product made by humans, and this cruel scene in front of him made him almost run away. It clenched its fists with awe-inspiring killing intent. The supernatural beast's aura was like that of a demon, and the entire laboratory was trembling. Don't worry, the Flare Group is destined to be completely destroyed by us, just like Team Rocket and the Galaxy Group. Luoken smiled, but his eyes were icy cold. Chao Meng took a deep breath and calmed down. He nodded. Going inside, there are more and more corpses of the elf. The big food flower, the wonderful frog seed, the nonsense tree, the cauliflower monkey. More and more, it is simply dense. The killing intent in Chao Meng's eyes almost condensed into substance, and his body trembled slightly. However, Luoken also discovered a problem. These elves are all grass-type elves. There are no elves with other attributes, all of them are grass-type. Bypassing these containers, they continued to walk inside, and soon came to the end. They found a seed that was the same as the one in the secret garden. This seed was being placed in the incubator, and the narrator had a notebook to record this seed of all data. This seed is much smaller than the one in the secret garden, only the size of a ping-pong ball, and the one in the secret garden is as big as a baby's head. Seeing someone coming, the black seeds flashed faintly, and there were countless vines trying to break free. Boom! Before it could grow, Mewtwo shattered the glass, pinched it, and with a puff, it was completely ground to fly ash. Then they searched the laboratory again. Fruitless. Nothing was found, and as expected, Frattley was already empty. Let's go, there is no value here, Luokan said. Cheomung slammed a punch at the top of his head. The punch was as strong as the wind, and he directly smashed a big hole in the top of his head, revealing the blue sky. He flew up with falling dust. Go back to find Junsha. Luokan released the fast dragon, rode on it and flew into the sky, leaving only one sentence. Super Dream, you don't need to suppress your anger. Boom boom boom. Xiaomeng broke out completely, and the anger that had been suppressed for a long time broke out completely. Bang bang bang. The sound of the explosion resounded on the ground, the flames shot into the sky, the smoke spread, the ground crumbled, the top of the mountain was torn apart, and dense cracks appeared in the space. In a few seconds, where the entire residential town is located, it has disappeared, and it has turned into a crater, as if it had been hit by a meteorite. Shu tilde. In the billowing smoke, Xiaomeng jumped out and followed behind Luo Chen again. Ellipsis. Soon, they returned to Junsha's headquarters in Carlos. The fast dragon landed. Luo Chen took Xiaomeng into the Junsha building. Where's Junsha? He asked the man who looked like a housekeeper. Miss, she's in the lab next to her, please come with me. Under the guidance of the waiter, they came to a huge oval-shaped building next to it. The building was very large, similar to a gymnasium. We can't go inside, so I can only bring you here. The waiter said. Well, thank you. Luokan walked in. Junsha I also saw him and greeted him. It's done. What's the situation? It has been determined that the black seed belongs to the Flare group, but when I went to be there, all the people had run away. This matter has nothing to do with the Flare group. Luokan told what happened in the laboratory. Vladali is gone. Junsha dialed the communicator, and the call ended quickly. Not only Frattley, but all the officials of the Flare Corps have disappeared, as if the world has evaporated. Find out their whereabouts. Mewtwo said these words with murderous intent. Well, it will. I have asked all the intelligence organizations of the family to look for it, and I also informed the Joey family, and they will help to find it together. Luokan nodded. By the way, did Dr. Volcano find anything? I've found something. I'll show you guys.